The kingdom is crumbling right before everyone's eyes. Nobles are ripping each other to shreds. In a forgotten village, one kid suddenly starts pounding out bricks by hand for survival inside a castle, as armies thunder after the crowns. He starts laying down ironclad foundations as safer by the time the nobles spotted him at once, and that poor farmer already owns the land under his feet. Nations don't get conquered, someone builds them, carefully, like a machine. Engineered rising from the dirt of mud to the crown of monarchy. Narky, come on, let's see what you've got. This story kicks off with the protagonist, R, getting super touchy like one wrong move could set everything off. He hit the ground and realized, damn, he'd adapted to Earth way better than anyone expected. The town's inn is built from the bricks he forged. That's why. He flooded the whole inn with his mana, and even hammered his implanted memory retention into everyone's minds. Tension detonated in his brain, and he rebuilt the inn's structure from scratch with sheer mad genius. Magic crackled, and his experiment to rebuild the inn worked perfectly. Success crushed him several years ago. One day the protagonist suddenly realized he couldn't move anymore. His mind felt foggy as a storm cloud. Then the MC burst into tears, terrified he'd been in an accident right at that. Right then, a stunning girl named Mary burst into the room. She slid up to him with a soft smile and asked if he was hungry. Then Ars couldn't help but wonder, is this gorgeous lady secretly a nerd? A nurse, so he's locked up in some hospital room because the whole place was pitch black. In the dead dark, Mary flipped the light on, and the whole room burst into bright, blinding illumination. The main character whipped his head around and instantly realized this was all of it. This wasn't a hospital at all. He bawled even harder, and Mary scooped him into her arms. Trying to steady him, the protagonist suddenly realized he stepped into a brand new world, nothing like Japan, nothing like the life he knew, because this one had magic burning in the air. Mary pulled him in tight, pressing him to her chest, and told him to dig into his food and enjoy every bite. Drinking his mother's milk, he felt like his body was running on its own power. Not only did magic exist, this girl was his mother. Once Mary finished feeding him, she tucked him into bed, and the protagonist stretched out his arms before his thoughts kicked in. Being reborn into this world was the greatest miracle of his life. He started over as a kid, yet he still had no idea. Did you know his name MC was Ashira and Mary's third child, and it only clicked when he hit 6 years old, because that's when he finally got to receive a. Mary and he were brought to the Holy Church's naming ceremony, and as they stepped down the street, the locals kept pointing and whispering, "What baby Ashira and Mary's third?" And just like that, a nasty unease started creeping in. No matter what, he couldn't stop wondering if magic was real, so there he lay in bed, staring around, and drawing his conclusion based on what he saw. He looked around, and the room was pitch dark, like every glow had vanished. Maybe they cooked up the light with magic, but all he could do was stare, because he saw. He caught his mother doing it, so magic wasn't some rare miracle in this world. It was normal, and that meant he already knew how to. Flicking his arms and legs, the protagonist raced through the steps of how to use magic, vividly imagining he could command the elements, and his heart started pounding even harder from. The second he felt the power to master every kind of magic, he knew he had to try it right now. With his arms stretched out, the protagonist tried to yank light into existence, but the glow wouldn't come at all, and Ars kept firing off a few more desperate attempts. But no matter what he did, nothing changed. Then he burst into tears, feeling completely offended. Mary came in fast, scooped him up, and demanded to know what happened, because he was sure his magic had totally failed, and that's when he started. Was a total loser, so the MC decided he couldn't keep living that way first. He told himself he had to watch his family when they used. He used magic and then burned to uncover exactly how it worked. His mother kept coming to him, time after time. The countdown hits light erupts as the protagonist can't stop staring, spellbound by the summon. She stared with laser focus, then flicked her finger through the air. She said, "Light," and energy burst from her hand, blasting the whole room bright. The protagonist froze as he realized he'd somehow witnessed a strange energy pouring out of her body. It looked like that raw energy was exactly what magic demanded. Then Mary swept him up, and he instantly started blurting out nonsense. He cooed something to her in that baby talk voice, and she softened with a sweet smile. "Aw, he really does love to talk, doesn't he?" The protagonist swallowed hard, realizing his vocal cords still couldn't quite unleash spells yet, but deep inside him, a power was just waiting to wake up. So he focused on it day after day, and boom, 3 years melted away since he'd thrown his whole life into mana training, and now he still couldn't cast a single spell. Then his stomach growled with that unmistakable hungry rumble. Hunger hit him hard. He realized that even when he couldn't use his power, it still didn't matter, because he was stuck feeling starving, like his family was so broke they had nothing to spare. Then he slung on that worn knapsack and his mom snapped, "Where do you think you're headed?" He bolted out to the backyard fields. Poverty was grinding him down to nothing. Even at just 3 years old, he had no choice. He had to start growing his own food. And he knew he had to start right now, so he pushed up to the place and immediately started thinking about mana, like it was a puzzle. Some lived inside the body, some lived outside, and even the air carried it. If you breathed in that outside mana, you could fuse it with what was already within, and once he saw that, he went straight to mixing the two inside his own body. He forced it to spread through every inch of his body. Then, just like that, he could shape and refine his mana with zero effort, and he was only 3 years old. But he won't be able to cast a single spell until he gets a name at the naming ceremony on his 6th birthday. Then the moment everything starts to sparkle, he realizes he can only use basic life magic like light, fire, and water. Those were the only tricks his parents knew, just everyday magic, nothing beyond it, and he'd already started to go down the path that ended with him getting cut off mid-journey. Countless blunders since he was a kid trying to master magic, and now planted on the ground, MC pressed his hand to it and finally it answered him. Power surged back through that surface, like it had been waiting for him. Hours shut his eyes, focused hard, and took a deep breath, slow. He connected the internal mana to the outside, flooding his lower body, then yanked it up to his chest and sent it rippling into his other limbs. With his hands still planted on the ground, a deep rumble shook the air, and he yanked the mana back out like he was drawing it from thin air. The mana brushed every inch of him, and the rumble kept swelling until it shook the air. With every louder heartbeat, the protagonist realized he couldn't miss a single detail, and then he started weaving mana around his body, slow, steady, and perfectly smooth. External mana is like light gas hanging in the air until it finally stays put no longer, but the purified mana inside him swelled and reshaped into a thick, gooey liquid. Then he clutched the overflowing mana in both palms and he dumped every last bit straight into the earth. Boom! The ground shook violently, and something started to break through. Rage churned in his chest, and the protagonist forced himself to breathe and steady his mind. He can't afford to lose focus for even a second. He's been in this exact situation before. Earlier on, he'd toss a spell way too carelessly, and the mana he'd been building up with reckless energy. Then he pictured it the way he once pictured his own mana, sure of what it could be, even if it wasn't leading to an ending. It's not an exaggeration to say the whole field lives or dies by the soil. Soft, fluffy ground feels warm to the touch, and turns out. Nutrient-packed soil from his grandmother's village stuff so rich in natural fertilizers, it turned every field into a ready-made feast for his crops, built to receive that. Warm sunlight hit the ground as freshly plowed earth waited, all the weeds already yanked out, and that rich, earthy smell filled the air. Earth and warmth, just imagining it all, and letting that feeling hit like a spark. Honestly, those sharp popping sounds flooded the air tore at him. His sweat poured onto the ground, and then, all at once, everything burst into sparks and hours. He blinked in shock. He actually pulled it off, and in front of him stretched a cultivated field, the soil soft, loose, and fluffy like it had been perfectly prepared. The air felt warm, and when he peered at the garden beds, he clocked them at about 10 meters long. Of course, that wasn't ideal, but that wasn't the point either, because even though they were farming, they still got forced to wrestle with brutal weeds all day long. Weed-choked ground that wasn't fit for planting, and all around him, There wasn't a single farming machine in sight. This lack of technology. In this world, magic is apparently stuck in its infancy, but somehow he cracked the code. It's actually pretty simple, and for the first time since he showed up, he finally got to use it. This is his first step. The protagonist crumpled in weakness and realized that whatever energy he used, the job demanded serious effort, and yet the MC still threw himself into planting vegetables because the food was scarce. Poor farmers toss their livestock away for useless vegetables, and he plants them in neat, equal spacing, one spot, one spot, one spot. In just 20 days, 20's root veggies shoot from the ground to the table, look kinda plain, taste even worse, and honestly, nobody's opinion changes that fact. He needs to eat something, and I'll be real, right up to this moment, he wasn't exactly thrilled with how his reincarnation turned out. Incarnation hit, and it turned his life into a non-stop sprint, always starving, forcing himself to move fast and get everything done the best way possible. He slammed the root vegetables into the ground. He soaked the soil with water, then let out a deep, heavy sigh. Come on, doing that kind of work is brutal for a 3-year-old, and every single watering run drains the life out of them. And then, in the end, it's 5. 5 days had already screamed by since his first shot at magic, and every single day, he kept wrestling with the soil, trying to make it do something. And now the ground had started to give way. Then on day 5, he rounded the corner and nearly froze. Flowers were blooming everywhere. The plants looked like they were lining up for a massive harvest. But it had only been 5 days when it should have taken 20. This all happened way too fast, and it was painfully obvious something was off. But it was useless. Nothing could change a thing after he'd already yanked out a 20. The moment he busted out of the bush, the protagonist shot up in shock and blurted out, "What?" Holy, there were so many of them, like a whole flood of them. Out of all of them, only a handful of edible fruits ever managed to grow. He was growing fast, but right there were only about 10. He grabbed one, rinsed it off, and took a taste. Yeah, it was instantly nasty, and honestly, that was that. So the farm's revival finally kicked off after they fixed up its... In the dark soil, he started breeding, and sure enough, the vegetables in his field were growing even more than he'd already noticed. They were ripping through growth so fast, normally 20s take 20 days to ripen, but his were ready in just 5. In his past life, every bite he took was pure fire, fresh, delicious, and downright breathtaking. Beautiful breeding takes forever, but somehow, there's still something. Something wildly different from anything ordinary magic. He kept chewing that root veggie, then blurted, "I don't know much," like it shocked him yet. Vegetables were sprouting like crazy, and he knew he had to jump on that chance because he desperately wanted to make them even better. Damn it. Still, that left him staring. How on earth was he supposed to pull it off? Sometime later, when Mary said goodnight, MC's mind raced straight to breeding. As I read, I remembered a weird tale about green peas and how someone once counted the folds on 1,000 pea pods. With these results, heredity finally made sense. Mendel cracked the code. When Ars realized he didn't have 20 different varieties to crossbreed, Hill's law kicked in, and he tore off to take a detour as his first move. He studied the traits of all 20 varieties, then headed back to his garden the very next day. The protagonist dropped down among the beds, yanked out a couple of vegetables, and realized roots included that it wasn't just one thing growing here. And even the stems and flowers weren't the same. Some looked flat-out black, while others shimmered with a faint purple tint. Some were tiny, but there were way more of them packed in tight, clustered together, white blossoms with bright yellow centers. And he had to compare every single thing. Everything, heck, even the taste was just foul, and after some time, when the protagonist... He had sorted everything by species, then he kicked off crossbreeding first, slicing the field into 6 parts. He split it into separate sections for each species, and right from the start, he was doing it mostly to keep himself fed. It had turned into his new everyday routine until he finally realized these veggies were straight-up magic. The magic he cooked up blends mana inside him with mana from the outside, so when he unleashes it, it was a messy blend of mana, and if he pushed to mix it anymore, his inner reserves would get wiped clean. And if it came to that, he'd be cut off from magic. So tell me, how would he possibly make it work? So how does he refill that internal mana easy? He just waits, and it comes back on its own over time. But it didn't happen as fast as he wanted. MC realized that the hard way when he kept gorging on nothing but root vegetables. So he figured, if he kept chowing down on these veggies every day, his mana would... He could have regenerated way faster, but it took a while before the results really started showing, so he never caught it in time. So here's the burning question. Who's the fastest storeman fruit of them all? Because those 20 different types play the game in completely different ways. Differently, only this time, the taste barely changed, and ours decided he'd handle it later. It all kicked off as something simple. He had simple curiosity, but every day felt like a new treasure hunt, and now the only thing left was to track down the one kind of variety that could refill his strength the best. You'd have to pit all 20 varieties against each other, then nurture the single one that actually delivers the biggest benefit. Turns out, even he had a ceiling on his mana, if my memory's right, because he could only sort the different types so far. Types of rice. They tossed 20 seeds into salt water and watched which ones sank, because the test would reveal the truth. Then the 20 seeds, everything sank into silence, so he just decided to widen the field for now. Those thoughts drained him so hard he could barely breathe. Yet he still spoke his plan out loud, eyes open, even though focusing at first was a nightmare. With them wide open, but after so long, he'd stopped flinching, activating his magic. Magic hit, and the moment it did, the protagonist's heart started trembling like it knew something was about to go wrong. And the world instantly smeared into total blur. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to focus. He clenched his focus and poured the purified mana straight onto his eyes. And when it happened, pure disbelief hit him like a tidal wave. A blue flame erupted in the middle of the field. The protagonist inched forward, and joy sparked in their head as they thought. And he knew it, blue flames were roaring out of the 20, the blue roots frying in real time, evaporating right before his vanished like smoke. And when the MC finally clocked it, a chill crawled up his spine. Some fruits kept vanishing on their own, like they were being stolen by something invisible. He already claimed it, so those sky blue fruits are probably restored the most mana, so yeah, that means the blue flames weren't magic, they were mana. And ours clenched his fist, and he lifted it high over his head and basked in the wind, triumphant down to his bones. After that, he locked in watching, concentrating, and refusing to let anything slip by. He cranked up his mana, focused it like a spotlight, and right in front of his eyes, he realized a single cluster of 5 or 6 fruits. Yeah, the biggest one was packed with the most mana. He tasted it again, and that same disgusting flavor hit hard. That disgusting taste never quit day after day. He kept digging into his research, and even at 5 years old, he was still uncovering brand new things, until the protagonist finally stumbled on a species that could restore a huge amount of mana, but it didn't switch that fast when he poured mana into his eyes. The whole world snapped into something new, like the scenery turned into vibrant colors swirled in his head, and everything he'd learned about blue and magic kept fueling him then. One night while he was drifting off to sleep, a wild thought hit him. What if he could actually catch? He poured the mana into other parts of his body. How did he miss that before? And why did his own thoughts mess him up like that? But now he had to crash out and sleep. Then the very next day, he dove back into his research. Before, the hero just dumped mana into the soil, but now he could keep the mana trapped inside his body while still using it. Legendary strengthening magic. With it, he could water vegetables with zero waste and even stretch his fields wider and wider. So when power gets focused on any part of his body started getting supercharged, brutally enhanced. So he couldn't help but wonder, could he train and upgrade specific body parts too? So what happens to his internal organs if he can boost his digestion? Doesn't that mean he could swallow in more mana too? After he tried it, the MC couldn't help but burst with joy, because the amount he was consuming and absorbing shot up in a big way. He was dead certain, like he'd poured years into mastering magic the right way, and then one day, he was going to leave this world then. Just a little later, they stood there and watched their father off as he departed. Mary clung to her composure, tears brimming as she choked out, "Are you?" She begged her husband to look after himself and come back safe and sound. Ashiro gazed at his son with a warm grin and said, and just like that, he tossed the rest to him and walked away. Or it crashed down on them like a wave, swallowing everything, wiping out practically the entire village where, workforce. The protagonist always felt like the tech in this world was miles behind, and he couldn't shake the idea that the war was the reason. If not, then what else could explain it? And more. Back in the calmer days, the villagers would huddle up, roll up their sleeves, and slowly turn the ground into food because the village had plenty of land, and the bigger your plot, the more you could grow. With no wars dragging them down, the field stayed untouched, and that single miracle powered new breakthroughs, setting the stage for bigger tech leaps and real prosperity. He rushed to reassure his mom, telling her to stop worrying because, this wasn't the first time his dad had vanished. So he went to war, right? Thought it'd all be fine, because the cultivation magic he'd forged wasn't just important, it was vital. Because the taxes rose with the land he owned, his fields got a big, unfair-looking edge. The MC couldn't shake his worry about the pitiful war gear. Most of the soldiers marched off with nothing but pitchforks and axes, and in a real war, those weapons barely even count because these people were nothing but cannon fodder. Most wouldn't come back, and unplowed land was worthless, so they'd lose everything they had. Ours swore boosting his military power was the answer, but he'd fought through a past life full of brutal trouble. Life mattered to him, and he never wanted bloodshed because in the military, weapons and armor are just the bare minimum, and the real king is money. You can't have enough, and still, people would do whatever they could just to survive. Their neighbor marched over, asked their mother if she'd trade her harvest for her potatoes, and the whole deal started right there. The protagonist shuddered. This barter system was downright miserable, and Mary finally nodded along, accepting her neighbor's offer. With his shoulders slumped, the protagonist realized village life gave him zero chances to make money selling and bartering vegetables, never paid a single coin, and so, with only one road left, he knew he had to. When MC pitched the idea of taking up trade, his mother lit up and burst out, "Then why don't we make sandals? Straw," she explained, "could be woven into them." He could dump every pair of sneakers, sandals, boots, even ankle boots, and then grab whatever he wanted still. Didn't the protagonist keep circling back to his family? And didn't he feel this wasn't the smartest way to do it? A traveling merchant hustles from town to town, hawking their wares, and they better be sharp enough to talk prices down fast. They need this to be a win-win. Money has to start flowing, and honestly, this is a solid start for right now. They braided a bunch of different ones, and ours went straight to the local market right when a merchant named Kale stepped up, picked out a product, and handed it over. He picked them up and said, "These sandals are amazing." Then the hero grinned. His mother had taught him how to weave them, and he'd practiced every single day. The buyer snatched the shoes, paying a measly 6 Warren copper coins, and the MC stared at his earnings like they were a jackpot. He finally clicked those merchants weren't tricking them at all. The sandals just had to be priced lower than he expected at these prices. There was no way he'd ever scrape together enough for a weapon, so the protagonist snatched Kale by. He tugged at the sleeve of his robe and begged for permission to finally ask the one question that had been haunting him. And he obeyed, stunned that this frail little boy could unleash that kind of raw power. A few tense days flew by after the protagonist, with that restless merchant riding shotgun, dug up the market price. He figured it was time to ditch shoes and try something new, and from everything he'd learned, he was sure it would pay off big. After stocking up on everything he needed, Wood included MC Dove into the wild and started experimenting with making magic mushrooms. The merchant had already spelled it out for him, showing him what a mushroom really looked like, and even pointing to the magic one. Mushrooms refuse to grow easily, so they're scarce and a nightmare to track down, and the protagonist can't stop staring in disbelief like, "Wait, don't experiments like this cost a fortune? And tell me, do man or restorers even exist?" The protagonist's face felt weirdly familiar, like it might have been a shiitake mushroom, and he couldn't stop wondering. The merchant shoved a sample into his hands, practically beaming, and asked, "Doesn't it taste delicious, MC Grimest?" But what happened next totally shattered his expectations. The mushroom tasted flat and lifeless. Then he yanked out a special kit and went for more. He even grew his own mushrooms. This thing sprouted from nutrient-rich wood mold, and the magic mushrooms. Rooms sprout like shiitake mushrooms. And once we set up the right environment for wood mole, then the world explodes into brand new colors. They learned how to mold it to thrive, and suddenly mushrooms could grow too. Then they grabbed the logs he'd set up, only to realize they were already bone dry. Turns out that was a good thing, until a local resident suddenly rolled up and demanded some of the logs from him. Protagonist handed him some wood, then stacked the logs with purpose, tried every trick to make the mold take hold, but nothing worked. So he had to stop and question it himself. If it were really that simple, everyone would be growing mushrooms, right? But nope, life never makes it easy. He started thinking about creating the perfect mix of dryness and humidity. Then tell me, what's he supposed to do about it? If it's a magic mushroom, it has to be packed with mana. If that mushroom is sucking up nutrients from the tree, then it's probably stealing the tree's mana too, right? So why not just dump his mana into the logs and let that do the work? He started by weighing different amounts of mana, because his days were already packed with chaos during daylight. The protagonist worked the fields, poured mana into logs, and at night he shifted gears, crafting sandals by hand. Then, after a little while, 3 mushrooms popped up right on the logs. The protagonist lit up and realized the only way to make a profit was to crank up his mushroom growth. Even that merchant only had a handful to spare, but it was nowhere near enough. Then his mother finally snapped and told him there wasn't a single inch left in their house logs, straw sandals, and nothing more. He started hauling crops from every corner, and the MC realized this wasn't a storage room situation anymore. He needed a whole separate building for it all. When he casts magic to summon a field, he rips the ground up and forms raised beds, same idea, but now he can stack it into a full building, and that's when he'll uncover a brand new power in himself, the magic of a builder. And this isn't some dumb fantasy. These piles of earth can turn into solid, top-tier building material. No joke. It's real. Yeah. The rules of magic say it's insanely hard to create something from absolutely nothing like this example. In a bunch of games, earth magic shows up all the time. Purified inner mana gets scooped into your palm, and with it you forge. You need to craft stones meant to be hurled because the impact depends on how fast they fly. So picture it like this. Picture the whole process, start to finish right now. It's doable. Yeah, it's awesome, but it doesn't work. Especially when you're trying to shape stones. One throw, and it's over. He's got something special. Earth magic needs no wild new system, just one smooth connection to what's already there, and that makes spending mana way more convenient. Or drop to the ground and start thinking, lost in their thoughts. He thought, fine, I'll give it a shot. After all, the only weapon he's got is dirt. He's tried everything, and nothing works simple as that. Honestly, he'd rather build the warehouse himself and make it happen. He vowed to use nothing but earth. The protagonist let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. If only he could forge earth into metal, this mess would be over, and so he rolled up his sleeves and got to work doing the same old tricks, the usual manipulations of... But this time, the mana distribution went sideways, and everything collapsed fast. Wrong earth snapped back way too hard to his influence, and the protagonist... He shook so hard his courage snapped and panic hit him instantly. Right before his eyes, the world vanished into darkness and he crumpled into unconsciousness, crashing onto the spot and staying there until late evening while ants kept croaking around him, crawling over his skin. Then when MC finally snapped back to his senses, he saw his... Ars opened his eyes and saw his mother and brothers huddled over him, their faces tight with worry, and the crushing throbbing in his head hit him like a hammer. And it felt crushingly heavy. Mary told him he'd been out cold for 2 whole days, and he couldn't shake the fear that his lack of magic knowledge was what knocked him out. Magic had hit a brick wall, no power in sight at all, and that meant he'd managed to piss off everyone. So his mother snapped, saying she didn't need him helping out here. He needs to hit the sheets, because the protagonist swore the magic that lived inside him wasn't just any power. It was an upgraded, advanced form of magic. Magic surged through him, carving his body stronger and boosting his own magical power, sinking with every move like it was alive, yet he was still. He was lucky he stayed alive when his magic power finally vanished. And sure, MC could tell what happened, but it definitely wasn't some pointless mistake. Turns out the moment he pushed himself, every last drop of energy got wiped out, so when he staggered back to the exact spot where he'd blacked out, he stared at the crater in the ground and thought, the scar from his failed spell is tiny, and the magic itself wouldn't have drained it in the first place. In that case, it all comes down to area and volume, a massive field stretching around a massive building. So yeah, he must have burned out around 10 times the magic it would take to build a whole field in one instant. He should drop the whole building plan and try something else before the idea slips away. Pouring his magic into shaping solid building materials, the protagonist kicked off the job and couldn't believe how thrilled he was with what came next. He was pulling it off until, after he cranked out a mountain of bricks, he snapped that architectural magic was just a fantasy, and then he froze mid-sentence. He refused to quit. And from that moment on, he pushed himself harder than ever because the brick-making magic finally kicked in. After a while, the MC started building the place, and once it was done, our crew tore it apart, judging whether it was a busted clay warehouse or maybe just a crooked box sat there. And the moment you saw it, you knew no real builder would have made it. He just stacked brick on brick, but somehow the whole building stayed standing, and that was only the start, because in the end, he clung to earth magic alone, but twisted it for his own reasons. Then he stepped outside his carefully cultivated field and stared at that abandoned place that had once won him everything. He used to stand on his family's ancestral field and realize, with a sinking gut, how ugly and run down it had become. That field was pure dead weight, just their ancestors' legacy, spread thinner and thinner with every passing year. Years had passed, and this thing was now something he couldn't even name. Usually he'd ignore silly details like that, but now he couldn't look away. Not even a tractor could force a path through, and with his plan finished, then MC's face lit up. He couldn't help feeling proud that the village field looked like no other, so he hauled out every stone and stump and cleaned the whole place until it shined. Now he could juggle every one of them: cultivation magic, enhancement magic, even brick-making magic. All of it. R muttered something under his breath, but the field cultivation magic sounded way too drawn out since only he used it. So yeah, there was basically no point naming them at all. Calling out their names didn't make a thing appear when he spoke, and he still had to rethink everything because he renamed it Soil Improvement Magic, and when he used it, he couldn't stop laughing because he always acts like it's the funniest thing ever. He blurted out its name by accident, but somehow, that very name was the real key that made it all work. Our hands hit the ground, and the moment the soil touched us, his magic finally roared to life. Magic right away. The ground snapped into a massive well tent, like the world had been rewritten in one breath. Stretched out before him was a tended field, lined with long, perfectly even rows of crops, so sights-wise, it hit the protagonist like a wave the moment he saw it. The moment he threw the spell, it sparked to life and actually worked, no matter how desperately he kept trying to force more. He tried to light it up with his imagination, but nothing clicked, and that somehow made everything even easier than it looked. He'd already managed to master brand new magic. He pushed forward, though he never even saw it coming. Then he watched the cast spill their spells, and he couldn't stop grinning because magic finally had a name, and it felt legendary. He called it a win, but it still dragged him out. He had to lock in his focus and picture the whole process in his mind. It took everything he had to pull it off, but he couldn't bring himself to complain. R's kicked off the soil enhancement and clocked it. There were roughly 10 of them. The battlefield stretches 10 meters on each side, and this magic, it lets you spawn objects so identical they might as well be twins. It looks like they used to grow rice right here now. Every single bed is almost the exact same size. If you cast magic without a spell, you can even shift the cultivation area. Just know the magical power you burn changes with where you cultivate. But casting a spell guzzles way less power. So how did he even pull off making spells in the first place? Maybe it was because he muttered it to himself every time. Then the protagonist sucked in a breath, sighed, and declared, "The trial begins." Eyes locked on the ground, he started chanting a spell, trying to pull a brick out of thin air, and the protagonist did this non-stop all day. And even when night swallowed everything, even in his sleep, he kept chanting day after day until months later. Later, on his next try at making bricks, he finally cracked it and succeeded. They cast a spell to conjure bricks that were perfectly uniform in size and weight, and the enchantment worked flawlessly, turning it into real building material. But there are a few eerie twists, like Pavlov's experiment, feed the dog, blast a whistle, and watch how that signal instantly gets it to come running, causing the dog to drool. Think of a spell as a master key. It can unlock magical power on demand. He had just stumbled onto something new. So R seized the moment and unlocked a brand new spell technique. Then he knew exactly what he had to do next. He had to lock the rest of his magic into this mode too, but the villagers might not accept it. Staring at the entire mountain of bricks, the protagonist suddenly snapped to it. He totally lost his grip and overdid it. Still, his mom caught it and froze in confusion. "You've gone way too far, didn't you?" But if it was dishes, they would have immediately found a way to use it. Their surprise hit the protagonist hard. How did he not think of this sooner if he could build with bricks? Then he could whip up dishes too. The rule stayed the same, and after a bit, he started piling. Dish pushed the new rice bowls into Mary's hands and told her which one would hit perfectly for bean soup. Then he even snapped the broken dishes back together, and Mary cracked up laughing. Of course she's thrilled. Those dishes are incredible. Still, she cuts it short, thanks him for the help, and MC decides. It was time to trade mass for meaning. He pushed himself to make his mother smile, because her heartbreak over his father's absence had been weighing on him for. He didn't even realize he'd been cooking up this whole mess. Every dish he'd made before had turned the color of clay. So what happens if he tries making? A plain white cup sat there. Then, once the protagonist finished his plan, his mother lit up, gushing that she'd never seen dishes so snow white in her life. Before that, the protagonist handed her a brand new snow white porcelain set, grinning as her reaction lit up his face like he could have sworn she'd love it. Mary kept staring at the materials with pure admiration, hating how she had to use them already. Then she shot her son another big thank you for that incredible gift. The MC grinned and made his move. "I'm about to craft something awesome. Cool, make her happy," and suddenly it paid off, a brand new product. A porcelain cup covered in sweet floral patterns. Mary lit up too, and he even drew flowers this time. Thank him. So much that our spirit crumpled he could clearly see. He had no talent for drawing, but he refused to quit. Then he realized he couldn't stick with porcelain. He had to switch it up fast, and he'd heard sea sand might be the key, so if anyone could make it work, it was him. He'd been using something just like it every single day before, and the protagonist pictured an oblong. He nailed the long, rounded shape, made it with a light texture and medium thickness, kept it see-through, and then bam! He rolled out a brand new product, a crystal glass tumbler, so the protagonist dove into the rarest kinds of crafting, making items no one had ever seen before. Spotted by everyone in this world, he then started hawking sandals and those magic mushrooms everyone was whispering about. His very first profit landed at 14 copper coins, then dejection hit, and he just kept thinking, I need more copper coins. So he had to crank up his cultivation of magic mushrooms fast. And just then, Kale shouted over and told him everything about them, making the MC's hopes soar because he knew this was going to be. He was getting ready to sell the dishes he'd just made when the merchant reached out. Ars answered his request. The man leaned in and told him he'd actually love to buy his bricks. Then the merchant clocked the protagonist's jaw, dropping surprise. Dawnish look and all, so you're telling me they just put up a little house right next door? It's genuinely gorgeous. And then the wagonist shot back, clearly thrown off, then said he can't build houses. And maybe he meant that warehouse. Kale went completely wide-eyed. So that brick building is a warehouse, yet he's still going to track someone down and get it sold to him. And the MC just answers, he didn't even need to. He'd already built the warehouse, and there was still plenty left. The merchant stared at him, stunned, and demanded an answer again. Again, he built it with his own hands, and ours burst out in awe until he swapped gears and started shaping clay pottery instead, the man said, staring at the stunning wares like, "Go on, look at this beauty, then buy it." Pottery was useless, he needed bricks, and he promised to buy the pottery later. The protagonist yanked him by the sleeve again and shouted, "Don't let him say that!" He said he wouldn't hurt him, but the words trembled with fear, so the merchant flinched, blurted that he was scared, and warned him not to go any further. Eventually, the protagonist dragged him straight to his warehouse, and the moment the door shut, Kale just stared in awe at how perfect everything looked. Then he asked, "How did you pull all this off?" And the MC started to answer, "It was a secret burned in the air." The merchant grinned and said, "All right then, he'll pay for this jaw-dropping dishware too, along with the bricks." He handed over our 5 coins and just kept talking, saying, "That's the price for it all, 14. And the protagonist just stood there, completely stunned. 14 coins, just 14, and he snatched every single one with a quick, desperate grab. The merchant grabbed him by the sleeve again and exploded. "This is straight-up robbery." He snapped that the guy thinks he can bully a child just because it's from a kid, and that kind of cheating should never happen. Kale snapped back, but he wasn't here for gold, just dishware. The MC shot back. "Why so cheap?" "Because those beautiful pieces cost way more, so maybe he should—" The man shut him down, telling him straight, even if the dishware was stunning, it wasn't worth paying big money for it, because it just wasn't valuable enough for the rich. He drops a fortune on it, then buys all of it for the villagers, and the merchants like him roll into town, shop the goods around, and bid for the deals. Sadly, they've got zero competition. He only trades with a single merchant from the village, and that's it. He figured that even the most amazing product wouldn't sell itself, so he had to invent something that would. So you'd want an ad that made every other class salivate to buy it, but in this world there was no internet, no newspapers, nothing like that. The only way to sell it was to market it like a first-class family's finest tableware. Family, but how was he even supposed to hand out an ad like that? The protagonist marched up to the merchant and basically said there was no point asking him. Then, Kale blinked in shock, because the man's attitude flipped in an instant, and he burst out laughing. He laughed and told us not to be so worked up. He was totally out of space right then, but next time, MC blurted, "I'll buy up every single one of this guy's goods." Then he promised, "Next time, I'm taking 10 times more." And before the merchant even swung by again, the protagonist already had the full. He kept his promise, and the merchant just stared, stunned, at the towering pile of bricks. Bricks flew into place, and he shouted that it looked like he'd kept his promise. Then the protagonist stepped in, reminding him of the deal you said you'd buy. "Buy everything." Kale burst out laughing, flashed a look like pure respect, and said, "We've known each other for a long time. It's time to stop treating him like a child." Right then, it all hits, and a dragon burst from behind the building, and the MC froze in pure terror. "What in the world is this creature?" "Isn't it a monster?" Kale muttered, like it finally clicked, and yeah, this was his first time seeing it. When he spotted a dragon with a rider on its back, he snapped, "Wait, are my eyes seeing a riding dragon?" "A dragon," Kale shot back. "Yeah, it's totally different from real dragons, and it's only the beginning of this whole thing." He spots one of those service beasts, and it hits him like a shock. He can't stop thinking about eggs. A service beast hatches from an egg born ready to work, raised by humans and shoved into all kinds of jobs. That egg is special. Once its owner pours in magical power, it starts growing. So service beasts always fall in line and obey their masters or their creators, and depending on the end, that creature is guzzling the energy like it's starving, and the moment that energy lands, the egg's hidden monster morphs to match the owner's power. That's exactly why these weird, rare monsters are prized so hard here while lost in thought. The protagonist didn't even realize it. He'd already stacked every single one of his bricks onto the cart. The crowd threw him praise, and the MC nodded. Yeah, he'd nailed it. Then he stared at the harnessed dragon again, and they figured a strong, sturdy, fearless beast would be the one everyone wanted, because in this world, it's their raw strength that makes them famous. And this one looked downright terrifyingly impressive, too. Kale kept pointing out other unstoppable steeds and giant birds that could rip through the sky, and he finally asked the merchant, "Would something like that drain my wallet?" The merchant just said, "Yeah." And even that dragon alone was worth a fortune, because once it got going, it could be. Ours was thinking, bricks are selling like crazy right now, but that doesn't mean this won't dry up, so I'm holding some back to sell later, just in case. In the end, you could only wonder what would crawl out of that egg, but he had this wild gut feeling he'd crack it open and land a lucky break. Ticket, the hero lit up, marched straight to Kale, and blurted that he wanted an egg just like that too. No hesitation, pure desperation in every word. Desperately craving a beast like that, he told the merchant, "Fine, bring it in." The merchant grumbled, and that's when it hit. He'd had enough, so he named a total that matched every last coin the protagonist had earned. In the end, there wasn't much left to do, so he handed Kale everything he had, down to the very last coin. Later on, the men from the village who'd marched off to war came back, changing everything. Tawar returned home, Ashira came back, while Mary and the protagonist was out in the garden stuffing fresh vegetables into crates when his younger brother came barreling in, straight to their father. The commander leaned down and asked the little boy, "Are you She-Ra, and is Mary's fourth son your father?" Dad nailed it after giving them a friendly wave. The man strode off, and Mary blurted, "Well done." Then she said they had to grab something for the holiday, and she whipped around. "Yo, look at the MC, and ask straight up if he can spot you some money, can he?" Ours stood there, utterly lost, and told her he had nothing left to give. The woman cut him off mid-up. He blurted out, "Wait, how could that be?" Standing there with his mother made him feel painfully awkward, because ever since he was a kid, she'd been in his corner, backing every dream and pushing him to his limits, always making sure he didn't go too far. He piled on hard work, and when he went to plant radishes, she warned him that even if he managed to grow them, those radishes, the food tasted awful, but she wasn't about to let him settle. Then the moment the woman saw his imp, everything changed. With a bright, hopeful smile in her eyes, she told him, "Go on, grow a ton of radishes." And then she added, "Pick any spot you want." He couldn't help but get hooked, and then boom, he enthusiastically filled the whole garden with radishes. Even then, she didn't snap at him. She just smiled and declared their child was a straight-up genius, and by the time he was 5, he sat down with his parents and blurted out that he was going to make a fortune. She backed him up. He was insanely sharp, and she'd already warned Ashira that he was barely young, yet he'd already set his heart on becoming a merchant. And even grown-up magic mushrooms he'd sometimes. He spooked people into watching him, then pushed through anyway until he even built the warehouse himself. He also remembered the moment she looked at his food and praised every bite like it was art. How his mother had thanked him non-stop, like she couldn't find the words enough. And he kept bragging about how gifted he'd become until she stared at him like that, and shame hit so hard he felt himself sinking into the ground. He had to spill where he'd burned every last dollar. After she heard him out, Mary snapped. What was he thinking? She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that he'd burned every last coin on some magic egg he didn't even ask her. And when the protagonist gripped that egg in his hands, he snapped that she was dead wrong. If that beast hatched, they'd rake in more money than ever before. Only his mother shot back, that if it really worked that easily, the whole world around him would have already hit jackpot. Back in the day, tossing money at stuff like that felt like gambling, pure risk. People needed a real warning about what could happen. She'd even heard whispers that shady vendors cheated customers by selling them ordinary eggs, bragging they were rare. Ours practically buzzed with excitement. He hadn't realized the odds were that brutal fine. He'd make that merchant eat his words, and his mother wouldn't let out. He lit up and claimed he wanted to save money, so she let him dive into trade. A man shouldn't waste money like that, she warned, but he tried to talk his way out of it. Still, it was all totally fine, because he'd earned it himself, and he was free to spend it however he wanted. He did it his way, and Mary snapped right in his face, demanding, "Do you even get what you're saying?" Because that money wasn't random. It came from selling sandals. The whole family had busted their backs to make so. Yes, she'd forbidden it. They shut him down and banned him from buying whatever he wanted. The brothers just stared, frozen in tense silence. Then the protagonist pleaded, "Please, just this once," and the woman finally agreed. His voice came out sharp. No way. He wouldn't let him save things already. Not like that. The protagonist, fighting back tears, couldn't stop thinking about how his sweet, loving mother had snapped into a truly terrible. Was it the sandals fueling the trade, or his bricks? Either way, he was the one who made and sold them, plain and simple. And yeah, he had to keep things under the radar, pocketing a little extra. But first came the egg. He slid it into a bag woven from radish stalks. So he wouldn't have to fear cracking it, and the beast could gulp in the magical energy, clutching it right close as it did. And yeah, he could still tend to the egg with the other. Everybody's got magical energy, but it's different for each person. Raising that egg all by himself would be brutal, and yeah, it looked like that egg could gulp down all the energy it needed. But nope, there was nothing in it yet, not a single spark. Maybe it's finally his moment, so the protagonist grabs the egg, shuts his eyes, and summons a magical injection like it's fate. After a while, he snapped to attention when the glow dimmed to darkness like the magic had finally soaked in. It seemed it worked, but he still had no clue how much power the spell truly demanded. MC leaned over the egg and urged, "Please let him take as much as he needs." That's how. Ars guarded his brand new pet every single day and threw all his energy into it. Then one day, curiosity hit hard, and he started wondering if he should secretly build himself a house. His mother told him not to burn money like it grows on trees. She wasn't hating on anyone. Either it was just jumping into that war was pure hero stuff. And right away, he started earning cash to buy a real good sword straight as the youngest son, so he had to choose between two paths. Either he grinds through his whole life and becomes his father's right-hand man, or he finds a way to break free, because if he's going to go independent, he's got to aim higher. Just before he set out, the protagonist grinned, because this wasn't going to be a normal sword day. After hearing it all and watching the clock tick, he knew the truth do good fast or you'll lose your chance. So he paced through the village, thinking hard, was hemmed in by a fence, and past it the forest opened up for miles. Once peace finally settled in, people swept through, chopped everything down, and cleared the land. He carved the trees down and raised that village from nothing. Now the fields have shriveled to almost nothing, all because people care way too much about what others think. Opinions aside beyond the village, that land belongs to nobody, so whoever makes it is the one who owns it. So when he finally got to the site, he stared. He scanned the room with pure anticipation, like his mind was already screaming. So where should I go next? Where should I build my house? First, the protagonist slammed the switch and activated his enhancement magic, so he could grind non-stop. Then MC. He turned to the roots again, then unleashed magic and obliterated the entire root system, leaving nothing standing. He grabbed what he needed from the area, then tossed the whole thought aside like, that's it. The tree's roots finally gave out. Everything collapsed. Again, the protagonist snapped into action and unleashed one of his magics. And then he chopped down the trees he needed from the area, pausing just long enough to breathe. The protagonist couldn't help thinking so far. Everything was lining up perfectly. At this pace, he'd crack it all wide open in no time. So he yanked out all those pointless trees, and suddenly he could stand tall with total confidence. Confidently, they started hauling up the house using purification magic to iron the ground flat beneath them, and honestly, that power was insanely good. Good. He'd only used it a few times, and still the results blew his mind. Of course, he'd have to sweat again, too. To rebuild the bricks for the house, he'd give anything for magic that could slam an entire home together in a flash. He refused to pass out from sheer exhaustion again, especially if it happened right here then. Out of nowhere, the thought hit him. Maybe he didn't have to build a house after all. Using magical energy depends on the size of what he's making, like its volume and area. Plotting it out, yeah, this was only a theory. Still, when he builds a building, it takes a ton of energy. The damage didn't stay on the outside, it raged through the interior, and trust me, this is way more dangerous than you'd ever guess then. Suddenly, it's all painfully obvious. He's got to build that place step by step, laying its foundation with the bricks he just made. The protagonist started wielding magic. He knelt to the ground, shut his eyes tight, and pictured it in his mind. He pictured himself spreading mortar just right, pressing brick after brick into place until every gap vanished. And that would be the last wall once everything was done. The protagonist studied the building inside with bitter disappointment, but in the end, it was another plain box again. He'd have to build the roof and shove the doors on himself. And the whole thing looked like someone carved it out of tofu. So the MC secretly hammered together a house deep in the forest, and after some time, they cracked the egg open and froze because it had swelled bigger. The blue now deep as midnight, and you could feel it. Something dangerous was about to crawl out. Just then, she burst into his room and told him, "We're leaving soon." Our protagonist grinned and told him, "I'm already on my way." Then this year, everything changed. Right here, he'd turn 6, and once he did, they'd carry out his baptism. The village church was buzzing with life. And at last, the day arrived when the entire family packed in for the baptism. Mary glanced around and realized only a handful were there, maybe 10 people max. Back in her past life, that baptism ceremony didn't exactly light her world on fire. But now the naming ceremony is here, everyone has crowded into the sacred hall, and a priest named Paul snapped, "Everyone silence," and demanded total quiet. Dead silent, then he raised his voice and declared, "All right, let's begin the ceremony." With bated breath, the protagonist realized, this is it, his own magic is coming next, so he squirmed, let out a thrilled sigh, and couldn't sit still. Mary had to yank him back and hush him, because the priest just kept spinning this story about how people used to have to live. They lived in the shadows, crouching from monsters, until they finally cracked magic, and their power skyrocketed, significantly increased, and the ones who couldn't face those monsters solo banded together and started calling. Colonies surged outward, grabbing more territory with every breath, and it was magic that lit the fuse behind humanity's explosive growth. So, they're finally moving to the naming ceremony. Ours can barely wait, but Paul presses on during the ceremony. Regular people are handed their magic, and across the room, the protagonist sits there, nerves on full blast. With a warm grin, the priest turned to him and said, "All right, now I'll break down the process for you. So yeah, you're stuck waiting a little longer." The church takes in the believers, and later the owner gets handed a list of names. Names. The whole system runs on a sweet deal. Everyone benefits, you hand over a name, and you come under the owner's protection, plus you finally get magic at your fingertips. But don't get it twisted, this power is only for good. The priest stared straight at the protagonist and demanded, "Promise me you'll never use it for evil." Paul swore it without hesitation. Then Paul cracked open the sacred book and said, "Good." The MC eyed the thing like it was legendary. Maybe it was even sheepskin. And when they name someone, do they pull from some magic name dictionary? The priest shut the book, slid it back to the table, and pressed his hand on it with his eyes closed. Then he extended his other hand toward the protagonist, and in a solemn voice he announced, "The third son. Son of Ashir and Mary, yeah. That's his origin, and now he's named Paul, the holy father of this church. So from this moment on, he answers to Ars, living with an honest heart and zero chance of corruption. Live like this, and the one who gave you this name will guard you with everything he has." Paul snapped into a spell chant, and the protagonist's nerves spiked as he got ready. Just before he unleashed the magic power, he stared closer, and yep, it was real energy was surging into his palm. Then a blazing glowing oval snapped into view before Paul, instantly followed by a magic circle packed with symbols, and he stared in shock at those symbols because he'd been handed the magic of memory preservation. Then it hit him. What if he shoved that magic straight into his own head? Memory preservation was insanely useful, and the priest was already making The magic circle roared with raw power, blasting straight at MC. He felt it in every single cell. He figured the circle was sending some kind of information through, and that's where. Ars got his name and unlocked his magic. Then he remembered that first burst of light, thinking it was meant for someone or something. For everyday use, the move hit the exact same with the same time and power, whether you were a brand new kid or a full-grown adult. An adult now, he trained his power and sharpened his magic again and again, but nothing changed, so You could level up your fire magic just by perfecting the technique, and the protagonist thought, once he unlocked that magic, he'd finally learn how to take on other powers too. Besides earth magic, he was stuck with one brutal truth. There was nothing he could do until he tossed that idea aside and turned his eyes to Pastor Paul's magic circle, because something else was waiting there. He could finally peer into the depths of all the magic. Magical powers run wild in this world, and the moment the plan hits, the protagonist tries to pull it off. Nothing works. Ours just scratches his forehead, totally baffled, thinking, I've already mapped this out for so long. After many days, nothing made sense to him. MC stayed wrecked and sleep-deprived because the thoughts that crawled into his head every night just kept him spiraling. Our protagonist decided to dig in and break it all down piece by piece, starting with the fact that he couldn't even read these symbols, whether they were ancient or modern, and then until this moment what he'd been thinking about. All he cared about was food and coin, and honestly, he couldn't even scribble his own name. Then right then an eggshell cracked and the Magnus sprang up, anticipation burning, and blurted, Wait, is this really happening? I keep staring at that shell like, what's it going to do next? And it took forever to get there. Took forever to crack, and the MC just simmered in anticipation, dying to see what came next. Impatiently weighing whether to step in, then finally, the shell's top gave way with a brutal crack, splitting right to tiny fragments, smashing everything into revealing. A magical reindeer-like beast with horse features let out a soft, gentle sound, and we just stood there, staring at it in pure shock. A beast burst out of its shell, shook itself awake, and rose to its feet massive and unstoppable. Blown away by it all, the protagonist can already he'd done it. He called the beast straight to his side. He leaned in, grinning, and yelled, Valkyrie, come on! Let her go! Let her come to him. She's got this. The creature inched forward with shaky, hesitant steps. He took another step and let out a soft little sound. With a bright laugh, the protagonist reached out and patted Valkyrie's head. It's wild watching these creatures fight for survival. With everything they've got is just incredible. Incredible now that I think about it. She totally looks like a reindeer with these horse-like touches. She's got that solid pedigree build, but her mane is way too long. Can she even haul cargo when she's grown Valkyrie? Out of nowhere, she started chomping her own eggshells. Crunch, right between her teeth while MC blurted out, totally stunned. Is this normal? So it's normal for her to do that, right? And what does she even eat? The animal's look shifts depending on the magical energy swirling inside it. And that's the energy it feeds on, plus its shape likely shifts too. One thing's for sure when a riding dragon's around, it's hunting meat. A guy like him, living in poverty, would struggle to keep her fed with meat every single day, and that's why so many cases have ended the same way. The owner didn't have what it takes to handle the beast, so now the big question hits, what if Valkyrie starts craving milk? He can't crack it with magic, no matter how he tries, and the beast keeps crunching its shell like it's enjoying every second. Ars tossed her a 20. He'd grown near his house, and Valkyrie chomped it down with a grin. The protagonist chewed it with relish, then blurted out, shocked, You really like it? He figured it had to be a herbivore, and for some reason it looked like he dodged any food trouble. Problems piling up, he leaned down and told the little one there were tons of radishes waiting for them. Let her chow down on whatever she wanted. Suddenly, Valkyrie snapped her gaze to him and climbed straight into his arms. He froze in shock, like, what the hell is going on? Something felt right about her. She snuggled into the hem of his shirt and fell asleep, deep and peaceful, like she belonged there. Eventually, MC stared at her in stunned disbelief, and a warm rush hit him at how insanely adorable she was. She was then, in just 10 days, Valkyrie had grown at an insane pace, leaving us utterly stunned. So fast he told her to grow, sure, but at this pace, there's no doubt he'd sell her. He didn't even want to give her a name, afraid that one little word would make him care too much, but he already knew that wouldn't stop anything. The protagonist chose a special name for himself because Paul had warned him that magic wasn't random, it was a gift from the gods. But it honestly felt like the magic program just had a mind of its own and had only been. A magic circle had stamped it into his mind, and now he couldn't wait to try it so he could finally name his beast. If everything went her way, she'd finally cast magic on her own and have water she could call her own. But what if she drank the local stuff and got sick, right down to a brutal stomach or worse? It wasn't much, but water magic was still better than living without any. He was a little scared to use fire magic because if anything went wrong, and he could only hope he'd figure it out somehow, standing right beside the creature as he pondered what name would fit her perfectly. He wasn't even sure he could pick names well, or draw for that matter, but he was still determined to give it a shot himself. Then it hit him. He remembered the association game and started spinning options like crazy. A unicorn is just a unicorn. But what's a two-horned one? A bicorn. And a white king. Wait, is that a bicorn too? The answer finally slammed into his head, and he thought, I'll name. He froze as if a sacred, otherworldly warrior had stepped into the room calling her Valkyrie, her snow-white mane blazing like silver, the legendary goddess of war. He leaned in and asked if that name would fit her, and Valkyrie snapped her head up in full agreement. She couldn't believe it. She raised ours back. Turns out she actually understood some human words he'd told her, and she was about. He was insanely smart once he got settled in just right. The protagonist started the naming ceremony, already so locked in on his magic, he could barely stop himself. To use it with zero trouble this time, he was going to. Be careful. Every detail matters because once he's unleashed that energy, he can't. He shoved every ounce of magic into a single point because pinning magical power in place takes real guts. Then he focused harder and started channeling it. He started chanting the spell, and a bright, glowing oval began to form inside the altered air. An eerie aura warped and swirled until it snapped into the shape of a magic circle, and the protagonist froze, staring at it, wondering. He realized using magic outside his own body was way tougher, and the power itself kept fighting back, trying to summon a magic circle hiding deep somewhere in. All at once, his mind went numb like a pressure wave slammed in, and every drop of blood suddenly thundered into his brain. Blood vessels were about to split open then. At last, a real magical oval blazed into existence, its symbols snapping into place as its light crashed onto Valkyrie. MC let out a heavy breath and burst into pure delight. Yeah, he did it, but that win was the very top of his limit. He thrust his open palm toward the creature and without hesitation named it. Valkyrie. Then the magic finally ripped apart and faded into nothing. Participated, the protagonist crumpled to his knees, spent every last ounce of energy and swore this whole thing turned out way harder than he ever expected. He was way harsher on the plan than he'd expected, and he stared at the creature like it held the answer, because if this didn't work, then he'd be in deep trouble. He'd blown his chance, heaved out a shaky exhale, the protagonist's dreams collapsing with it. Organist pushed Valkyrie to give it a shot, and she nodded instantly. MC figured out the move and understood the plan needed to be used. Using fire in the house could get them killed, but when he stared at the beast, he couldn't help admiring her. Valkyrie locked in, slammed her front hooves, and launched a blazing fireball. A ball hovered above her body, and ours froze in shock. It's like magic! Then he jumped for joy and yelled at her. She's insanely smart. She's killing it right now, so let her keep going. Valkyrie didn't hold back. She threw every kind of magic at the problem, daring her to try something else. One by one, fire erupted, water surged, and purification sealed the deal. But the magic, in its core, refused to shift or change. The protagonist froze, then the animal slammed its front hooves, and bricks shot up from the ground like they were being summoned, leaving the protagonist completely stunned. This magic could conjure bricks, shape the whole landscape, and even level up the soil, making everything perfect, but it's blurry. but you can tell it's pouring magic in and beefing up the body at the same time. Kids blessed in the church can only wield one type of magic, so why did the Valkyrie master the new spell he himself created? Did the magic circle glitch, or did he botch the censure ritual? The MC let out a heavy, defeated sigh. So many questions clawed at him, no answers anywhere, so he took a leap of faith, dropped to the ground, and activated one of his skills. With those skills, he fashioned a cup out of thin air, then thrust it at Valkyrie like, "Check this out." And he leaned in and asked her if she dared to try making it with magic. She let out a confused little sound, like she was about to reject it right away. "We figured it out, that's exactly how it is, and Valkyrie can. Only magic fueled by spells counts like when he levels the ground. He first changes its size, then dumps out the exact magical power that matches it. Valkyrie's landscape leveling magic can reach up to 10 meters, so if you perform the rite of naming, the power gets transferred, but the name's owner. He can only trigger magic through spells, but the power to name things works like a whole system, not a divine gift, so that's why he never fully mastered light magic." Right then, Valkyrie trotted up to him and asked, "So, are you satisfied?" The protagonist grinned, patted her mane, and spilled the whole story. Everything was going perfectly until he started worrying about one thing. Would he run into trouble selling her? I mean, she could use not just her own magic, but his too. Well, he had to think this through. Every second then, later, when Kale finally showed up, he grilled the merchant and demanded to know if a service beast could use magic, and the poor guy just stared, utterly baffled, like he had no idea. He'd never heard of anything like that before, so yeah, probably not. And the protagonist was already convinced that being ripped from another world was the real prize, the thing that made his story hit hard in a way. Information, because bricks were still on non-stop special demand, and even this merchant who'd roamed everywhere couldn't remember ever hearing of them. It just had to be real, like maybe magic beasts existed after all, but only the rarest of the rare. Kale stared at the MC, completely baffled, and I asked, "Are you really asking?" So, yeah, that egg had already hatched. Was I right? Ours snapped back that it was true, and his beast could too. Also carry heavy loads. The merchant burst out, "That's fantastic," and asked if he could show it to him while the protagonist paused for a second, but didn't really feel worried at all. He'd warned Valkyrie to keep the magic hidden in public, but Kale wouldn't drop it, so he ordered him to wait while he ran back and grabbed his. When MC brought Valkyrie in, the merchant's eyes lit up. "Wow, she's amazing. She hauls cargo like a champ, and she's drop-dead gorgeous too. And that dazzling white stuff, the rich snatch it up first." "Of course," the protagonist snapped, fuming. "This beast isn't for sale." Kale blinked, caught off guard because didn't he want to cash in on this the whole time? He drawled it out because, yeah, it was true, but he'd already latched onto her, and for now, he refused to let her go. He thought, yeah, he was scared she'd use his magic, and honestly, he wanted her all to himself. Even though she's built to serve, she still understands every word he says, and she's got power on a whole other level, way beyond his, so whatever happens next. To make everything feel lighter, he wrapped an arm around Valkyrie's neck and softly stroked it, like he was trying to calm the chaos inside. Kale's breath caught the moment it landed on his skin, then he blurted out, and maybe that was the start of something more. They could strike a deal he had 5 more glorious beast eggs, and if he handed them over, then he would. And he'd hand them over to him for safekeeping. No freebies, of course. This guy was a businessman, through and through, and he was about to collect. Then he'd look to him, and with magic in hand, he'd raise the beasts for him and buy the hatched ones straight away. The protagonist shot him a confused look, and Kale smirked because, yeah, he wanted to grab every last beast for himself, didn't he? When it came down to it, they finally understood him because really, raising them wouldn't be hard for him. Sure, he'd have to start off with patience, but once that phase passed, after that, he'd get everything he wanted in full, especially because they'd been close for ages, and the protagonist was already realizing where it was headed with. We needed some clarity fast, so he started firing off the details. If he took major losses, he could end the deal, and he got to choose exactly how many animals to raise and when to sell them. They haggled over the price right at the buy-sell moment. Then he raised the eggs and sold them to him. In return, he got the magical eggs from him for free, and the deal ran for 1 full year. If time ever shifted, they could renegotiate the terms. MC summarized it like, he figured maybe things weren't so hopeless after all when the merchant stared back, stunned and openly impressed by his sharp business skills. The protagonist grinned and vowed that from that day forward, he'd raise magical eggs, because in their remote little village, nothing could beat this plan for raking in money. And with pure joy in his voice, he declared that, come what may, he'd see it through. He would give it everything he had. Valkyrie backed her master with her powerful sound. Kale gasped in shock. When the merchant and the protagonist finally split ways, Ours leaned in and thought, we've got to pour magic into every single egg. Valkyrie let out a snort and shoved her muzzle right up to the eggs, noisily sniffing them like she was hunting for secrets. She suddenly snatched the moment into her mouth, and the protagonist let out a terrified cry. Don't you dare eat that, she gasped, dropped the egg in shock, and it smashed down onto the floor. Then the protagonist shut his eyes tight and blurted, terrified, did it break? When he finally peeked back at the egg, thank every star stayed perfectly intact and right beside his wares. Valkyrie lay there, her belly pressed up against those eggs, he blurted in shock. Wait, do you really want to hatch them yourself? Valkyrie nudged them with her nose, then fired off weird sounds in her own language like she was calling the shots. He stared in shock, and it didn't stop for a second. She could sling magical energy through a spell so animals and eggs could soak it up already. He cut Valkyrie off and blurted, no, that's not right, because what they absorb decides what they'll look like. And if he wasn't the one raising them, then what was the point of any of it? He spotted several eggshells turning dark and figured out 3 of them had already gulped down her magic. So, yeah, he could help raise them together, but splitting the magical power would be a nightmare. He steadied his power, then paused and pointed at the 3 shadowy eggs. Valkyrie, take them. He handed the eggs over and told her to care for them well, and when the laugh hit, he recalled an old story right up. Long ago, in a past life, he'd found a little puppy and scooped it up. Then his mother ripped into him, voice sharp as steel, and demanded, tell me who's supposed to watch after it. Will he step in himself? That kind of responsibility could crush a man. Can he really pull it off? Even our gut felt confused. He figured if he snatched it home, he could save it. Then his parents' words hit him like a truck, but he still swore he'd definitely. So he got it under control, and they let him keep it. He fed and walked it himself, but his parents still covered the food and grooming supplies, vaccinations, and veterinary care. And when he finally looked back, he couldn't deny it. They were right on the money, because caring for a living creature, it wasn't easy at all then. After what felt like forever, every last animal finally hatched. But here's the crazy part. The ones raised by Ars came out a little bigger. But they all looked like Valkyries, so the first stage was already in the bag after he checked the empty storage bins. The protagonist. He stared in pure disappointment, because the more animals piled in, the faster the food vanished until the supply ran dry and they had to restock. It would take time, and if he wanted to build a business, one field would never cut it. So he had to tear through the forest and carve out more fields. He shouted for the animals to fall in behind him, then got straight to work right after he picked his way through, leaving the next part unfinished. At the planting site, he decided to run the whole thing the exact same way as before. 4. He dug up the roots, yanked the trees down, and when it was finally done, MC. Tear them out, break up the dirt, then hit the soil improvement so everything finally starts to thrive. He grabbed his tools and set up several beds, then tore through the inspection nodding like a mastermind. Once everything looked perfect, the field was ready, and it was absolutely excellent. Every animal marched onto the field and unleashed their magic to fatten up the soil, and Ours burst out in pure amazement. What are they even doing? He hasn't named a soul yet, so why are they blasting this power right now? Doesn't magic show up with the name? Animals have their own rules for that. Valkyrie started chanting spells in her. She whispered right beside his ear, and it hit way too loud, so he clamped both hands over his ears, confused out of his mind, thinking, wait, we'll all... So every animal born from now on is going to come out with magic powers. Then he should warn Valkyrie, no magic, not yet. He swore he'd stash it away for now. Kept tending the fields, and he remembered, yeah, width could be measured in domes then. After a bit, he finally looked. He stared at the field they'd built, and it looked like an overgrown forest, like the place had once been a simple field until new lands got developed and the people slowly vanished. Valkyrie was grown into full adulthood, and the forest swallowed everything, so when he stroked her neck with care, it hit him. This place was massive, and he could easily grow them. And it all comes down to the number of fields, because the village headman won't lift a finger to stop him. If he's serious about raising beasts like Valkyrie, he's got to push the past wider and expand it. They stretched the castures even more, swelling everything bigger, yet the moment the field widened, they kept drifting farther from home. So the protagonist had to ask his creature point blank, would she give him a ride, safely, along the way? He clocked that she wasn't some ordinary horse, but he still had to find a saddle and fast, before he could even finish that thought. MC grilled his father about the missing stirrups, and Ashura froze, baffled there wasn't a single craft in sight. In this village, they made stirrups and saddles for service beasts, but then their father noticed something the animals looked like had already hatched from the eggs. He fired a question at his son, asking if he needed a cart, and ours pointed out that harnessing animals. Everyone acts like that's normal here. He told his father that a cart was basically a must for the fields, but he refused to stop there. He wanted to saddle a service animal instead, because someday he planned to learn how to ride. And yeah, he'd get dragged into the army too, with mounted horsemen who were way deadlier than any foot soldier, no question about it. With Valkyrie carrying him, he'd rocket into becoming a top-notch horseman and even whip up a rope from radish stalks. He tossed it over his mount's head, tightening it into a bridle, and then his thoughts trailed off into a shaky, half-formed, even without a with a saddle and stirrups in hand, he vowed to learn, and the protagonist laid out the whole tale. He told her he trusted her, and Valkyrie shot back with a steady knowing yes. Ours knew. He had to figure out how to saddle a horse the right way, but when he finally got on, his pet turned out way easier to ride than he ever expected. After a while, MC finally snapped, "That's enough," and told her to move so he could ride in comfort, and because of her, he was able to ride without. No matter what he tried, the next day his whole body screamed with pain. Then the protagonist froze, totally baffled. What was happening to him? He'd written before, so why did this hurt so much? Pain slammed him, and no matter how much Valkyrie fought to help, some things just wouldn't be stopped, so to keep from falling, he pinned himself on her and numbed out on the spot he gripped with every muscle in his torso, held his body's axis steady, and the shaking eased down a lot. A saddle and stirrups would have made it easier, sure, but you can't quit just because you've got nothing. So from that day on, the protagonist doubled down and relentlessly trained in horse riding. Riding one night, Bite's older brother asked him, "So what's the one thing you always talk about before you go to sleep?" He always mutters under his breath, and when the MC calls him out, "What are you talking about?" he just shuts down and says nothing. Arce got back to his horseback riding training and started sketching a brand new kind of magic, one that would fire off spells. And right then Mary stormed into the room, cradling their little sleeping brother, telling the kids to hit the bed as the protagonist stared at his mother. He stared at his mother. Then when he focused his magic into his eyes and locked onto someone, boom, a blue haze wrapped around them, as if his power was boiling up from inside and refusing to let go, lasting way too long, and he had to stop that bubbling before it took over. He trained it to turbocharge his natural healing power by several times, so any magic he'd normally waste would turn into raw healing energy instead, and he'd known that for ages. Pay attention to the effect, but he hadn't thrown a single spell at it yet. He strapped it on because it had a permanent effect, and his land-clearing magic could rip through the ground to a fixed width. With brick creation magic, he can pop out perfectly sized, identical bricks every single day, and body-strengthening magic lets him turn his strength into stone for a while, but only if he uses a spell. If a spell landed on him, it would stick for ages once. He even chipped the wall while rolling in bed, so, yeah, if he cast body-strengthening magic, the effects would last way longer. The spell's effects clung on even through deep sleep, so he stretched the power of his labor restoration magic, and right there in his slumber, he kept whispering his meditation. With this, he'd bounce back by morning and wipe out every trace of muscle pain like some kind of miracle where he could fully restore himself just by staying in bed, and the thought hit him like Bite groaned through his drowsy haze, still grumbling out a few words, while the brave protagonist, now fully mastering complete healing, shamelessly kept training to ride, and then, sometime later, Kale showed up to see him and the merchant practically shouted, stunned, "You're telling me every single hatched beast has gone through that transformation?" Information processing, he expected just one or two, but his beast started multiplying at a terrifying pace, and when he scanned the field, the sheer width hit him like a punch. The protagonist blinked and said, "Is that so?" The merchant kept going. "It takes around a month to get them ready to hatch, and even if he's got several eggs, they won't all pop open at the same time." So MC stared in shock, thinking, "Is it because of that magical injection?" He grilled Kale, asking, "Are we safe to sell right now?" Then he pressed, "Who's even buying?" The man just shrugged and told him straight he had zero plans to sell anything. Selling them ours just stared, totally lost, and blurted, "Wait, does he want him to go and trade?" Kale said, "Yeah, of course." But deep down, that was the lie. The protagonist was ready to hand them out for free because that's exactly what they did to him right there. Rage flared in him. Maybe that merchant had simply forgotten. He'd make sure, right then and there. He swore he'd sell them, and the moment was ruined because he'd just lost his trust. He leaned in and said, "Hey, chill. He doesn't get it. He's still just a kid. This is meant as an offering for the nobles who run these lands." He'd already warned him that he had zero connections for deals this massive. To get the rich to buy from him, he had to win their trust first, and the rich had. They ran their own businesses and clung to old-school monopolies, so getting into their circle felt nearly impossible. The protagonist shot him a sharp look and said, "You told me the exact same story back when you sold me those dishes for basically nothing." Kale didn't even try to deny it. Then the man leaned in and said only nobles could get their hands on rare, priceless treasures, and he cut himself off. So for him, just a merchant with no connections and no trust pulling this off would be a nightmare, which is why they'd lay it out like this. So they'd march these beasts straight to the nobles, and that'd be the whole deal, because a trainable service beast you could harness was worth more than gold here. Everyone recognized it, and on the battlefield, these beasts could turn into a game-changing strategy. These beasts are worth a fortune. Give them to the right high-ranking officials, and they'll turn into a deadly conduit. Kale didn't back down if they wanted those beasts. He'd tell them to hand them over to other rich families. The main character leaned in, listening hard, and demanded what he meant. Then the merchant snapped back that they couldn't ignore the nobles' ruling, because those nobles were staring right at them. Seeing this through a social lens, if they sold these beasts as a weapon of strategy to the rival families tearing each other apart, then everyone in the mix would end up trapped in a brutal situation, and Kale suddenly said, "Then we're going straight to the nobles." He blurted out in shock, "Wait, you'll go." And the man nodded, saying, "Yeah," then ordered him to pass that message to his father. When the protagonist stared in shock, it hit him. Kale was serious, so he decided to haul him along with him to his patrons. So he finally stepped out of their village for the very first time, and on the road, he and his father struck up a conversation with the merchant too. They talked about all kinds of things, and before they even realized it, the city rose up right in front of them once the allies crossed into that territory. He stared in pure shock at everything around him, and then it hit. So this is what a city of nobles looks like when they've already left their homes behind. They left their home village and jolted down bumpy roads in a dragon-drawn carriage, and the ride stretched out for 3 long days. They finally crashed through to the city's fortress wall, and the protagonist couldn't hold back his grin, because this was his first journey. Of course, they weren't even on a high-speed train, but it was still worth every minute. He leaned toward the merchant and told him, straight-faced, that it was packed to the brim, so Kale skidded to a stop by a half-built building and told me straight up that construction job was why bricks were being demanded like crazy. To grow the city, they had to rip down part of the fortress wall, and now it was rebuild or bust. Sure, they were reusing the old bricks, but they were still woefully short on them. Ars asked him straight up if he keeps answering, won't the demand still stay high? The merchant tapped his chin like he was weighing fate, saying, wait, is that right? Then Ars blinked and realized it. These bricks are made nearby, so hauling them from far away is just throwing money into the fire. So yeah, if you trade this stuff, you're not walking away with big profits. Now they've got to kick off negotiations fast. The very first person they bumped into was the Fontana house's manager, a young guy named Raymond. He found them in the granary square and leaned in like, I'm counting on you. And then the sentence cut off like he'd just been stopped mid-step. Raymond felt entirely pleased. Surely they'd at least be allowed in, because he knew that commoners and merchants like them couldn't ever get near the head of the family. Raymond clocked what he'd been told those service animals really can be harnessed, and Kale fired back. That's right, they're built perfectly for it, cutting himself off mid-sentence. Problems. They'll be over the moon if Lord Fontana takes their gifts so the protagonist can't stop scratching his head like, after all, the merchant swore he was here to forge real ties with the upper class, not just trade small talk, so Raymond turned to Kale and demanded to know who he'd brought with him. He told him straight up it was Ars, the one who'd raised these beasts, and that the other man was the boy's father. Father Ashira, then the manager, blurted, if that's real, we could breed beasts by the thousands. Kale shot back, yep, that's right, they were called Valkyries, and the protagonist froze, stunned, realizing he'd just been talking nonsense. About that Valkyrie was the name of his beast, not the title of some whole species. The merchant leaned in and told Raymond they wanted his permission to breed and sell. Ars grinned and said they'd sell beasts like that, and his pet had stayed right there. She stayed put in the village, guarding the house, and he considered her a true friend. No way was he selling her. The manager said, all right, he'll hand over the written permission later, and then told me to let Mr. Fontana know. Kale shot him a thank you, and MC's mind snapped with shock, so the negotiator. Kale told the manager, the association's worked, but I've got no clue if these animals can actually be used in a fight. Raymond snapped into surprise. Wait, what did that even mean? The merchant finally set it straight. Those horns weren't a gift. They were a burden, a real hindrance. Clearly, this wasn't built for fighting before they could even think. It was already over. The manager whipped around to his assistants and snapped, start sawing now. Sawed off the magical beast's horns. Then the assistants closed in while our guy just wanted to rush straight up and cut them off. He tried to stop them, but his father slammed a firm hand onto his shoulder, silently telling him, don't you dare interfere. And then the protagonist, Magnus, was rattled to his bones. This vile guy planned to cripple their animals for no reason at all. For no clear reason at all. Frustration hit him like a wave. He clenched his fists and snapped his thoughts full of rage. He wasn't even allowed to so much as object. Rage flared in his eyes as he stared at the manager's assistants, burning with fury. Mercilessly hacks the animal's horns off then. Just later, as the protagonist stays holed up in a hotel, the father told him he'd done okay, and while MC sat on the floor, rage burned in his chest as he fumed about those idiots. How dare they hurt his little ones like that? Ashira shoved him to wash his hands, and the main character stared at his palms like they'd just betrayed him. He felt as if his horns had been trying to sprout any second. They were hunted off, and the animals didn't squeak once. No noise at all, like a guide dog on duty. During those first training days, they had to stay completely silent. They stay silent like nothing can break them, even if they accidentally crush a burning cigarette, even if. They'll even cut themselves and still won't whine a single bit, because since ancient times, dogs have been man's loyal companion. They gave it everything they had, service animals or not. They were just dogs, so why on earth would anyone do that? He did it to them, and when it was over, Ours finally broke, tears spilled before he could stop them. His fists clenched hard, and his whole body screamed that he hated being helpless. His father barked for him to calm down, and the protagonist choked out his question in despair. Didn't he feel even a shred of pity for them? He cared about their health more than the fact someone had cut their horns off, because if the animals he gave them died, who knew what would happen to them next? And honestly, it was insane, since they were supposed to be a noble family, so what else? What else did he expect? If you snatched their horns away, would the animals just drop dead fast? He had no idea how long they even... Of those creatures, yeah, it was a real shame their horns were gone, but if he wanted to keep breeding them, he had to dig in deep and investigate properly. MC told his father. Ashira managed a sad smile and said, "I'm just thinking how helpless ordinary people really are." Like the calm in him was hiding something heavy. People were lining up against the elite. Then Arcee shot him a look that said everything, and the thought hit her. My father, even if... He's uneducated, but that doesn't make him stupid for a second, my father. Even with all that he learned about another world, still clocked details so sharp he caught things others missed. As a child, he somehow made agriculture work and got real results so much that it felt weird to everyone, and when he still didn't pay taxes, people started resenting him for it. Even the village headman threatened to strip him of his fields, but his father stepped in and laid everything out until the whole mess made sense. He told me he needed those fields for breeding service beasts, and the radishes were the key, because the wheat they grew in the radish fields just wasn't enough. And then there was the rest. Was the poll tax and the land tax. At first the nobles shrugged off everything, saying they didn't care about either raising service beasts or collecting taxes, but thanks to his father, they instantly got the green light to breed and sell the beasts. The power to own land and to pay taxes in cash instead of wheat. Kale was ecstatic. Now they'd finally got the right connections. Ashiro stared at his son and said, "Since we're in town, why don't we grab a few things, and you're going to explain what's going on." They decide to scout the surrounding area too, and the protagonist shoots him a warm smile like he's already in on the plan, believing that he'd always have a father he could count on. And yeah, he was insanely happy as he wandered through. In that city, the protagonist scanned the streets and realized something terrifying. There weren't any wooden buildings at all. Maybe wood wasn't even their go-to material. No way. His father finally answered, "Yeah, those wooden buildings can burn just like that." MC pressed on, "I could torch the whole place." And he added, "And there aren't even any windows to stop me." "You mean these windows, right?" Ashura warned him that light magic could seep through them, and once it did, everything would ignite. Windows weren't needed at all. Ours just went quiet, staring in pure confusion, because when you break it down, everything ties back to magic, and his father was laughing like it was the funniest truth in the world. He laughed and said it was all thanks to God's blessing. Then the protagonist's thoughts twisted to the life magic that comes with FK. With a name, so is this really God's blessing? Is that what all this magic is tied to? Then right in the middle of it, he can't even finish the sentence, and he blurts out with pure joy and points like a hunter. There it is, a window. And then he's already thinking, realized those tough window panes were about to fly off the shelves like crazy. He swore his next big product would be glassware, so he could pour magic into a spell and crank it out in bulk. And if that worked, was it too wild to think people would start begging for whole buildings, too? The father watched his son like he already knew, and that tiny smile said it all. "Oh, great," he's at it again. Even the merchant sighed. "Kid, you've got enough drama for an entire circus." Ashir shot back, "Yeah, I know how to surprise." And even then it was because of him that their village finally began to prosper. And yet, just recently, famine tore through everything and everyone around him was dropping like flies, Kale said. They must have been starving for years, year after year. People wasted away and died. The land crumbled into ruins, and from day one, these places were swallowed by the flames of war. A war that burned everyone out so bad that people started clawing for food, and that desperation nearly sparked the next catastrophe. And right in the middle of it all, he stumbled on a weird little radish plant. It sprouted everywhere, even in deserted fields, and somehow it didn't taste totally awful. Yeah, this root veggie still wasn't exactly delicious, but not totally inedible. Either, thanks to 20, they managed to slash the death toll from starvation. It shrank down, but it was built for one mission, saving food for winter, and somehow it shot up so fast that he couldn't believe it when he found. He ended up in a village tucked near the northern forest, where that radish was grown. Most villages drowned in despair, life turned unbearable, but this village, it felt different. They clung to this root vegetable like it was life itself, because without it, people here didn't know how to live. He didn't even know what hunger felt like until Arcee showed up and offered to buy his product. Kale was absolutely stunned. How could a boy who wasn't even old enough for baptism be so oddly smart guy? He peppered him nonstop with questions, demanding to know if there was anything else he could sell. He was wildly smart, almost too smart for a regular peasant, and once he became a merchant, he had to hustle from door to door to make the sales. He burst through the door with radishes and sandals in hand, and the moment he saw that little guy, something clicked, so he started showing up to the north again and again. In a northern village, they kept hauling him in again and again each time. Our guys grilled him for a full hour, and before long, just a few years had slipped by. Now that he'd grown up, he made something new, these magic mushrooms, the ones he'd already dropped that clue. This rare item would sell for a fortune, and suddenly the poor village could finally thrive through trade. Village. But it was pure danger for a kid that young to wander into the forest alone. So he told him to wait until he was older yet. Eris insisted everything was going to be fine. He was certain of it, roaring with that blind confidence, even though he'd seen plenty of young men get wiped out by the very same kind of arrogance. So he acted like he didn't care about his plans, then pushed the idea of making bricks. His stuff stayed solid, and people couldn't get enough of it. Demand echoed through the room, and the protagonist leaned in, promising he'd master pottery. When Arsh wheeled out his wares, Kale's jaw dropped. Every piece looked unreal, like pure beauty forged in steel. How in the world did he pull this off? The boy smiled and started to tell. He told him it was a secret. Then he stared at the amazing dish, and right there, he saw the boy's real face. So he had to come from some noble bloodline, right? The protagonist shut that down fast and swore it wasn't true. Then he blurted, "This dish looks just like a family heirloom that's been handed down for generations." And then he shot down his words right away, and Kale leaned in and asked, "Wait, is he some impoverished noble from a fallen family?" And our family pushed back on that hard, so now that he's gone through the baptismal rite, he's going to keep blowing everyone's minds from the egg we bought from him. A once-in-a-lifetime, jaw-dropping rare beast hatched him, and right off the bat, he showed off a wild, unstoppable will. Meanwhile, the boy was already laying bricks and growing magic mushrooms. He's always hunting for the next big thing, and he already knows the answer to his own question. People kept asking why he was grinding so hard for all that money. Turns out the kid was trying to buy a weapon, and yeah, he was already heading into it. He probably wanted to claw his family's honor back from the battlefield and earn true renown. Yeah, wait, that's not even the full story. No way, that can't be right. Maybe they weren't his real parents at all. And nope, that excuse doesn't stick either, because they looked just like him. So the truth is cruel. They were probably protecting a kid whose family got shoved into hiding. But that sounded like total nonsense. Still, one thing was certain. This little kid would grow up to be a great man, and the next step was to establish. If he wanted a tighter bond with him, he'd play the go between no excuses. He had to keep that relationship strong. He had to win our trust for real before he even got older, like there was no shortcut. And right then, the protagonist cut him off mid-sentence and blurted, wide-eyed, "Wait, did you seriously just say?" If he wasn't planning to pay for the goods, the merchant shot back that he'd come with him, and Kale locked eyes with the protagonist and swore he'd follow him anywhere, MC. He was stunned by what was happening, and before he even knew it, his entire life got pulled into orbit around this boy after just a little while. After a while, the allies slid into the carriage and sat in eerie silence, while the wheels groaned and creaked under them. The moment he saw them, he burst into a grin, sprinted straight into his mother's arms, and yelled, "We're home." He figured that after a few days of hustling through the city and snagging every last thing they needed, they finally stumbled back home. then snapped up a saw to cut down the trees he'd felled while clearing the forest, a cart for hauling radishes, and even the socks his father had been craving. The protagonist flashed a grin. The money he'd fought to earn was already running on empty. But this time was different now. He'd rake in a huge profit by selling his service beef. Beasts! He snatched the brand new magical eggs. Then the MC went, "All right, these are service beasts now," and named them Valkyries. He sold them for the price of a riding dragon. Ours charged back to his beloved, shouting that he was finally home. She wrapped him up in a hug, and Valkyries blurted out happy little sounds like they were cheering. The protagonist realized service animals could be worth a fortune like he was the only one who could make, of expensive cars, and now they had the green light. But before he even started, he had to pull off one more critical move. At Fontana's place, 3 animals had their horns ripped off, and now he had to find out what would happen if he hit it right now, because he only had 2 animals left, and he was about. He'd hack one horn clean off, leave the other untouched, then compare the results, and honestly, that's the whole point. Think of service animals like living, moving goods, not just helpful pets. As he closed in, he patted the animal's mane and begged for forgiveness, swearing he'd need it to stay smart. Pushing through the noise in his head, he hacked off the animal's horns, and just a few days later, reality hit it hadn't fixed a thing. The moment they feared wasn't a lie, he was still alive and kicking. But the truth was brutal. The magic was gone, just like ours suspected. The beast didn't tap into either its magic or its usual form, and even though it didn't look like its power was totally gone, something about it felt off, it seemed. He just couldn't use it. Stuff like that happens to plenty of people, too. His father had warned him that after the war, anyone who lost both arms couldn't cast magic anymore, and the lesson hit hard come. Now that I think about it, to kick magic into gear, you've got to cast a spell and set your hands in the exact right spot. Mess it up and it won't work at all. It won't work. Same rule here. Cut off the beast's horns, and it loses every magical power, like that and this knowledge. That knowledge would swing things in his favor, just like the merchant warned a magical beast here is pure, rare gold. And if any of those hatch, it could trigger a disaster, especially if the Valkyries start raising magical eggs. He could barely pull off becoming the only producer of such a rare prize, especially with the missing horn. Don't worry, those horns won't put anyone in danger, and their manes hide the whole truth. He grabbed the neck of his test beast, and it burst out with a happy sound. He gritted his teeth, gathered every ounce of willpower he had, and then finally saw. He tore off all the Valkyrie's horns to sell them to a merchant. Then after a while, Paul invited him over, and the priest finally told him. Paul told him he'd done great, and MC pressed, asking if he meant the Fontana family's permission. Paul and everyone nodded. Yeah, sure, but it wasn't just about getting permission to trade service beasts. Before this, that far-off village was perfectly normal, except for that book packed with strange symbols, so on rainy days, he'd trek to the church just to learn how to read them. He couldn't read a single word, so the priest shoved the document into his hands and declared it was permission to use the land he'd carved out of the forest, and the protagonist blurted, "It's all thanks to my father, because paying that wheat tax had been brutal." Paul grinned and said Ashira, but this wasn't some boring tax talk. He dove straight into the clauses. The permit for land ownership in the northern forests, and the payment of taxes in cash. MC froze, stunned. Had something changed? The priest had dropped the truth on him, and now came a nasty question when he'd plowed the land. What exact area did it cover? Ours, he asked. He asked the priest if this was the same place where he'd cut down the trees and cleared it all, and the priest nodded, saying, yes. He never spells out when, where, or how much land he's talking about, so every patch he's already broken up, and every field he digs into next becomes his. They want him to treat this place like his property, and the fact they let him pay taxes in cash doesn't automatically mean it's just for growing crops, because the document doesn't even say how this land can be used. So yeah, now he can do whatever he wants. The protagonist is totally thrown off, so he blurts out, "What does all this even mean?" And the priest just smirks and says he can now become a... That big landowner had Paul utterly stunned by what he just heard, so he snapped, Wait, seriously? Then Paul shook his head and said, Oh, really? That Fontana family really does run these lands. Sure, they've got a slice of the territory, but that doesn't mean they truly own it outright, so they team up with a powerful family that holds part of the land and hands them special rights, while the state keeps control of the rest. And the taxes those families pay are what fuel the troops the protagonist demanded, so why was the guy so perplexed that they still let him become a landowner? Trading alone had to be enough, right? The priest leaned in and said he was the youngest son, so he probably didn't even want to pick up and move to other lands just to start. Service animals. He probably had give the land away on his mind, and that idea was downright terrifying because everything changes after that. Besides, nobody thought a kid could plow through fields as big as an entire family's land just to come home, and ours swore, that's way too much for a child. Kid, he didn't even realize he'd switched professions, and if he had, he'd have just widened his lands as much as he needed and wouldn't. Let them sneer down at him now because sooner or later he'd have to carve out new lands of his own. He'd unleash magic and drop every last tree in one brutal sweep. Call in the Valkyries and have them sweep everyone into one spot. Level the cleared ground, but even then, it wouldn't earn a single coin. He had 4 ways to rake in money: breeding vocaries, growing magic mushrooms, crafting bricks, and farming radishes. Sure, selling Valkyries should rake in the money, but why risk it? I'd rather be extra safe, because the demand for bricks. His supply might run out any day, and growing mushrooms meant serious work. He had the land, sure, but he couldn't do it alone, so he'd have to hunt for help fast. There was no way he could handle this alone. He had to hire people to clear the land, harvest the crops, and guard the storage, even if the sales still fell on his shoulders, so he could focus on plowing. So he needed part-time workers in this land, and the protagonist immediately turned to his family, anyone free to help. That night, they were chowing down on bean soup and white bread, and Bite happily told him he'd found the right place, so don't forget that. The protagonist blinked in confusion. His older brother had begged for part-time work. No, he wasn't looking for some random job he was hunting for. But workers fine, an older brother that felt wrong. Bite, casual as ever, told him he could count on him again, and the MC just stood there, totally thrown. Was it really normal for the older brother to end up working for his younger sibling? He spun around and begged his mother for guidance. Mary nodded and told the eldest son he was right. He thought, if he and ours lend a hand, the wheat harvest will be a breeze. And then he blurted it out with pure glee, it'll be done, because if his brother truly wanted it, then there was no reason he couldn't get it. But he kept dodging homework nonstop, and it was eating away at his nerves, especially because if he pulled that stunt at work too, he'd get fired. He stared at that thoughtful Bite like, wait, what are you plotting? Yeah, he had something cooking, bite it. Bite snapped. He'd already made up his mind. Fine, give him 1 Valkyrie. It's totally unfair that only he gets to ride. MC thought, yep, that figures. Then he answered his brother. Sure, he'd already spent a couple of times in the saddle, but did he actually like it? Like the Valkyrie that much, Bite barked. Of course, all heroes save the beautiful princesses on horseback. Everyone looks up to guys like that. Then our protagonist let out a heavy sigh, like he could already feel trouble closing in. So Bite jumped in and started helping him out in the field then. Once they stepped into his warehouse, his brother snapped that the secret hideout of his looked downright pathetic, and it only got worse. It looked exactly like a prison, only in ours voice. Irritation snapped right through, and then out of nowhere he blurted that his whole domain was a prison with walls no one could break alone. A lonely prison sits out in the middle of nowhere. Don't ever underestimate him. Right then, the protagonist's fists tightened, and he realized, yeah, this place looks rough. He's getting stronger every single day, and so is. He's obsessed with his own abilities, and ever since he can remember, architecture has called his name. Now, he finally has the perfect opening to turn those dreams into reality. Finally, it happened. He leaned in and studied the inn where they'd crashed the night during their trip into the city. The protagonist had already memorized every inch inside and out. Then he studied the building inch by inch with magic. And just like that, The magic power roared to life, and with a razor-sharp spell, he spread it carefully along the whole structure. He cracked open the earth technique like an old habit. Yeah, he knew it inside and out. After this MC unleashed a memory retention skill and suddenly locked every detail in place like it was permanent. When we checked the project, our crew froze because it looked exactly like computer graphics. He'd trained himself to memorize every building down to the last detail, and the moment he tried crafting his first one, he sprinted out totally drained of energy. That's when the nightmare hit. He misjudged exactly how much magic he'd need, because it wasn't just for the outside, it had to power the inside too. Now he'd hex the bricks with magic and burn the construction method into his mind, because he couldn't afford to waste a single drop of the energy he needed for this. So he could rebuild the interior and recreate what was missing. It was something like an inn when he tried to picture the magic circle again. It slipped through his memory like smoke, and this time, he finally grasped the magical power's true shape in his mind. So the rest. Getting a break wouldn't be hard to code first. He had to make Then he went to work on the bricks, forced his mind to summon the magical energy he'd memorized, and finally had to reshape that magic right into bricks and mortar. When the protagonist snapped his eyes open, his eyes widened, pure shock hit him, and he felt like there were no limits left. He stared at the finished building and burst out in pure joy. It actually worked. The house-building experiment totally worked right in the city. The inn sat crammed right next to the other houses, so they had to raise bigger walls plus carve out space to store the harvest, and even build a stable fit for the Valkyries. The roofs over every room have to be built by hand, and they still haven't even put the windows in yet. It's basically a clone of that place, and this spot is way safer than that old box. Sure, there aren't any doors or furniture yet, but he doesn't need fancy things. The fact he can forge something that strong means he's leveling up fast, and someday this place will finally become his real home too. Then he sprinted back, burst into the house smiling, and shouted at For dinner, his mother grinned and said, "Beans, white bread, and soup." Exactly what he'd been hoping for. Right then, his father snapped his attention toward him and asked for a minute, and when the protagonist caught that worried look on his face, he demanded, "What's going on?" Ashura got pestered by lumberjacks, and later the MC rolled up to Medlock, who said, "Your crew's here early today." He joked, "Did you run out of wood for those mushrooms?" The MC snapped back, "Not exactly. I heard people whining about how I've been cutting down trees myself." Medlock was a lumberjack, an old buddy who used to help him grow magic mushrooms, and the lumberjack said, "Oh, I get it. That's why he showed up in the first place." The protagonist handed him a gift his father had given and told him he wanted his opinion on what was going on. Medlock. Pouring the wine we'd brought him, he took a sip and declared it was delicious. MC shot back, "Yup." They'd bought it in town, and still, he didn't tell the old man that his father had been regretting giving that drink away ever since. He shoved it over as a gift because he loved it that much, and the lumberjack snapped, "Look, we're not angry, we're just a little irritated." The protagonist cut in, "So you don't. If they hate him for chopping down trees, fine, but he's not stopping, because he's determined to keep expanding his territory, and he's convinced he has to figure out a way to settle this." Medlock said, "Make sure my work doesn't wreck the lumberjack's paycheck and pick a spot where we can fell trees right away." Good news, there's another way, and that little gentleman completely missed what was really causing the problem. The protagonist frowned and asked, totally thrown off, if it was really all about the hassle it caused to the lumberjacks. Cutting down and hauling trees takes serious muscle, but he tackles it like it's nothing, effortlessly. With his beasts in tow, he pressed the old man again. Were they bothering him at all? The lumberjack shot back, "No, I don't think so." Medlock's words hit him hard. MC tried to understand what was happening, yet he never judged them, even as their actions twisted his professional pride. Medlock just grinned and said he was born to be a lumberjack, and he'd live and die that way. Pride swelled in his chest. Those trees were their bread, their treasure, and he was damn proud of what he'd done for them. Yeah, he thinks he'd like it. What happens if you chop down the forest trees and just leave them there? How can anyone stand there and watch those fallen trunks rot? The woodcutters assumed he was slinging insults at them, so our guy stared him down, tense as a drawn bow, quietly listening in. Leaning in like it mattered, he finally said, "So that's it," and the woodcutter kept going. "They're not just pushing for more, they're going to widen the fields, cut down the forest, and start clearing it all, besides. So the nobles are behind this. Huh, the protagonist thought. Yeah, it's not like it's their choice, it's their command, so that's how it is in the village. Huh." Medlock put it all together like nobody ever complained straight to his face, but still, people could be quietly miserable, and he wants us to. The protagonist sank with dread. His father had already heard about the unrest from Medlock, and he'd warned him before the problem could spiral out of control, yet he was stuck in his own world, oblivious to everything unfolding around him. The lumberjack eyed the thoughtful MC, like he could see the gears turning, and then he said, "If someone makes a mistake, don't waste a second, fix it right now." Finally, Ours leaned in and asked, "Can you help me?" He wanted to seize control, and he knew the force. Near the village stretched a wilderness so endless that if he pushed deeper, he might never come back, but no one even knew the exact. Still, he kept at it, magic blazing, Valkyries flying, ripping through the forests have to shrink, and that's a brutal environmental warning when they're torn down. The land can no longer hold on to moisture. The fertile ground that feeds the crops is getting stripped away, and if things get really bad, these lands could turn into deserts, while firewood vanishes too. And with brutal winter after brutal winter, desertification feels like it's right around the corner. "Without firewood, I can't make it," the protagonist shouted, so he decided to build a forestry industry where people would craft artificial forests, and that way they'd score top-tier wood quality too. He's got magic mushroom wood on his mind, sure. He knows how to grow veggies and wheat, but trees, he's clueless, so he barges in and begs him, plus the other lumberjacks, to help. And if he keeps cutting into the forest, he's still got to defend it with those lumberjacks who actually love it. Then all the discontent will vanish, so, what? He really likes that idea. Medlock leaned back and said the power of nature is unstoppable, way beyond human control, and the thought of the forest disappearing for good is just too wild to picture. MC fired back with excitement. "Do you get how crucial it is to manage the forest and the law?" The lumberjack stopped mid-sentence and demanded they hold up while he checked with the others. Easy as that. The lumberjacks didn't buy a word of our pitch until Medlock stepped in, crushed their doubts, and got them to agree to just watch the process for now. But there's a rumor. Rumors ripped through the village. Fast people were whispering that the northern lands beyond it were under his control now, and that outrage hit like a punch. Rage snapped through him. How could anyone even think that? It was normal, and everyone just rolled with it so fast. Quickly, our protagonist handed forest management over to Medlock, and boy, was he right. After a while, the old man hauled the wood for him and lined up every log with careful hands. Then the protagonist spotted the pile and blurted in pure delight like, "This is enough material." While the locals grew magic mushroom material, nearby carpenters crafted gorgeous wooden doors and furniture for his house. He ditched the field work and handed it to his brother, and to his total shock, his brother didn't just work. He handled people like a pro, and the protagonist couldn't believe his eyes. He turned around and gasped. More people had poured in, and in one of the garden beds, he spotted a man with a little boy, then leaned in and asked them where Bite was. The boy shot back that he was training service animals, and the protagonist couldn't shake the thought that it definitely wasn't easy. Rage boiled in his veins. Indignantly, he'd hired others to take his place, and that hit him deep, so deep it felt like it would swallow him whole. His shame crushed him. He bowed to the man and the child, then begged them to forgive his brother. "Brother," the man waved it off, saying, "No big deal." After all, the harvest would be split up with the villagers, so of course they pitched in. He ruffled the boy's hair with those words, and the gratitude on his face was the kind you can only feel when you've lost everyone you loved. Those who fought in the war, and folks like him, like us, who can't work the fields fully, and he started thinking we needed to hire someone. He was meant to get paid in cash, but nope, it never happened. What a total scoundrel his brother was, so, thanks to. Now, Everyone finally let the protagonist focus on cutting through the forest, raising service animals, and tending magic mushrooms. And when he saw the whole operation running like a machine, he realized this world was growing and shifting fast. By then, the protagonist had already hit 8 years old. Then boom, the bad news hit too. The fields were getting wrecked. Bite rushed in with the word that they'd found giant boar tracks, and Medlock threw the real nightmare on top, saying it was worse than ever because the trail showed not just 2 huge boars, but 2 small ones too. MC blurted, stunned, so they've been here before and still remember what radishes taste like. If there's no real danger, then why pay at all? Bite snapped at him in pure panic. Can't you see how dangerous this is? If he keeps going, the whole job will grind to a halt because of those boars. Fearing for their lives, the protagonist froze, because in a past life he'd watched news reports about how boars were wrecking agriculture and piling up losses. Madlock scratched his head. Yeah, traps were set, but still they couldn't land a single catch, and he muttered that he hadn't heard a word about boars showing up lately. The protagonist finally clocked it. The answer was right in front of him the whole time. It all started with that forest clearing his fault, every bit of it. And yeah, there are spots where they just thin the branches and leave the trees standing. But there are way more spots where the trees have been wiped out completely. So wild animals spill out hunting for food, leaving the giant boars right behind, still craving what they tasted. As the forest's chief steward, he's forced to handle what's about to turn into a major problem later on. Do it for the people who work here, because the boars are back, and they're smashing the harvest to pieces. The allies crouched inside the cart, and the protagonist sucked in a breath, whispering in horror at how massive they were, nearly 3 meters tall. Bite stared at them, and swore those targets were untouchable, like arrows simply couldn't land. The protagonist shot back, stunned. Wait, what did he mean? Like seriously, what are we even supposed to do now? If he's going to be like the heroes, then let him crush these monsters. Bite told him to come up with the plan all on his own, and MC pushed for pulling the nobles into it too. The lumberjack snapped that they probably wouldn't help at all because of the radishes, and our crew stared back, totally confused. They won't even try, not even a little, the old man grunted and said they'd been told to. No one was going to hand them answers, and the protagonist grimly realized they had no choice but to figure it out themselves. Choice he had to crack a solution fast. Then he leapt onto his beloved Valkyrie and charged straight at the... With the enemy hanging back at a safe distance, the protagonist stared them down and told the beast to come up with a strategy. Valkyrie nodded, and MC thought, even from here they're so massive I'll have to sprint in and strike before they crush me. Defeating them wouldn't be a cakewalk one quick swipe, and that's it. But if they latched onto you with those razor fangs, you... Surely he was about to die then. Out of nowhere, everyone heard the soft pounding like it was ours to claim. Feeling his pet's heart hammer beneath his palm, soaking in every ounce of that living warmth. He froze in shock. She was waiting for him. He was trying to calm down, ready to thank her, but she caught it. He was totally fine. She snapped her hooves impatiently, then surged forward. Just as everything sped up, the protagonist barely snatched the moment before it slipped away. Yanked her in close, gripping the handle tighter so she wouldn't tumble. And he couldn't stop staring at her insane speed. With that kind of speed, Valkyrie can barely lock onto a target, so... She charges in mid-fight and tears into the enemy, then the MC snaps his power on. Ryuji ripped the trigger and let loose several shots that tore the air into stone simultaneously, watching the attack slam into the boars. He kept replaying it in his head. What if he hadn't fired that spell in time? But it worked just fine anyway. But since he still hadn't managed to even touch the ground, the hit barely lands, and the enemies. Shaken by the attack, he surged forward, no time to breathe. Just move. Arsh roared at them, screaming to Valkyrie that they needed to bolt right now. She figured it out on the spot and bolted for... Suddenly, the protagonist spun around and locked eyes with the next thing. As the boars charged closer, I couldn't help thinking, man, those things were moving way too fast. They were no way was this easy, because keeping up Dal. At a moderate distance from them, he even noticed that Their eyes blazed red with fury, and he grinned because every single thing was clicking right into place, just like he'd planned. And then it hit him. Turns out his deadliest weapon wasn't some one-shot trick. It was the way his whole body got stronger, like a power-up awakening all at once. Then the protagonist whipped around to Valkyrie, and she burst upward into the sky. MC stared in awe. As he moved and read every thought racing through his comrade, pride surged so fast in flight that a few feathers burst loose and scattered. To scare a few of the nearby birds away, Ours peered down into the endless abyss beneath them. As he looked up at the birds soaring nearby, he lit up with pure joy. Yep, they really were. Valkyrie swept down and landed on the other side of the cliff, and he pressed himself to her like he couldn't let go. He exhaled and realized that with his raw physical power, beefing up his body would cost way more than he expected. Then Valkyrie snapped his focus. And then he surged toward the abyss's edge down below. The defeated opponents lay still as the protagonist. Linus knew it the moment he saw it falling from that kind of height wasn't survival, it was instant doom, and with beasts that huge, any reckless hit would just get him killed. That's why he had to whip up a smarter trap, because he couldn't help feeling bad about it. Sorry about the bodies, but he still tore into them and ate every last one. For which she even apologized. MC gently stroked his pet's neck, told her they could go back, and Valkyrie nodded along, right then and there thus. Thus, our hero's first battle was over, and the moment he crashed back to his allies, their admiration exploded. Bite joyfully shouted, "There he is, his!" His brother so confused, Medlock grilled the protagonist. "Did you take them down?" And the protagonist shot back, Now it'll all be fine. At least that's what everyone hopes. Then he's got to go hunt the meat. Bite, still confused, muttered, "Wait, what are you saying? This mess wasn't just a few wild boars. Other boars were tearing through the fields too, and the forest was... After all, it made perfect sense if they came back again. He'd be all in on relying." His little brother, the MC, froze. What the heck did he just say? Was that babble for real or total nonsense? Ours had now turned into the biggest boar and exorcist with no bite. The very next day, the protagonist kicked off training, sharpening his aim until his shooting skills felt razor sharp. Brawling with monstrous beasts up close was pure death, so he had to reach for a longer range attack. After taking down several giant boars for the first time, he pushed himself too. He kept drilling his magic attacks, blasting off a barrage of stone projectiles like razor-sharp arrows, even while he rode a Valkyrie, so yeah, the power. As he threw farther, the strike's power faded, but he could still get it out a solid 20 to 30 meters. And honestly, this was the perfect spot for a spell. But that one shot wouldn't do it. Setting a trap like a crack, and then marching out to battle a Valkyrie was way too messy, so he had to figure out how to halt the devastation of the... He ignored the animals, didn't need to kill anyone, and kept pushing forward anyway. The safest defense against an ending like this always came first. An enemy's basically a wall in disguise. Out in the village, it's wooden boards, and in the city it turns into a full fortress wall, so... Yeah, you'd better ring that field with defenses. Every move you make can lean on the wisdom our ancestors left behind. So, yeah, you've got to build that wall. So the workers can finally breathe easy. Your team will start circling the field from the forest edge, and then keep rolling forward from there. As he keeps moving, fresh cleared ground starts popping up bigger than before, too. Not only has a massive pit been carved out for the boars, but now a new hollow has opened up as well. They say the big one feeds the little one, so he decides to raise a taller wall, stronger than ever, because if 3-meter-tall monsters suddenly smash in, it has to hold. If it happens, he'll grab extra time and slip out of danger, so the protagonist can't stop picturing how it'll all go down. Listen, he'd already mapped out the thickness, but the inside could still be packed with sand, and that structure would be pushed to its absolute limit. It was only 5 meters wide, and then every last piece had to be snapped together. M with his fist clenched so tight it hurt. MC felt power slam through his body just like the day he built the guest house, and he knew he could go even bigger, something enormous, and a fuck. In a blink, everyone knew his land stretched forever, So we figured building that kind of wall meant finding the right spell one that could take. It took forever to cast, and you had to keep firing the exact same spell over and over, droning the same words over and over until the perfect conditions finally lined up. Brutal work, and mastering brick magic took him months. Sometimes he'd replay the same words over and over, totally unaware, and he mastered wall-building magic way quicker than he ever could nail shooting magic. And just wait, the paganist used the exact same playbook here, just like he did when he built the guest house. With this, the MC could replay the exact same magic again, and it would make his work easier. Now, the spells hit like a truck, so once the protagonist touched the ground, he started raising the wall piece by piece. In a blink, his wild imagination snapped into reality. Then the Valkyries showed up, and what happened next stunned him. The Valkyries, who stayed with their horns, let him tap into his magic. He only got after the naming ceremony, and he couldn't help but wonder what the rules even were. Then he looked up and saw five beast heads lined up like soldiers and started stacking a wall. How is that even possible? He had only left them behind for Valkyrie breeding, so why were they building? They finally did it, and the whole thing looked powerful, like a punch to the eyes. The MC handed them magic mushrooms and told them to stop, take a breather, and recharge. He had to drain his focus into charging that magical energy. Only problem was he had zero idea what to cook, how to do it, or even where to start, but he still clung to hope that the Valkyries gobbled every last mushroom with zero hesitation. Ours watched them, and finally understood we'd stumbled in too late. They kept pounding away at the job, and after a while, the wall finally went up. Then Bite showed up to face him, and everything shifted. The protagonist shot him a question. What did he think of the wall? Isn't it great? He replied. And thanks to those service animals, they pulled it off fast and smooth. Then the guy said, Yeah, it looks awesome, but where do you come in, and where do you get out? The protagonist felt like someone dumped a bucket of boiling water on him. He blurted it out, totally baffled. Yeah, somehow he never even crossed his mind. Now what was he going to do? Sit there and spiral? He tried to steady his nerves, hunted for a way out, and somehow found one. Bite lit up with a fresh plan. Maybe they should carve a special path straight to the entrance too, and MC realized they'd already been thinking the same thing. And once he figured this out, he set out to forge the perfect road so working people could reach their jobs easier than ever. Yep, riding in a cart is chaos and way too loud, so ours cut across faster, swung to the village side, and started building gates and out on the forest side, this road of concrete and asphalt is going to look gorgeous, yet it's already screaming that trouble is about to hit hard. It's insanely expensive to maintain, but somehow, roads carved 1,000 years ago are still standing, like the stone streets from Roman times. Yeah, the real reason is their tough, rock-solid mortar. And it's carved from stone, so you'd better dig that hole as deep as you physically can. Pack it tight with stones, gravel, and clay. And he poured on heavy clay, then stacked thick masonry right over it. Center the top a little higher. This tweak will make the road line up right. Waterproof and way less likely to crack. Just stretch out a straight line. Build your road the Roman way, and even if it drifts a bit from the destination, the air over 100 kilometers won't change the game that much. So yeah, it's a route carved out with measuring tech. He had no clue how long it would take, but he still pushed forward with his spells and the Valkyries at his side. So yeah, everything had to be perfect, because he was itching to hit the road, and the protagonist, Greenest, froze in place, and his younger brother Kyle, fresh from the naming ritual the day before, leaned in and asked him what was on his mind with that stone-cold expression, and the MC nearly froze because his brother never shows up here. His brother said he'd finally wrapped up helping around the house, and that's why he showed up here. He and Bite always dragged themselves home at the very last minute. Work must have been swallowing them whole. Ours stared, confused, but he had it figured out. They barely ever spoke, so Kyle kept hammering the question. What are you thinking? He demanded, and the protagonist finally answered the glass. The glass he'd crafted for windows just wouldn't move off the shelves, and the boy shot back. Are you talking about those slick, gorgeous Mom told him those slabs were stacked up in the warehouse so high they were just eating space. But when he saw them in town, disappointment hit. He'd actually thought people would be buying them. Locals barely bought anything they hadn't seen with their own eyes, and yeah, that rule held tight, especially in a world where people traded goods, passing things back and forth. Nobody was dropping cash on sketchy stuff, and even so, the protagonist couldn't shake the gut punch that a good deal still wouldn't sell fast. He blurted out, "Is there anything I can sell?" Kyle jabbed a finger at the furniture and shouted, "I want that, man. That's beautiful furniture." He'd been here before, and every time he came back, he couldn't stop staring at how breathtaking it was. Then MC grinned back and said it was all made by a lumberjack. Jack grinned. Yeah, he actually liked the furniture too. It smelled like fresh wood, and the more he thought about it, the more weird it got because none of the lumberjacks ever made or... Medlock even admitted they mostly sold felled trees. Maybe that's the reason, because it was such a nightmare to translate. He managed to haul everyone in the village over using the furniture with insane care, making sure nobody even wanted to buy it again, yet they still had to ship it all to the city, where only service animals could. Of pulling a cart would be expensive, but furniture, that's a pretty smart angle. He should grill the lumberjacks and see what they think. Kyle blurted that it'd be awesome if he could sell it. The protagonist told him that if he pulled it off, it would be Kyle's name on the win. Hours started thinking it through. Then he hesitated. He himself. He'd always wanted to build something with his own hands, no magic, and now the terrifying ripple of this extreme plan hits the economy crashes because there's nothing else holding it up, so he pushes the farmland wider, betting that people can finally earn real money. And once he sets his sights on furniture, he'll have to hunt down artisans, raise a factory, and recruit workers, maybe even launch his very own company. Kyle bragged that his brothers were unreal, already crushing it with everything they'd done. Then the protagonist shot back, "I'll learn it all soon." But Kyle cut in fast. He's still just a kid, so let him soak it in and play for now. Kyle noticed that he hit him with that, even though they're only 2 years apart. Then he leaned in, dropped his voice, and the younger brother told him the MC clenched his fist. Wait, the protagonist had already taught bite magic, right? If he could learn it, he wanted it too. MC clenched. Kyle stared at him, shocked. Wait, your head said you were really upset her with learning magic back then. And he added, almost heartbroken, is that true? Because that's just... He's never even heard of it. So what happened? Ours tells him he's still growing brand new radish varieties in the middle of a time when... In a tiny field, his brother stormed in and started grilling him. He insisted he was way younger than him, but he could hoist those heavy objects with ease, because back then, the protagonist was training full body strengthening magic, putting it to the test because he couldn't stop himself from wondering if it'd work on anyone else. And once he decided Bite was the perfect target, he showed him exactly how. He tried to use it, but magic for things like soil improvement was way beyond what he could pull off no matter how hard Bite strained. Nothing at all ever worked. Then he hammered his body into peak form with non-stop training, and somehow cracked it in record time just as his brother. He started picking fights with the village boys, and the weird part is, he has no clue why. But the battles keep coming non-stop, and now his brother has become the unstoppable, unbeatable strongest in all the land. But some older boys stepped up to challenge him still. His brother stayed the strongest, Kyle. Neil couldn't help but admire how rough fighting looked. Bad. But the protagonist leaned in and admitted the truth. Brother Bite was just too cool. And yeah, he still hadn't fully mastered magic. Chances are, it was his massive, hard-built frame that powered him, because sometimes strength really does come without the brains. He would stagger back home, battered and bruised, like something way older and way stronger kept hunting him, yet he refused to quit. Even after every loss, he sprinted back into the fight again and again, until that brutal grind forged the skills that would shape his future military power. Even their mother broke down and wailed. Could she really have raised him so badly, with all those fights and his total disinterest in helping around the house? Brought her to tears so hard that he hit the point where he had no opponents left in the village. Kyle froze, then realized, yeah, that was exactly right. The MC pressed on, and then he He figured it wasn't worth teaching anyone magic. But when his younger brother kept begging, he finally agreed, because somehow he couldn't just walk away. Kyle blurted, "Unlike his older brother, he doesn't rush into battle, he thinks first, and he's brutally smart." "Is this really true?" the protagonist demanded, and then he confirmed it himself. Yes, it was, like how you can perfect magic that sharpens your memory. And with that intelligence and sharp math in his hands, Kyle will teach him magic that'll crank his brain into overdrive. Kyle practically shouted, "Should we start right now?" But the protagonist hesitated, stuck in his own doubts. Sure, he couldn't see the regret coming back then, but now it felt unavoidable. And yeah, Bite had definitely let him down when he taught him magic. Yet Kyle was built different. He wants his younger brother to train his brain harder than his muscles, so he can finally learn how to read and count. And becoming a true first-class expert in his field, man, wouldn't it be amazing to work with someone like that? Right then, a young guy named Gran burst into the fields. He skidded to a stop, stared at the houses, and said, "It's finally here now. Tell me, what in the world does a one-man menace like the gentleman who wiped out those giant boars make Dane look like?" After a while, Grant put the protagonist through training, swearing that this shape would never work. No, not with a furnace like that. Wouldn't generate enough heat because he still couldn't build a thing. And the boy only addressed the protagonist with a name like, "Sir." Watching the MC grind, Graham figured he was just a hair closer to scraping a passing grade, so he told us, "All right, they've got to rip out and reinstall that huge furnace again, then they can finally test it, and right now they're getting started on that. So, now they will make bellows." The protagonist slumped in exhaustion, crouching pinned against the wall. He panted like his lungs were on fire. Then Grant burst up to him, grabbed his shoulders, and demanded, "What's wrong?" He flipped the lights on, so he could keep creating without the protagonist being stopped. Still gasping for breath, he wondered how days earlier his brother had hauled in a stranger who suddenly showed up out of nowhere. Gran showed up in the village and wasted no time. He marched right up to the MC, introduced himself, and bragged that he'd traveled the world and built all kinds of wild things. He showed up at their village to meet the lord who'd wiped out the giant boars, and the three brothers stared at him like he was trouble, eyeing him warily because something about his visit didn't sit right. He was a stranger, and when the protagonist heard his speech, the boy leaned in and explained, "Yeah, this is just how we talk in his land." The protagonist leaned in and asked if he happened to come from the eastern provinces. Grant shot back that he was born in those eastern lands. And then the MC pushed for more, asking again, "Wait, was this island nation, or what?" Grant snapped his head up, stunned. "Yeah, not a proper island nation or anything, but close enough." "So what?" Arsh grinned and asked him. "Ignore it." He told that guy his name, said the boars were basically gone, but offered him a look anyway. They were locked up in storage. The guy grinned and nodded, thanking him on the spot, then leaned in and asked who that honorable gentleman was who'd taken them down because the protagonist really wanted to meet him face to face. Honest blurted, "It's him." And Gran's face flickered with confusion as she demanded, "What do you mean?" "How's he doing?" the kid answered. "He's just a kid. He set the trap with a partner." The other guy looked lost, then hurried out an apology, saying he only heard the boars around here were vicious and terrifying. Scary as hell. And tell me, how many villages did these monsters tear apart? MC nodded along. "Yeah, they're brutally ferocious, but they're basically giant boars." Grant shot him a stunned look like, "Seriously, is this all worth dragging me out here? Because didn't he know these boars?" That's exactly why arrows can't pierce them, and why every attack turns into a brutal, frustrating fight. The boy nodded, admitted ours was right, and then pressed on saying the remains of those magical beasts could be an incredible, perfect stuff for making something brand new. If you've got that giant boar's tusk, you could forge a sword stronger than steel. And the protagonist just blurts out, "Wow," with pure awe. Wow, good thing he didn't toss them aside. Gran then roamed all over the place, hunting down special materials. He stacked the materials up and forged all kinds of weapons from them. Then the protagonist blinked in shock and fired back, "Wait, can you really make a sword out of a boar's tusk?" When the boy finally nodded, MC leaned in and demanded he forge him a sword, then promised he'd reward him big if he did, when he brought ours. The moment he was led to the warehouse, the boy rushed straight for the boar's tusks. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked, "So how'd it go?" Gran dragged his hand across the material and gasped, "This is incredible, no doubt about it. It's the fang of a magical beast. But it still reeks of magical energy like leftover magic power clinging to the air." Stunned, the protagonist snapped, "Remnants." The traveler said, "If you're hunting a magical beast, activate this power first. Then when you turn it into a sword, that magic energy will be absolutely perfect." MC couldn't hold back his grin. Then he blurted, "So these fangs will actually make a great sword, right?" The guy burst into laughter and said, "That's exactly it, but not for just a sword ripped from a magical beast's hide. They're going to need gear and a catalyst to make it work," so he couldn't grant that request. But here's the twist. This village apparently had 0 craftsmen who could make something like that, so our guy just stared at the problem and asked the bloke straight up. Ground Diaz hit the point hard equipment, and a catalyst weren't optional. They were the whole key, and they needed a furnace tough enough to survive blistering, high temperatures, and a magical cage from a magical beast to act as the catalyst. Then the protagonist blinked in total confusion. He got the furnace, sure, but what kind of magical cage could do that? He was trying to piece together what he'd been talking about. He couldn't wrap his head around the traveler's words. Apparently it wasn't random at all, because he needed to use an organ, or even a piece of the beast's body, to unlock the magical power. They come in all sorts of sizes and forms, and getting one is no walk in the park. Then the protagonist stopped dead, grabbed the horns of his pet Valkyries, and he asks the guy straight up if these could act as a catalyst, and if this is exactly what they need. Then all that was left was the furnace, roaring like the final heartbeat of the world. He stared at the horns in shock, reached out and tapped them, then blurted, "Whoa, this has got to be one of those super rare, crazy valuable items." He wasn't totally certain, but he could feel it. This was the perfect spark to kick everything into motion. MC jammed his fist tight in pure victory and yelled, "Hooray!" "Hooray," the guy shot him a question. "So, about these horns." Those horns were from the local service beasts. Then ours confirmed his guess, and Grant kept going fast. He'd heard there were beasts that could sling magic, and if you yanked out the catalyst, that magical power could be used later to keep others going. He just never expected any of it. He couldn't believe something like that would show up here when the protagonist blurted out, all fired up with curiosity, like, "So that means there are service beasts that can—" Graham admitted it was all true. Those beasts were practically priceless, and the protagonist just stood there, utterly blown away. Kale never told him that now he'd have to sit down and haggle over prices, and if Kale was really hiding it on purpose, he'd have to rethink where their relationship was headed. With him, he grabbed the boy and barked, "So what do they need next?" The traveler shrugged and said they were short on everything, especially a furnace. MC snapped, "Then I'll build one myself." He'll try it right now, and Grant looked like he was seconds away from fainting, from pure amazement at this kid. Ours swore the bricks he made would laugh in the face of hotter temperatures than anyone else's meaning. He'd grabbed fireproof bricks, but he knew he had to test them a few times first, because that's what he believed. And then, in the end, he took what he could get and collapsed against the wall, utterly spent, while Grant warned him that even if he lit the furnace, no real wind meant the flame would die fast and the temperature wouldn't climb at all, so they had to slap on bellows to pump in artificial air. The protagonist tried to slither out of there, snapping that the bellows were made of wood and that he was an earth mage, magic specialist, but Gran yanked him by the shirt and snapped, "They won't forge a weapon out of him." Then he pushed the MC to team up and do it together, and the MC wanted to vanish, to melt away. Working with a creator like Gran was brutal. Meanwhile, Kyle stared out the window, his voice cracking as he sadly said, "I told him, bro, my brother still isn't here, and he swore he'd turn him into a pro." After a while, everything finally clicked into place. The ground rattled the protagonist's shoulders as he burst out, shouting, "This is it! This is just wonderful!" He'd finally whipped up a foot-powered bellows strong enough to feed a massive furnace, and it was pure artwork. Then the protagonist, wiped out and collapsing, begged, "Can I finally sleep?" The guy smirked and said, "Not yet," and they'd need more charcoal to keep the fire going. Then they had to build yet another furnace to churn out charcoal, and when MC looked completely lost, the guy snapped out, Yeah. That's right. If you burn regular wood, it turns to ash, and then you've got charcoal, but you can't just light it anywhere. You have to fire the wood inside a tightly sealed room with zero airflow. Ours must. Gathering every last ounce of strength, he forged a kiln, and Gran lit up as he shouted, "Yes, that furnace is incredible. This will make top-notch charcoal." The boy admitted he'd been everywhere, but most times he had nothing. No tools, no gear, so his ideas just died on the vine. And yeah, he'd cried hard back then. Now it all comes down to one thing: striking the first fire and the protagonist. The protagonist couldn't take it anymore, so he bolted as far from the boy as he could get, already thinking, "What an idiot." Grande barked at him in total shock, demanding where he thought he was headed. MC figured he'd finally hit his limit and wasn't going to tolerate him much longer. And then, boom! Our crew sprinted back home and face-planted onto the floor, just collapsing in exhaustion. Kyle stared at him in shock. What the hell was happening? He hadn't shown up for days. After days of crawling on nothing but willpower, the protagonist staggered up to his brother, gasped that he needed him to go help his beloved, and that he wouldn't go anymore. Okay? The kid stared back at him, totally baffled, and confused and still driven, he pushed on, because he was doing it for Gran, and he knew Gran would need to find it too. Kyle couldn't help but notice with a heavy heart Gran was training his brain, and if he kept helping her, he'd remember everything fast, but he still wanted to bolt and run as far away as he could. No, MC snapped back. Right, and then it hit. He wasn't stopping there. He'd build a whole new kiln, because this village sits on a massive forest, and they've got mountains of wood, but not a single soul can craft top-tier charcoal, so Gran said, "If charcoal is worth this much here, if he sells it, the profit will be huge, so let's get him ready to swoop in and help right now. He's still waiting," and from the shadows, Hours quietly prayed for his brother. He wouldn't break from the traveler's relentless pressure, so after sending Kyle to be Gran's next victim, he slipped away. After what felt like forever, the protagonist finally reached the fields. He could barely keep his legs moving as he hauled himself over the fence. Gran greeted him and practically laughed. "You're finally back." Kyle pushed through with everything he had, and together they wrapped up the whole job when the protagonist just muttered, "So that's how it is." When he spotted his brother sprawled on the floor, rage shot through him. Why is he face down and not even moving? "Moving!" the boy shot back because he was the one sparking the kiln fire, while MC dropped into a crouch over his brother, rubbing his side and calming him until the touch trailed off. Grant slapped a hand on his back and apologized in a rush, urging him to finally get some rest. Then Grant shot back. "Seriously, this is one of my best creations," He's convinced, and the boy thrust the sword into his hands, swearing it's his. His pride and joy. Then the protagonist leaned in and studied the weapon deep in the maze. He stared in stunned amazement, and that pearly sword instantly felt like trouble waiting to happen. The blade shimmered like it was glowing from within, and he couldn't believe how light the weapon felt in his hands. Gran just smiled with satisfaction, saying it was way lighter than a steel sword. Still, it slashes through enemies with ease, the durability kicks in hard, and it stands up long enough to do the job. It doesn't harden through magical power, no special spell required, just pass it along when you need it. Then the protagonist swung the weapon. Weapon in hand, he couldn't believe the raw power, and Grant leaned in to tell MC and one more person just one crucial thing. He wished he'd grabbed it on his way out, and right then, right with those exact words, he shoved another weapon into his hands, a sword. He fashioned a blade from a baby boar's tusk, so when I saw it, I blurted, "A dagger." "Are you seriously telling me he's just a kid? Did he manage it for self-defense?" The boy shoved him into it and said, "Use the dagger for now." The protagonist froze, confused. For now, Gran answered, and the explanation hit next. Turns out the sword he forged from a small magical creature's fang has a deadly growth spell. It drinks in its owner's magical energy and keeps getting bigger. Once it swells to the size of a huge sword, it'll hit with even more deadly power, and the protagonist couldn't believe it. Wow. They added that it'll keep growing only while it's in one owner's hands, then later it can be passed down. Passing from one generation to the next, its power will keep exploding over time, so when MC realized it could become a F, he totally froze in shock. A family heirloom, basically. Ours couldn't shake the feeling that noble houses kept blades like this tucked away like secrets. He thanked the boy and said, and he declared the sword was the one thing he craved more than anything. So Gran fired off his thanks, and the protagonist just stood there, staring at it with pure, amazed admiration, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. That the sword the boy forged carried a kind of breathtaking elegance, especially for a wandering craftsman like him. It was the kind of detail that made you stop mid-step. The only chance to do something with everyone, a self-taught guy would never pull off something that huge. MC told him he'd be thrilled if Gran would stay right here a little longer. He just needed time to keep going after all. His fangs were still there, and they could churn out even more swords. Oh, and quick question, does his blade have a name? Custom says a weapon should carry the name it's. The boy grinned with gratitude and said he'd be thrilled to let Ars name his unstoppable fang Gran. Gran's unstoppable fang, Ars shouted, promising he'd treasure it, and with that, He finally got his first sword. Then he strode over to his brother, sprawled and still on the floor, and told him to eat magic mushrooms to snap out of it. Gran was utterly stunned. When the protagonist showed him his supplies, magic mushrooms, the boy blurted, totally confused. So many. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked, suspicious as hell, what's got you this worked up? Does this have anything to do with forging? Excited about, Grant nodded hard and said, there's no better catalyst in the world than magic mushrooms, and this place is pure paradise for creators. While MC just stared, utterly thrown off, he's always blabbering about stuff nobody could even follow, he blurted out, back in the old days, there wasn't a harvest like this. Now I'm using the land hemmed in by that wall to grow my magic. All day long, he stays in the shade while the woodcutters work their magic to help the mushrooms thrive by burying them in wood. Those mushrooms keep growing for years, and the whole thing is just that simple. They're a quick catalyst for forging weapons, but you've got to use them sparingly because in moderation, they become your lifeline They start storing that magical energy, and Grant, shocked, says he finally gets it, so they decide to turn the stuff into medicine to bring magical power back. But Ars, still totally lost, blurts that he doesn't know what to do with the power. But he didn't know a single thing about making medicine from them, so he just chomped them raw, and boom, he was healed, restored. Grant shot off an indignant shout about how primitive the guy was. Maybe he could cook up medicine for them. The protagonist, totally lost, blurts out, can you make it too? The young. One man grinned and claimed that as medicine, it would be the perfect catalyst, no question, and the protagonist, Delight, felt it hit. He pointed the light over and asked if he could watch, and Grant burst into laughter. Of course we'll help you, and you'll enjoy making the potion. Then he crouched down. Hunched down beside Kyle, she patted his back and promised that Master Kyle would wake up any moment and come join them. Then the boy muttered, No, he's not moving, the MC told himself. Guilt stabbed his chest, because this wasn't help at all. It was just trauma waiting to happen. He'd rather wrestle with his trauma than actually enjoy it, so he told his brother, rest for now. He'd come back later to watch himself help Gran. That'll do, he thought. Yeah, just watching, just remembering. That's the whole trick. He turned to Gran and asked, so are we going to go make our next masterpiece? The boy grinned and nodded right along. After a little while, the protagonist poured himself that healing magic energy, gulping the restoration medicine straight from the teapot, then took a deep hit. He took a sip and swore it tasted like tea, and the medicine's method was just as simple: dry the mushrooms, roast them, then grind them to dust. They grind it to a fine powder, stir it into water, and boom, healing, energy-packed brew is ready. And sure, he expected some wild potion, but it tastes just like mushroom tea. Grant swore it all came down to one thing, charcoal and a steady flame. And then the protagonist leaned in and asked what they'd cook up next with this catalyst, the boy. Then they'll get to work crafting armor, right down to it leather armor forged from a giant boar's hide. After kicking off the prep, Gran soaked the hides in a container, hard. Bran leaned in and started explaining the production method to us, how the oak and boar hide have to be soaked in a catalyst brewed from a medicinal decoction, so the magic effect lands like nothing else. And yeah, he sounded absolutely certain. Sure, this armor doesn't pack the magic of a sword forged from boar tusk, but it'll hit harder than ordinary gear, and the protagonist can't stop admiring it. He's like, man, I can do so much with this. He knows a ton, and I'm honestly relieved someone like that actually showed up in our village, Gran admitted, cheeks burning. Still, what can he really do? But now he's got to grind through sleepless nights for days, and the protagonist just sank into gloom. He was a good guy of, yeah, go for it. Just don't steal his sleep. He wants to bask in the glory of building a new meditation spell, because if he just slept through one whole evening, every ounce of fatigue would vanish in a blink. Yeah, if that spell hadn't caught him, he'd have keeled over from the grind ages ago. After a little while, the MC grabbed the product, checked it over, and thought, finally, my armor's ready. But the morning sun was so blinding it felt like it was daring him to blink. What a grand moment. He glanced at the armor, stunned, sure. It was gorgeous, but it looked way too big for him, didn't it? And then he smiled and cheered, saying that so he tailored it to himself, because if it weren't his size, no one could ever wear it again. And yeah, biting was the move that saved him out in the field. And when they measured him, joy hit like lightning. He's still gonna grow, and it'll fit him perfectly, like a little extra gift for his brother, and when he outgrows it, he'll take it, and then he'll rebuild it from the ground up, Gran said, practically vibrating with excitement. So, are they really going to keep going? The protagonist snapped back with a clear, no-nonsense answer. The moment was over, he dropped to his knees, regret crashing through him, and choked out, "How cruel!" He wanted to snatch away the only thing that kept him going, but the protagonist marched him right to the bricks and started breaking down how they were built, telling him they couldn't let the count go past this amount, because here there's just enough material to raise a 2-story building, meaning, so if he stacks these bricks into a real building, his memory magic will recreate his exact vision, and if he builds Gran a solid place to live, he'll be able to. He somehow kept rolling out magic to keep the houses going, then stared at the boy and said, I want Gran to build something spacious, real roomy. Building, he could even rub in some lime for comfort, and suddenly the boy just burst out in pure amazement. Then the rules came down, and the MC leaned in, asking Grant what he thought would be the best thing to build and sell, only for Grant to slump and mumble that it didn't really matter. He just wanted to. R swore he could cook up something brand new, something way past what he should have been able to pull off. Then the protagonist blurted out, so how about this, let him whip up a whole building from these bricks? Grant's eyes lit up. That actually sounds tempting. Fresh ideas could have exploded in his head, but he bolted to the material, grabbed it, and shouted, I'm accepting this challenge. The protagonist. The antagonist grinned at the idea, because now he was itching to test something new himself. The sword Gran forged for him was packed with hardening magic, powered by a catalyst and some wild magical. He had to test that same principle on other objects too, just to see if it would work. After snagging everything he needed, MC prayed he'd have enough to pull this off: homemade bricks, sand, healing powder, and even a Valkyrie. You take a horn and a boar tusk, heat up the brick, and then mix the crush with clay so you can make it all ready to use. So you end up firing them. Wait, is that the reverse order? That's what it looks like. And yeah, it seemed like there was a method to it. He leaned on the memories of his past life and forged this material himself, ours. He got to work and blended the crushed brick with crushed tusks, horns, and sand. Then he crafted. Then they slammed it all together with a healing brew. and the protagonist started brewing something powerful, making several. He poured the same mixture into bowl after bowl, stacked it into bricks, fired the whole batch. Then it turned out nothing worse happened. The moment he pushed through, the material snapped and split, and now he's torn, wondering if he should pour in more of the decoction or crank up the mixture until it's nice and thick. Keep it extra thick and stir it harder and more often. Tried a bunch of options again and again, and finally, the room got completely ruined. The world was littered with failed creations, but the MC refused to fold and kept going. He kept at it, pushed through the pain, and then finally it gave in and worked. But when he tried to pry it open, the hammer slipped and tore his hand. That finished brick came out so brutal, it bordered on impossible once we inspected it. Ours realized it had changed from the fired brick and looked way more like marble in a blink. A brand new product, an ultra-strong brick gets forged, and you're left stunned that something like this can be built from a handful of materials and a catalyst. Now it all clicked. He finally understood what Grant was feeling, and the only thing left in him was bitter regret, because somehow he had zero magic in his body, just Earthman. Magic, yeah. That crushed him, so he figured making something like this was totally out of his league. And still, no matter how many times he fired up his imagination, back then, he just couldn't forge a material that could truly last, maybe because his mind kept circling his old life, and he couldn't stop trying to build reality with his own hands. The truth was brutal. Not everyone in this world can crank out a brick strong enough to rival metal, and his research. It wasn't over yet. He snapped on his memory storage skill, hit the ground, and started thinking about creating. Crafting a brick so insanely strong, like he'd been slowly forging it up piece by piece. He raised the whole house with his own hands, and then, right after, he forged a brand new spell. Now, with no fangs and no catalysts, he still could. Manages to forge a brick just like that, because yeah, magic is awesome, and it's way too convenient. He laid down the road and muttered that it wasn't the look he had in his head. It felt more like a marble floor powered by a special spell that forged a Roman-style road from the ground up. He pictured it way cooler in his head, so when he finally cast it with bricks, it came out all wrong, like a slab of granite that refused to match his vision. Granite wall, and after a few hard thoughts, MC finally decided, fine, cutting through here would be way more convenient for the carts, especially with the bumps. They also had to build a pedestrian path on both sides, and after a while, ours finally reached the point where it. Gran stared, and the boy's towering work left him completely stunned. Then the protagonist blurted, "Whoa, it's even wider." Wider than he ever imagined. His ally shot back that he'd carved in as many windows as he could to save bricks, and the house. Those window openings made it shine like it was burning in the sun. So, yeah, the protagonist had really been polishing his road-building magic, and Gran clearly didn't waste a second either. The boy told him flat out his request was finally done. Wes stared at the arched entrance and those glass windows, everything he dreamed of then. Kyle told him the warehouse had a ton of unused window panes, so he'd grab them, and MC's attention snapped to something. He stared at the arched masonry and the cornerstone, realizing that the curved structure didn't just save materials, it squeezed the weight from above and shoved it sideways, locking in unstoppable strength. This method is perfect for stone that can handle the crushing pressure. Just look at bridges. Ars leaned over and told his ally, "I'm telling you, he's awesome." The building turned out huge and airy because of all those windows, and there, Grant grinned, thrilled that he'd finally gotten his way, and he thanked the man for the reward he'd promised. He leaned in and asked the protagonist, like it was nothing, if he'd let him build a house on their land. Then the protagonist froze. A house here, and the guy just kept talking. He keeps zipping through all kinds of lands with a grin, but now his heart's set on one thing, his own home. And with someone like you, he'll never run out of things to do, so he's straight up asking you about it. MC stared at the growing number of people begging to settle the new land, but the Valkyries already lived there, so he kept his boot on the brakes and refused to grant anyone permission, even though he couldn't just dismiss Grant, because the guy was too gifted to turn away. Ars grinned and nodded like, "All right, let him rest here." Then the boy beamed with gratitude, and just like that, Grant became the very first inhabitant of the new. After days on this wild new land, he finally tore himself away and came home for dinner, and happily tore into fragrant white bread, bean soup, and steaming boar meat, then grinned, thinking if Gran moved onto his land, he might pack up and head there too. He couldn't force himself to leave because his mom was always waiting back home, cooking up those mouth-watering meals, yet his eldest brother had already tied the knot, and marrying at 14 was way too soon, even for this world, and it all started because the house was cramped. He basically camped in his warehouse, and if his brothers tried to move into his place, they'd just turn into extra hands he had to put to work. Still, everybody in the family respected you. They cared about each other deeply, and the family bond was warm, but the place felt cramped. The very next day, he sprinted back to the warehouse. He stepped into the house, stared out at his land, and muttered, "First things first, I've got to level the cultivated fields. This needs more effort." So the protagonist decided right then. He decided to yank his base from near the wall and plop it right in the middle, and he even chose to relocate the house Gran built. He swapped out the old, worn bricks for fresh, tougher ones, and when he came home, the house looked as smooth and solid as marble. He headed home for lunch, devoured everything again, and his mother leaned in asking him if He asked for seconds, and the protagonist nodded, then his mind raced, because all this preparation meant he was finally stepping into an independent life. He'd lived that way since he was 5, and then finally he snapped, packed up, and tore himself away from home. He sealed off the entire area with a massive solid brick fortress wall, then wrapped the land again with a full kilometer of unbreakable brick. He carved paths straight to the center on all 4 sides, punching them in with a road construction spell, and right when he thought Grant's house would be south of the center, sure, but Grant is a full-on zealot, obsessed with production, and he even made him do PE. He handed him the land, and right there in the Southern Territory, he threw up a house. Then the MC built a place for the Bites brother in the Southern Territory too. Southern Road. He'd been craving the open fields for so long, and now it looks like he's finally living it, pitching in with his comrades and renting out rooms to them. Ours set their sights on the northeastern forest to fuel the forestry industry, turning it into charcoal production. Lumberjacks and workers started flooding in, spearheaded by Medlock, and then everything. Meanwhile, all this chaos was going down, and the protagonist turned 9. After a while, Kale stormed in, furious, and snapped at the protagonist that he'd heard everything and that he'd even handed over some wanderer land. So why hadn't he spilled a single word? Ours just stayed cool and asked if the merchant needed land, and MC decided to press on. He carved the land clean and leveled the northwestern territory, pushing through a forest that felt like it would never end. Then he built his home. Right in the heart of Valkyrie land, where the magic mushrooms sprout, just don't you dare let loose a single one that still has horns. And it's the horned Valkyries who mostly handle breeding, so work on his land finally surged forward. Kale answered him. He fumed at the injustice because he wouldn't stay a merchant forever. He also needed land, just like the protagonist did. He whipped up a boar sandwich, snapped back that there aren't any service animals with magic, and the guy just stood there, totally baffled like he'd never heard that before, either. He took a bite of the sandwich and for the life of him couldn't place it, never heard of it either. So, yeah, maybe that even proves it. All right, time to calm down, even if he knew, back then, that animals with magic were worth a... Here, he still hacks off their horns to steal away their magic, because they're feeding off his power, selling those creatures. That was a straight-up loss for him. And yeah, this village really does run on bartering, not handshakes. Finally, the MC snapped back to the merchant. All right, you can stay here too. Kale practically lit up with pure joy. Ours practically begged him to open a shop crammed with all kinds of goodies, and once he started, the work nearly crushed him. Back-breaking after. After all of it, the merchant swore he'd think it over, and the protagonist just figured, honestly, that he and Kale had nothing to lose anymore. They'd been through so much together that trust came naturally, so when Man leaned in and said he had something to tell him, the air instantly felt heavy, because nasty rumors were swirling everywhere. Rumors are flying around this land, dangerous people are showing up, and the protagonist is caught completely off guard. A dangerous group. But who on earth could it be? Kale jabbed at him and shouted, "Him!" Everyone already treats him like a threat to everyone, and MC stared at the merchant, frozen in shock, whispering, "Him! Like, him! A swoo!" That sweet, innocent kid looked harmless until the merchant warned him to drop his ego and face the danger R spoke in confusion. But was he really up to anything dangerous? Kale just watched him scoop up a huge chunk of land in no time. He wrapped it in a wall and to the nobles. It felt downright eerie. Taxes were about to be due. He'd have to figure out how to talk his way through it to them, because he technically had the right to own the land the protagonist had pointed out. Total confusion, because last year, after they paid their taxes, they said nothing. So how in the world did this even happen? Somewhere. Later, Raymond showed up with his guards and demanded his terms. Then the protagonist blurted, shocked, "Wait, what did you just say?" Irritation flashed across the manager's face as he snapped, "Don't make me repeat myself." Then he jabbed the document and watched him blurt out, "This land is getting transferred to the Fontana family." If he didn't obey, they'd grab him by force. They didn't just threaten it, they promised it. When the shock hit, Ours couldn't believe what was happening. He kept thinking about how, in this village of land and Poltak, things were really going too far. He gets paid every year in wheat grown by the farmers, hauled in, then handed over by the village headman to the tax collectors. But because he's paying those taxes in cash, the tax collectors don't just wait around. They show up at his home in person right on those days. They rolled out a lavish welcome, then leaned in and admitted straight up that harvesting and cooking all those different dishes is brutal, back-breaking work. When they finally roll up, they're thrilled with the treats, grab their money, and head back home because honestly, it would be smart to keep the producers from getting robbed. Even with life ticking down, you'll still get a hunger-free, fear-free existence, no persecution, no war-driven targets. If he were some ordinary village kid, maybe he'd be happy, but he's not. He's carrying memories of a life that was free and prosperous, and now he refuses to settle for anything less. By decree, the order demanded that our territory be taken and turned into the fund's property because living here meant raising livestock, nothing else. The Fontana family has claimed this land. Every animal and everything in it now belongs to the Fontanas. So yeah, those merchants weren't just chatting. He was talking about how ours would be guarded under the Fontana family's protection, and Raymond kept going. There's a real chance unknown people are lurking in this territory, and these steps are his only shield, so he can finally breathe. Breed his precious beasts without any trouble. The protagonist was like, man, these beasts are going to be huge in battle. Then right out of nowhere, he caught a sound, a male voice cut through the air. We'll start from the warehouse behind the house. The protagonist froze, dread snapping into place. Cursed, wasn't that what they just said? Red in the face, he cursed and sprinted to the warehouse. Raymond clearly didn't think he'd move that fast. The MC barreled after him, convinced Kyle was inside, but once he stepped in, both of them snapped, still in pure horror. Valkyrie and Kyle later lay on the floor in a pool of blood as a Fontana warrior loomed over him, sword slick with red, shouting, "What kind of boy is this?" This brat was trying to stop him anyway right before he could go for the beast. The protagonist even heard blood drip from his brother's cheek onto the floor. Then, after a tense stretch, Bite finally burst into the room. He burst into the room, shouting the brothers' names with pure panic. And then he checked on the protagonist. MC was sitting beside Kyle, just trying to make sure they were okay. Kyle's bed jutted up, and without thinking, Kyle murmured, "It was me." A terrifying image slammed into his mind, himself getting attacked by a sword-wielding man, like the threat was already speaking to him, telling him not to think too highly of himself and then calling him a redneck. The protagonist snapped his head away, shoved that memory aside, and cut in. Kyle is... He's okay, just knocked out cold. He swears Valkyrie stood between him and danger. When he finally comes to, all he finds is a cut across his forehead, but it's not that deep, Bite said. I've got it. Then he stared at the MC and demanded, "What about him? Tell me he's okay." The protagonist tried to fire back, but the memory slammed down first. In the warehouse, where the moment that man dropped a threat, everything that came next unfolded. A flash of that moment slammed back into his head, how the sword had threatened him like death itself. Again, MC snapped his shooting skill on and unleashed a barrage at the warrior. The warrior roared as he tried to scream, but his words, blood burst from his mouth, splattering onto our faces. He shoved the memory down on purpose, grinding through the urge to think about it. He told his brother, "I'm good, no injuries, I swear." He leaned in close and whispered that he wasn't worried about his wounds. Dad dragged everyone along to consult with them now. "Go on, down we go. He'll wake up any second now," so the protagonist nodded, admitted his brother was right, and thanked him with real relief. Brother, when he came down, ours told everyone there that he'd fired the shot that dropped the soldier dead on the spot, and Kyle just muttered that no matter what, punishment was coming. If the Fontana soldiers heard what went down here, they'd rally an army in a heartbeat and storm this place, and the protagonist couldn't stop asking himself if he really had no way out at all. Grant even said it was family rivalry. If rivaling Fontana meant they'd never get handed over, then maybe that was our shot. Ours was famous for magical beasts, so fleeing to other noble lands could actually save us. He swallowed the weight in his chest and realized no matter how he survived, freedom would never reach him. Even if they tried to shield him this way, he still wouldn't be fully safe. MC pointed out that just because a commoner dared to disobey the nobles didn't mean they'd suddenly get an easy, free life. He wasn't some lowly commoner. Bite burst out, furious, shouting, "What kind of heresy is this? And if this kept going, would war finally erupt?" He stared his brother down and snapped, "Don't you care that we're all getting wiped out here?" Then he demanded, "What did I live for? What did I fight and work for?" Ever since he was a baby, he'd clash right back, throwing himself in front of that threat to shield his younger brothers. It was the older brother's job, and he didn't stop there. He even took down one of the soldiers. So if those warriors come back, they're not walking away easy. They'd better grab every last relative because this time, Kyle is absolutely getting killed. So what choice do they even have? He had no choice but to fight. And when our side answered with pure confusion, it didn't matter how powerful that mage was. How was he supposed to take on all those soldiers by himself? Bite snapped, "Don't spout nonsense," while the protagonist told his brother he'd crafted a Valkyrie better than him. And don't play it cool, like you're some kind of rival. At that exact moment, Medlock, with every lumberjack packed behind him, vanishes. He promised, too, that he wouldn't stand by and watch that child's murder. He'd been there since infancy, and it was our hard work that kept the lumberjacks fed, safe, and free from hunger and poverty. And nobody was ever going back to those miserable lives, because if our crew decided to fight, they wouldn't stand a chance. Stand aside, either an old man crouched in front of the protagonist, stared him down, and told him he was the most important person to them, like that meant they'd risk everything to save him. Save him if they have to throw their lives on the line to do it. He grabbed the words and threw his support behind them. Then he turned to the side and blurted, "Everyone wants to help so badly, so I guess that means I've got..." No father is just going to sit there and let that happen, because a real father protects his family, and he's ready right now, ready to go with them. MC stared in disbelief at what he was seeing and hearing, totally stunned. He never in a million years thought he'd stumble on so many allies, ready to throw their lives on the line. The merchant snapped. Then he's with them. He promised the protagonist that he'd tap his merchant buddies for intel on the army. Surprised, she demanded, "Are you sure about this choice?" He just grinned and said, "A merchant always looks out for himself, and that's everything." Doesn't that scream trouble? If he's gone, then our whole thing with service animals goes down with him, and all because he already sided with Medlock. Yeah, they handed him his freedom, but they bound the future right along with it. He clenched his resolve and swore to defend his family and every last person under his care. With a grin, he claimed it as his and made sure he didn't forget it. Even better, let him chew on the next move and figure out how to recruit even more supporters, because that's what he does best. Even though he'd been born a poor commoner, He lived comfy because he was free, and when he sat down with the merchant, he said that if he pulled this off, he'd carve out a massive land for himself, already imagining it. Then Hours caught on and nodded like, yeah, all right, because he'd have to find people who shared their thoughts. Even if you threw money at them, they'd still bolt the moment danger hits unless they volunteered first. And if they dared take on the nobles, what kind of reward could they possibly expect? What could possibly be worth risking their lives until his resolve surged with every ticking second, and he finally cracked the reward his supporters would get. He vowed to carve a path to freedom from the noble family, and he promised to share his own magic with everyone. With full-scale clearing magic, he tore through the land, pumped the soil back to life, and raised the wall exactly what he'd promised while the villagers kept staring at him, waiting to see what he'd do next. He'd finally make them understand, and when MC glanced at his allies, he promised magic for each of them, then declared that from this day on, his name was Ars Barkid, and his allies just stared, stunned. Staring at him in pure shock, the protagonist leaned forward. "So what did you say?" And then he pressed on. He'd take the village's name, Barkid, and pass it to everyone, even the land he ruled. From that moment on, they weren't just villagers anymore. They were the Barkid family. That was the... Medlock blinked at him in shock, asking if he was really sure, because no way did he think a priest could hand out names like that. But could the protagonist even pull it off, stop the Fontana family, without ever raising their status in the underground world? They could never match the nobles, so he blurted it out loud. Sure, it sounded ridiculous in his own head, but the name just wouldn't leave his mouth. That naming ritual with a magic circle was his ace. Our power surged, and right under the stunned stare of his, before their eyes could... Allie, he slammed his hand down, lit up the magic circle, and declared, "They'll decide. Right here, right now. Do they even want to be part of the Barkid family?" He knew one thing for sure. Casting that magic spell came with real danger. Circle, like when you name someone who's already got a name, so he wouldn't wipe the old name off at all. He just added Barked to it. He scanned every one of his allies, then called them out by name, one after the other. "Name them right now, Barkit, and I'm naming each and every one." Now, it felt like a totally different aura had just latched onto you, like the allies could sense the shift instantly. Each of them, because Bite thought back to his childhood, where hunger never stopped gnawing at his stomach. The harvest collapsed into dust. Barely anything stayed in people's hands, since taxes gobbled it all up, while a deadly famine spread right under everyone's noses, unseen and ignored. Seeing it for everyone to watch, his 3-year-old brother started hauling work in the fields. Bite couldn't figure out why that clueless kid was burning his energy when nothing would ever grow anyway. He was 2 years younger, and he was already unlike anyone else. While everyone else fell behind, the land where he worked turned spotless and thriving. He had no clue how he pulled it off, and the mystery kept growing. Radishes. He was younger, sure, but his strength already dwarfed the guys, and he figured those radishes would finally pull him out on top. He'd beaten him a bunch of times until one day he finally snapped and asked, "Why am I younger than you, yet you're hauling around that kind of weight? How did he get this strong?" Then Ours taught him he didn't know magic, but when he absorbed it well, everything clicked. Maybe it would all somehow work out because while he helped his brother in the fields, he learned body-strengthening magic, and it boosted him in a big way. He pushed to expand his land, and this field right here was the crown jewel of their village. Everyone kept whispering like it was a miracle, saying, "Wasn't it our third son who worked that ground to perfection?" But how on earth did he pull that off? He was still just a kid. Next thing you know, people started closing in, begging him to help with their fields too. He quickly apologized, saying he had a ton of things he needed to handle, and that left the whole village thinking that this jerk was a rotten one. Sure, the adults kept a straight face, but their kids, they didn't hold back for a second. One day, Bai finally overheard them griping like, "Yeah, this guy thinks he's the smartest in the room. And honestly, the more you hear it, the more vile he sounds. He's done for. He needs to be punished." Bait then thought of his brother, and he didn't. He had no clue what we were really thinking, but he still fought harder than anyone. So, yeah, that's where the trouble started. And still, no matter what he was, that kid's younger brother, every single day, he swung back at anyone who tried to hurt ours, and then, naturally, he took on 5 of them by himself. Injuries caught up to him no matter what, and that crushed him because he knew his mom would worry. She burst into tears and asked, "Did I really raise you just for this?" He took the punishment, sure, but he couldn't just walk away from those idiots who bullied his little brother, so the main character shoved him into fighting the right way, and told him he'd need to move his arms like that, showing him the exact way step by step. How biting was his fury rage boiled inside him as he simmered, seething with one thought: did that guy even know who he was? Was fighting for it every time. He practically begged to lay him out, but our guy always read the hits early, dodged every blow, and even taunted him. There he charged in again, throwing punches like he'd rehearsed them. Using every scrap of battle knowledge, Bite could drop at least 10 men, even the older ones. And yeah, because of that, he raked in followers, but when he stepped into a fight with his younger brother, he got completely routed. While that was happening, ours started breeding magical beasts and even scored permission. He fought to take the land from the nobles, then swung into action and wiped out the giant boars that were terrorizing the villagers, and not one soul in the village dared to speak a bad word about him. He was genuinely good, and still, Bite couldn't stand the idea that he might not be able to top him. He even learned to ride Valkyries with nothing but a wooden sword, and still kept charging into battle because he knew he had to get stronger. To bring down the boars, and he'd pull it off for sure, because he had one edge the boars couldn't touch. He was his older brother. The sheer pull of his brother's magic. He collapsed under the blow and sank to his knees, as if the world had just crushed him. He figured it out, and yeah, this magic truly wrecks your nerves, and all the allies. The allies reached for the MC's magic inside themselves, and pure shock hit them like lightning. He blurted, "No way, this is unreal." Biteset couldn't stop staring, amazed, and then he quietly hid all of it from them. The protagonist grinned wide and shouted, "It looks like he pulled it off." Bite thought, now I'm going to get so much stronger, but then everything flipped on us. He turned to his allies, demanded they rally as many people as they could, and ordered them to spread the word about me. Magic is raging, and the nobles are closing in to snatch his land. Then they even try to kill Kyle, even though they're just a kid, and only they can stand guard over their own life, so they're going to fight for their rights. Stand up to those tyrant nobles if they're going to crush people. Let them do it to the villagers, and if you dare to fight, he'll hand you magic and a safe landing, showing off both the heart-stopping power and the real-world edge. "Gather your people," Bite shouted, confident. He could count on them. Then he bolted off right away to find Allie. Medlock said he'd probably end up talking to the lumberjacks, and then the protagonist wheeled on the merchant and told him he could gather intel across the city. Kale nodded like he got it, and said the first thing was figuring out just how bad this really was, while MC told him, "I'm counting on you, and don't forget to take care of yourself." The merchant's eyes went wide. He yanked his hand back, then shoved a warning into it. "Don't you dare die." Die hours reminded him. Of course, the merchant had already left, and the protagonist just sat there thinking. He never imagined it would spiral this far. He just kept thinking he wouldn't die, not like this. In this world, common folks don't dare challenge nobles, so he'd have to craft a plan if no one showed up after a while. Suddenly, the chatter of a crowd roared to his ears. He spun toward the source, and pure shock hit him hard. Usually, only about 50 got sent off to war, but this time, at least 78 showed up, packed together and buzzing as they argued and traded ideas. Medlock stared at the shocked R's and told him, and the lumberjacks instantly nodded along, because yeah, they were all brave, and his comrades hummed with joy, smiling at MC. Shira spoke, and Bite rounded up every former opponent and all the field workers. Then the boys mumbled, sheepish as ever, "If we lose, we're out of work." In those fields, there's nothing for them to live on until what hits the protagonist next totally blows his mind. And it all came down to the one person they couldn't ignore: Hector, their older brother. Hector slid in beside them and told the protagonist straight up that it was time for him to go. He needed her to join him, too. He had already left their mother in Ayla's hands. His wife Mary's voice shook as she pleaded that everyone would be okay, and he fired back that it would. Ours will win, he said, staring ahead with total confidence. But then they all remembered Ayla. She'd married Hector even though he was way too young for their wedding. She basically dragged him into it, and the biggest reason, she was the village chief's daughter, so the chieftain figured he might be forced. With his cheating finally coming due, he hauled himself in front of the villagers and demanded their help, like maybe, if she married his older brother and he inherited the family property, the villagers would get some of what was ours, but not a single soul in Barkid was untouched. The whole village got tangled up with the rebels, and overnight, Barkid was completely transformed, as if the ground itself had flipped and the protagonist was next. He thrust his hand toward the crowd and poured his magic into them, bam, and everyone felt power surge inside their bones, while one of the revelers gasped. So it's true, he really knows how to use this magic. They couldn't even fathom how much simpler life would become. Running a whole household would be a breeze. Everyone started praising our efforts, and he. Faust had crumpled to the floor and rasped, "Nice to meet you, too." Then Bite leaned in and demanded, "So, did you all finish the naming ceremony?" MC tried to answer, but barely managed. I don't know. Don't. He shot up from the table, and his brother stared at him in shock. "What kind of outfit is that?" Before ours snapped back. Their brother Hector showed up with it, and their mother had stitched it herself for him. For his brother Ars yanked out a full suit of armor, told him he'd planned to hand it over for his birthday, then cut in and decided this was the perfect moment. Perfect timing. Then, Bite yanked his arm in irritation, dragged him forward, and snapped. "We've got to get out of here fast. You two go first." The protagonist strained to break free, but his brother hauled him back with a brutal yank, so he snapped. "Stop fighting!" Bite rightly fired back, then the protagonist wondered, "So what am I supposed to do?" Waiting for their enemies to hunt him down felt suicidal, and MC shot back. "We wait for intel from the merchant, then we decide." But he couldn't help thinking, even if they'd braced the structure inside the walls, one lone person still couldn't hold off a full 4-kilometer perimeter, so, yeah, this giant wall doesn't look like a true fortress wall that could stop a raid. "They're way stronger than those peasants, so yeah, the brothers got it right," he replied. "And Bite good." They're leaving right when the brother snatched his answer with pure glee, ready to jump straight into business. But the protagonist cuts him off and says, "We're not going into the city." His brother stared at him in pure confusion, ready to snap back. Then the protagonist cut him off. "We're heading to the village of Lesota, the nearest one." He headed to the first village southwest, grabbed the villagers' attention, and told them to blast the word about Barqued's rebellion to every nearby village. People would get furious at this too, because they've still got to feed themselves every single day, through every brutal winter. And that's only part of it. Most of them end up freezing to death or starving, miserable because the nobleman who plunders their wheat turns a blind eye to their hunger, though you know he'd still have at least heard him out. He wanted to throw in one more thing, but right then, the people from the neighboring village burst into view in front of him. "Man, for them," Ours muttered, "they don't exactly seem friendly, huh?" His father shot back, "That's what happens in every village when a crowd rolls in packed and armed." The newcomers. The whole group buzzed with a war-ready mood, and the protagonist spiraled in confusion because they'd never told everyone they were heading to the neighboring villages just to vanish. To discuss the matter then, out of nowhere, Vargas blurted, "It's barked." The guy lunged forward and, right in front of his army, the protagonist's brain went, "What the hell is he doing?" Then he noticed it, an absurdly huge sword, even longer than him. That's absolutely wild. Most farmers out there swing pitchforks, not swords. Some of them brandish spears, cheap gear, hardly any metal, and then, out of nowhere, Ashira gasped, "Wait, is that Vargas?" MC was completely lost, staring in confusion. He demanded to know, "Does he know me?" And his father shot back, "Yeah, he does." "Yep. This dude's the hero, no doubt, and he's been absolutely crushing it across countless battlefields. It's ours. So, yeah, that's why he's shoving himself forward so aggressively, like he's making it everyone else's problem. They had to act fast. One woman swore she'd heard something. She heard he'd bolted out of the village, but she didn't even know he'd slipped back and bite. Stepped onto the Valkyrie, hoisted his weapon high, and roared, "To the!" And for anyone new to this, let me tell you, Barquette's nobility has totally screwed the people over. If they band together, they'll refuse the nobility's tyranny, and they'll hold the line side by side. He stared at his brother with pure satisfaction, clutching a monstrous boar's sword in both hands, its edge hard as steel. A hard tusk, armor forged from deadly boar hide, and one savage beast ready to tear into anything in its way. Beast servant, because nobody in town would ever guess he was actually the farmer's second. Vargas might look terrifying, but that gear, it was downright magnificent. Now they finally stood on equal ground. Vargas stared at Bite's outfit in pure shock and turned to Tim, totally baffled. "Did you really kill that leopard?" Bite gasped. He was talking about the giant boar. So it wasn't him after all. Bite snapped his head to his brother and shouted, "Come here." G. To step up. Vargas's second son blurted, "It was his brother ours, the one who killed that boar." Vargas let out a chuckle and pressed him again. "So it was him. Tell me what a joke." "They've got to laugh together now. Let him rally his men and get out of here." Bite snapped at his words, sounding annoyed. "What did you just say?" "You've got to be kidding," he snapped, demanding Vargas help them take on Fontana. Vargas shot back, "That's the kind of trash he's spouting, and I'm not backing it." Then the whole group erupted into nonstop arguing, bickering. The protagonist was totally thrown off if they just stood there and did nothing. Maybe this wouldn't turn into some ordinary game. Rock, paper, scissors, Vargas surged ahead, hauling his massive weight into position, ready to unleash something huge. Massive sword, and the protagonist had to kick on his power and activate it. His mind control power, and he fired this for crush down on the opponents. Then the newcomers just stalled, staring in disbelief. What on earth was happening? MC stepped up and demanded they all drop their weapons and hit the ground. He just wants everyone to cool off and finally sit down for a real, normal conversation. Vargas frowned in confusion and blurted, "What is it?" Magic R's shot back, "Yeah, magic's real, the opposing leader." He snapped back in a grim voice, warning that if he tried it again, he'd knock him down for real this time. Then the protagonist shot back, "Okay." "Let him do it." Vargas charged straight at him as fast as his legs could carry him, but the protagonist thought, he's fast, but if they let him stop, trouble is coming fast. He cursed under his breath, then unleashed his magical attack. MC unleashed the scatter shot, and Vargas had to scramble to keep. To dodge masterfully, our hero figured every strike was shut down because his every move looked flawlessly calculated. Scattershot projectiles tore through the air, blasting straight where his palm had pointed. He leaned into the move, convinced it would work because he'd studied how far things scattered before and sized up the projectile's power. Right after that warning shot, insight and judgment kick in powers fueled by a steel-hard spirit. He figured that if he couldn't dodge that hit, it would tear him apart, something he could barely even imagine. Vargas lunged to the side, terrified fear gripping him, because everyone has something they dread, and he tried to swing in, straight for our openings. MC hurled scatter shots again and again, and Ashira, watching in shock, thought it looked like. He was about to unload a barrage of random attacks just to land one, then he burst out at us, shouting that he was out of magic. MC unleashed scatter shot once more, and then it hit him. Yeah, of course he wasn't happy about it. And he had to smash the target at random, so Varga knew he'd need to predict which direction he was coming from. Vargas would dodge everything thrown at him, and then he'd fire first, right ahead of the curve. After that, RS finally found his opening and slammed Vargas with a devastating hit. He couldn't believe it. He thought, that's actually awesome, and then realized he'd pulled it off for real. Vargas groaned through the pain. Then MC yelled, "Watch this!" and shut his eyes tight. He swore this time he'd finally get him. But right then, Vargas burst into the scene, right in that moment appearing in Right beside him, he leaned in and snapped, "I got caught." Caught cold in the blast, Ars realized that even leather armor couldn't save him from a direct hit of scattershot. It didn't scratch him even once, so it had to be pure resilience, and he definitely had more tricks up his sleeve too. Vargas began using that same trick, pushing his strength to new limits, hammering his body into something even tougher. Master to bellow that power up then, right as it hit, his defense shot up for the fight, and at that exact moment, he shouted for the MC, then rushed in and apologized straight to his face. Still, Ours grinned and slammed into Vargas. Yeah, the powerful one. Vargas swung his sword and one crushing hit shattered the blade into pieces. Shatter than the man watching it went, "It's VAR." Vargas swung that massive sword of his pure, unstoppable steel. After the battle, he slammed his claim down and said Vargas got crushed, and that meant they finally had a winner. Hit the ground hard, heart pounding, and all he could think was, "Damn, what just..." MC stormed up to him and blurted that it was a scatterus. He figured Vargas could read where his attacks would land just from the angle of his palm, and his voice started calling the exact moment the shots would come. Vargas said he needed to unleash a lightning-fast barrage of spells to make the counterattack actually work. Vargas snapped back with a confident yes, and swore he couldn't hit without a spell because he was certain he was the only one who could. One of those guys, right? Our group figured there were other people nearby who could use body enhancement too, and that was the good thing he figured it out before he even fought a noble. Shooting alone might not have been enough. Would never be enough against an opponent who's paying full attention because they adapt to every attack on the fly, fast enough to shut him down before he even has a chance. He only caught him off guard thanks to the element of surprise, but the second it mattered, he snapped his sword up and defended himself fast. The sword swung in just in time, dulling the worst of the damage, and now they needed a man like Vargas more than ever, so after that, MC shot out his hand and hauled him back up. Vargas snapped that he'd lost admitted defeat, then begged them not to lay a hand on the people of this village. Ours stared at him like, "Wait, is this surrender? Did you just beg him not to hurt anyone?" But no, Ours could tell, he never meant that at all. MC saw them as armed, so the answer felt obvious. He knew he wouldn't harm them. He just wanted him to step into their ranks and help crush the tyranny that was bearing down on them. Vargas shot back that he got it. He'd stand shoulder to shoulder with him and fight beside those nobles. Carlos's assistant dropped the bombshell this whole mess happened because he slipped up, so he swore to make it right and gave him his word, and he intended. He meant to march his soldiers straight into the village of Barca. Then he snapped back that it was a truly worthy plan. For the Fontana clan's glory, on that unforgettable occasion, he jumped at the chance Vargas was hustling to build something out of brick, and he swore he never thought he'd live to see the day when magic finally shattered the rules of everyday life. Ours couldn't stop believing it so much, so that he and the villagers of Linda and everyone who fought beside him, Vargas included, could actually wield magic. They decided to call the village Barca, and honestly, a simple family name felt right, with a little joke baked in. Unity, she shouted that the bricks were ready, and he promised the whole square done in an instant. Everyone looked thrilled. Vargas's duel landing out of nowhere felt like pure luck, and he knew it was his shot to prove. Ashira was convinced our heroes had smashed Varga because she'd just watched him unleash his skills, bring everyone together, and lift their spirits like nothing could stop them. Vargas, an absolute powerhouse and war hero, clenched his weapon even harder, eyes narrowing as he realized the MC might actually be strong enough to matter. Enough if they trailed him, then maybe he'd finally face the nobles head-on. Ours was sure he knew a few. Some people would dump him in a heartbeat, dodge him like trouble, especially if they lose out until after the duel with Vargas. And suddenly the whole atmosphere flipped. Everyone burned with fighting spirit, believing that together they could tear away their freedom. Then he shoved the question at MC. "Where's the general headed now?" Ars fired a question. "What kind of general are you?" And he snapped back that he wasn't describing anyone else at all. He meant himself, because with all those people under his command, for him being a general was just totally normal. MC awkwardly blurted out that it didn't really bother him, and honestly, nothing was wrong at all. Then, a calm crew of villagers from Barca stepped in and joined the march too. Ours told Vargas that the folks from Linda were ready to help them all because of him, and Vargas just laughed, thinking he was built for a different role. And he shot the idea down fast, straight up said it was absolutely not his thing because he'd much rather stay surrounded. MC spotted it right away and figured that's why he'd been kept away from his village, because of that mess with Trafiel. He felt it in his bones. He wasn't doing anything wild, he was just standing up for his people. He knew going to Linda Village was the right move. Then Ars said they'd set up camp right here, and he nodded, thinking. We sat there realizing it was south of Barca Village, right on the route to the city, small, sure, but deep enough to feel like a challenge. Only a handful of openings left for a clean crossing, so if the Fontana family was sending troops to hit that village, they'd come straight here. Then he snapped, "All right, start setting up camp." They had to team up and rip through the land around it because they needed wood, then firewood for cooking, and once they had enough, they'd throw up an inn made right from it, a proper in-town spot, and the MC couldn't shake it, thinking they could pull off an entire town in one day, with everyone pulling their weight. The folks from Linda Village came piling in over 100 strong, and somehow, now they could cram everyone in. Then he shouted that it was time to split up and throw up defensive walls, and the villagers all started it. They hit the wall build skill at the same time. Boom, towering walls shot up around the building, and ours just stared in awe, grinning like, "That's awesome, we can pull off the same magic without even training." It was ridiculously easy once the words hit the air. Magical knowledge surged straight into their minds, and when he handed someone their name, they became. After all that, the MC finally learned he could reproduce every spell he knew, but then he blurted in shock, "Wait, can some people really not use wall build?" Grant shook his head and said, "It's not that they can't cast it, the spell just won't answer them." He hauled in a bunch of people who couldn't, and ours snapped that road paving had the exact same structure, like he'd known it all along. The catch was brutal low magical potential couldn't handle both spells, because wall build and road paving demanded more magical power than every other spell combined. When all that power hit at once, even he blacked out, because if your total magic can't cover a single cast, the spell's info doesn't even get sent. Is it your body's defenses kicking in, or is the magic circle pushing you like it has limits built in that makes only the same level of magic you can handle possible? The MC didn't just wonder, he knew he had to dig into it himself. After Gran told him to check, he should watch closely for any changes and see whether his magical power reserves really climbed after all that. He slid the leather armor into his hands armor for us, and our MC lit up, praising the craftsmanship like it was perfect. Gran nodded and said, "Sure. It looked simple, but it was tough enough to last." Ours agreed, and then he added that it looked like they'd glide in with zero trouble, and after the Vargas battle, the MC finally understood that pushing to the front lines was the clear next move. With zero protection, it was pure danger, so he started thinking about swapping his gear, and Vargas immediately fixed his eyes on it. It went quiet in his hands, too weak, too small, not nearly enough. No one was going to tiptoe around him on the battlefield. Ours figured he'd just passed the mighty Tusk's blades to his father and Madlock. His two closest confidants could bark orders to everyone else for him, and now their growing crew was already lined up, fully geared and ready to move. With all the necessary gear, everything was in place, and then that was it. MC stared in shock and blurted, "More than 500 what's left." 500 men. Kale gulped air, then fired back that he'd memorized every single step of their daily routine and where they were headed right now. Ours repeat, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. 500 men, so he did the math. They only ever pulled maybe 50 from Barca Village, which meant this time they were facing 10 times their usual limit. Kale spun around and grinned, saying he'd blown past the Fontana family's expectations setting up a base here and even pulling in folks from the neighboring village. Then MC clapped back, saying they'd only just recently. He managed it, even though the numbers still looked brutally lopsided, and he figured you usually needed at least a 3-to-1 advantage just to smash through wall defenses. Montana had already assembled a terrifying force, but with the walls standing, there was no place to bring in reinforcements, so they'd never hold up under a siege, which is why ours finally said they had no choice but to fight. On the field, Vargas nodded along and told him the truth. Even with tighter defenses, they'd still lose too few men, too few resources. The MC figured the Fontana family probably saw them as nothing but peasants. But the truth was wild. This wasn't just some random crowd. They could sling combat magic, and they needed to. We had to strike first, before they could pull any countermeasures, because after that, our side stepped up and made it clear they only had one shot to win. They had to smash them with a surprise strike, no hesitation. He weighed it in his head, fight it out on the open field, or ambush them out of nowhere, because if this was a game, he would. He tried to stay calm and let everything play out, but the truth hit harder. Things were way more complicated than he expected. Then Valkyrie came right up to MC and nuzzled his back, and MC asked, "Is that what you're doing?" "It's here, has it come." After that, he snapped, "Don't bite." And then he realized he was getting set up. He got comforted once more, and he pushed back with, "I'm okay, I'm counting on you." He'd set his eyes on surviving with everyone, chasing freedom, and doing whatever it took to make it happen. Then everyone hit the field. The MC figured it was exactly what warriors and nobles do. Most of them were wrapped in metal armor, and at least 30 of them. Their troop count and march route lined up perfectly with the merchant's plan. Report, and thanks to that perfect advantage, he finally managed to storm the Fontana family army at the exact spot they planned for the fight. Forces barking orders, tightening ranks down the line, then the camp north of the river itself, and the whole rough layout of who stood where someone's. They shouted that someone was coming fast on horseback straight out of a Valkyrie's legend. Only without horns, Raymond said they had to. "Ars, yep, that's the name has been declared, and now you better obey him." He branded him a criminal. Then he dared to defy the nobles. He issued those orders, and then went after the tax collectors, smashing their guards too, because everyone knew the real hallmark of a great commander was that kind of ruthless resolve. Raymond's voice boomed across the battlefield as he declared they couldn't ignore what was happening. Representatives of the rightful ruler and the MC realized his words carried so clearly they cut through the distance and could be heard even within their own ranks. The gap between them, Raymond said there was no reason to drag every villager into a trial. Ashira snapped back, asking if he really thought they should just stand there and soak up this fool's nonsense. Raymond told Ars, "If you surrender and drop your weapons, we'll let your life snap back to normal." MC pressed him. "Do you really know?" But Raymond had no clue what to do. They had to say something, because if stuff like that got out, it would spark chaos inside their ranks. Vargas nodded and said, "Since that pre-battle speech is already rolling, the fight is already on right now." He thought he had it all figured out until doubt hit hard. Could he really find the words to spark their allies and shatter their enemies' morale, right at the breaking point of, they're up against a voice is born, when your vocal cords vibrate so they channel magic into those cords, crank the vibration into a roar, and one. You could crank the volume up just as loud and crystal clear, though maybe he should at least take the edge off the tension right here then. Then MC roared that the Fontana family had just signed a deed, handing over the rights to the village of Barca. Barca pushed back, but when they saw their settlement suddenly exploding with growth, they decided to take it back, so the air thundered with their voices, the sound ripping through the distance. Ours didn't stop talking. They'd already made up their minds to take their land and everything on it, and now they were even trying to carve there. They seized the residents of Barca with their own hands, while the MC stared, stunned, at that voice that somehow poured magic into the air. When the words hit everyone, we didn't just talk, we declared we'd defend them with our own strength, and we meant it. They wouldn't cow Barca with the nobility's tyranny. They'd never let that happen. Never let their atrocities happen again. They thought those brutal, bloated taxes were basically a slow death, like the money would starve them before anything else even happened. Slam them shut on the knife, just to feed the ridiculous tantrum of someone's foul mood. And right after that, Arsh snapped, shouting that MC believed that if they struck back, those people wouldn't dare wipe them out like stray house cats ever again. Then everything shifted. CMC and his crew charged in, hitting the fight like a storm. Arsh roared that they had to win their freedom, but then some of the villagers were... He was totally stunned. Someone snapped that he actually announced an attack mid-speech, and Raymond immediately told the soldiers had to lock in their formation because an attack was coming then. Right in that breath, the MC charged straight toward them at full speed. They hit the brakes at full speed, shocked out of their wits, and barked that he needed to stop right now. He shouldn't run like that. Ours blew up in rage and snapped that they shouldn't interfere with it. Then right there with him, he unleashed magic, and the shock hit him like a punch. They were blown away. With one brutal swing, he can finish it first, though. He has to boost himself with body reinforcement. He said he never in a million years thought he could pull off something this powerful as, worried the mighty tusk sword won't reach far enough while it's stuck in the saddle. He hammered together a pole from solid bricks, and the moment he saw it work, he knew this wasn't a one-and-done spell. It was just the start of a whole chain. Once his magic locked in, the reinforcement went into overdrive, and after that, it was a whole new league. Then MC snapped into action, started twirling his sword like a warning siren, and yelled for everyone to get out of his way because if anyone stepped in his... And if they tried to hold their ground, they'd get instantly wrecked. Our soldiers terrified them, and he figured he'd charged at them in the heat of his speech, not... So they didn't even get a second to brace for a defense. No abacuses, spears, or arrows because honestly, that extra. An insane sight, this kid easily mowed down grown men, probably crushing the morale of soldiers who'd been pulled straight from the peasants. But he didn't have to throw hands with anyone brought here on command. If those guys want to win, they'll have to beat. To beat the man riding that hornless horse, they've got to take down their commander first. Then Bite suddenly screamed at MC, "Wait!" He shouldn't rush in alone like that. Our men stared at him in shock and shouted, and he thought, because I've got body-strengthening magic, my scatter shot is stronger than theirs. Every single barked blast is better than the fountain fire. But then he had, and somehow, he made a child's body stronger and unleashed power so brutal it drove adults to the brink of madness until, in the end, they just couldn't show off all the different kinds of crazy. Magic! Could he really handle it? Maybe it was because he'd been soaking up magical power since he was a kid. Through food, through the air, through everything. He crammed it all into his mind, then fused it with his own magic to crank his mastery higher than ever. But when it came to everyone else and their hidden magical power, they just couldn't force out only that one ability, plain and simple. Basically, your magic's raw power, both how much you've got and how well it's trained, decides how deadly you are in a fight. And trying to keep up with someone who's been boosted like that is a nightmare for anyone. MC roared at his brother and Vargas to follow right now, and he told them their father and Madlock would steer the rest because their only mission was to smash through and reach the armored soldiers packed in the heart of the enemy. Our side believed he, his brother, and Vargas were the spiritual spark that would crush the enemy forces. The Barca people found their spiritual backbone the same way the armored men protected the regular folks in Fountain. If they could smash those targets, the militia's spirits would shatter, and that could knock them right out of the fight. But those metal armors throw off the odds, dulling what a scatter shot can do. But here's the real kicker. Those men in it were packed with a massive reserve of magical power. Are they gearing up to spring a trap right at the entrance? If they are, then they'll smash right through anyway. Then the MC rocketed his sword forward and smashed it into the soldiers' shields with everything he had. Might he figured if he could slice them off right now, he'd throw them into real trouble ours. Right then, he ripped his sword free while Raymond snapped that they couldn't let a kid beat them. They'd better jump up fast. MC shot them a look, and they knew they couldn't win. He started to wonder were they scattered, and did that make them weaker than he'd expect to see soon. They clearly had top-tier gear and a massive stash of magic to burn. Reserves massively outnumbered the militias, but the real shock was the sheer quality of their powers matched perfectly, and their magic didn't even come close to. It dripped into his hands thick and heavy, a whole lump of dull, dark stuff that just kept clumping together. Haze hung in the air, and those tiny quality differences could slam their combat power straight down. After that, Arsh leaned in and roared at Vargas at least 10 times. Vargas erupted in outrage, yelling that he better stop trying to make him laugh because their general was nothing but pure, unstoppable madness. He has to be a monster. This is brutal. And right after that, the sailor finally said that. That assessment hit him like a compliment. Then he strode up to the MC and went in for a move, trying to strike him. Ars slammed the block in time. As his blow stopped dead, Ramon said that he made it crystal clear he wouldn't stand for any more chaos. Wondered if this voice belonged to the same commander. Raymond just saved him a ton of time, then leaned in and told him the next thing there was no way they had. They haven't seen each other in ages, so how's he doing? He's probably still too young, so yeah, he didn't remember a thing. He served as the steward of the Fontana family, the owners of these. The lands shook because his name was Raymond, and we couldn't stop wondering if he was the one leading their army. How was it possible he didn't? Remember him? He still recalled Raymond warning him to cut off the horns of that service beast. Mse couldn't believe the man who snipped the horns off the Valkyries right when they handed them over like a gift for the Fontana family, the person who handed him the deed. Raymond needed that land grant, and the man who tried to strip him of everything was Steward Raymond. Raymond. Yeah, that's the name. The tax collector's notice spelled it out too, and when Ars got a grip on it, his whole body tightened. He slammed his fist so hard it split open and started bleeding like he could barely believe it. Did he really think all of this was linked to the same person? Was this the way it was supposed to end, like the whole thing was just building toward him? He respected people who worked honestly right then. Bites grabbed MC's attention and told him to pull himself together. He'd better scan the area fast. Those heavy infantry were already dragging themselves back up. Vargas demanded to know if their commander stepped right in front of him on purpose to stall them and steal precious time. Mars thought they'd blown their advantage. Things had spiraled so badly that they were ready to unleash magic. In this world, every noble-born person carried their own magic-wielding power that could hit like a thunderclap. They cracked the code of magical power and used it to shut down every emergency, so they seized control and locked in their reign. No matter how insane the magic gets, the numbers always crash the party and decide who wins on the battlefield. Nobles started dragging commoners out of their lands and handing out magic to whoever proved they had what it took right in the middle of their reign. In battle, basically, they were doing a naming ceremony because for the nobility, even that came with a deadly risk. To unleash a force that could maim or even end someone's life, and yeah, that warning had already been proven before. Leading straight to a brand new selective system that decides who gets magic, and once you earn that right, you can ride it. To rise above a commoner, you've got to earn your stripes in battle, win over the nobles with every move, and fight at their side in the infantry. Next, you work under a knight who's already overflowing with magic, and you prove you can dominate that role, because that's exactly how you personally carve your path to knighthood, right there. But if you abuse your power or crumble in battle, they'll rip away your family name and seize your property. Be seized. Because of those same urges, a rule system sprang up splitting the nobility's forces. With knights sworn to serve because in that very system, the move he pulled off in Barca village was basically a masterful con. System Barca is his family name, and it pours earth magic into him, like the fun is just the start. The Fontana family's element is ice. Then Raymond snapped into action and gave Then the command hits attack, and they unleash the ice spear skill. Skill right then. The MC realized he couldn't hold them all back by himself. He'd turn his back on them, sword raised like a loud, unstoppable promise. With that magical body boost, he'll be able to smash them to the ground. But to pull that off, he needed razor-sharp focus and eagle-eyed precision. He had to split his power between. With body enhancement powering him and vision enhancement sharpening his sight, he slammed the moment into place he could do it. Like a flash, you could freeze in midair, straight in slow motion. Ars snapped his sword up and deflected the ice at the last second, and for a split moment, he couldn't believe he'd pulled it off. Ever dared split his magic before like this, and now he had to control it under these brutal conditions, and that alone felt insanely hard. It's crazy hard, but he still pulls it off like the knight's first official gesture. Before you launch an ice spear, you throw the same scatter shot gesture first, so you can spot exactly where the strike is headed. In both cases, the wrist position gives it away instantly. He can't quite place where they're aiming, but he's convinced Vargas learned to handle his scatter shot because he's already tangled with knights on the battlefield. But right then, at that exact moment, MC stared at Vargas and saw the damage all over him. Then panic hit our crew because we knew he might not be okay, and he's stuck there thinking, is he okay? Even as that sword keeps getting stronger, and if you're going to get hurt, there has to be at least some real damage right there in the body. When the fight erupted, he dodged as many shots as he could, but if he dodges right now, either he or his brother Bites is going to get hit. And now, in this fight, he's strapped into his brother's body as a human shield. Seriously, he's an absolute hero, and earlier they forced him to, choosing to stay quiet as his Valkyries got their horns bitten clean off. Chopped off, the MC stared at his brother, and there it was, one wild sword in each hand. Wild nature roared all around him, two swords gripped in each hand, and ours couldn't help thinking how wild this fight was going to get. Fear flickered in his chest for a second, but then strength surged back, and he steadied himself. The kind of strength and trusty comrades he could always count on. He's not the same anymore, like everything changed after that happened, and he never went back. Bites said they'd be able to claw back their freedom and win it no matter what. They finally hit 0 strength. Then he gritted and asked with his mouth, "This one too, huh?" Then he whipped his head back and froze when he realized his mouth was wounded as rage flared. Then the Bite snarled, sprang off, and hit the ground. He cursed the ground, spitting venom like it had betrayed him, and sprinted straight at the soldiers, firing off questions like, "How did?" MC couldn't believe it. How dare they? And he marched straight to Vargas, telling him he had to cover for him because his brother loses his temper way too easily, even with the sword of strong announcement and body reinforcement roaring at their side, the armor could still spell trouble, just not after the... Then R watched Bites rocket in and slam the armor-clad soldiers right on target, knocking one down. The main character stared in shock. Did he really pull it off and break through? He tried to break through the armor, and only then did he fully realize because the only people he could have measured himself against the village kids, but even with his magic ripped dry, he still felt powerful enough to beat the knight. Then Hours locked eyes with his brother, pride blazing, and realized he'd never even imagined their strength could be this powerful. He carved through the battlefield with deadly precision. Then his brother's twin sword strike sliced straight into the soldiers, shattering their formation. And Vargas wasn't far behind either. Somehow they kept rolling along, like they didn't miss him at all. After that, MC snapped his gaze to Raymond, thinking his brother had pulled off the distraction during the night. He backed away, stripping them of their options because next, he'd have to settle this fight with less to work with. Right? Raymond turned to us and asked if he was shocked. Was this blade packed with magic too? The MC shot back, "Yeah," and then dove straight into how it could physically. That enhancement was wildly unusual too, so Raymond pressed him. "How'd you do it?" And R shut him down fast. "Not your business." Should he even care now? Outside, the knight sat there like a stone with 0 movement. Raymond said it wasn't exactly like that. It was just, it all hit him like a cruel twist of fate, like someone was baiting him just to drag him out and take him alive, and that plan had already gone horribly wrong. Mistake MC thought this chatter hid nothing at all, but Raymond's manager's magic power far. He blew past what the knight could have done, refusing to be the flashy commander who just hid behind stronger guards, plus his sword was terrifyingly lethal. Dangerous. Its power crushed even a strong tusk, and right after that, Raymond's voice dropped as he sadly admitted he'd have to say goodbye to him here. Meanwhile, Hours sucked in deep breaths, and he tightened up, ready to lunge at Raymond. So the MC figured one single, perfectly decisive fatal strike would be enough, right? Leland was strong enough to crush Raymond to the ground, sword and all. Then he swung his blade with brutal force and tried to... He lunged to attack Raymond, then his sword shattered into something brutal, so hard MC swore it snapped. Or was that ice? At that exact moment, R stared at Raymond's sword, frosted solid with ice. Raymond grinned and told him to sit tight, because he was about to show him the real power. The Ice Essence Blade's power MC couldn't help thinking, did his sword get iced over and grow bigger because of it? Even as a kid who could throw down, the odds still refused to turn in his favor. The moment his sword hit that point, it would start regenerating all over again. Then everything hinged on where he was standing. Position would slowly crumble, then Raymond came in and smashed us, every hit jolting. MC got slammed to the ground, and in that instant he swore it was all magic messing with him. With a magical boost in his hands, he still smashed him down like it was nothing. So tell me, what kind of superhumans are even out there in this world? Right after our brawl tore through and ours hit the ground, Raymond didn't slow down. He charged straight ahead. He charged straight at him, and when MC saw it, panic hit like there was no way he'd be able to keep up on his feet. He couldn't dodge the strike of his sword, and there was no way he could outrun that lightning. Swift Valkyrie Rs shot his arm forward and used. He fired off scattered shots and clipped Valkyrie's leg. The beast got ripped off its feet as the attack slammed its legs out from under it, and it crashed down hard. Into the ground, MC froze for a second, thinking this was the end of the line, right now. Now they're back on equal footing again, though. You can still tell he's holding back, clearly. He straight up had the physical strength edge. If he blew this chance, they'd trap him the second he blinked. Right then, R launched a blindside swing at Raymond from behind. He thought this was where it all ends, and everything finally gets decided. Right at that moment, the manager got completely blocked. MC got stopped cold by the soldiers. Then he screamed at them, furious and loud, right before everything changed. He barked for them to clear out of his path and keep out of his way. This kind of chance only crashes into your life once, so you better grab it before it's gone. Rs suddenly found himself boxed in by soldiers. He thought they'd coordinated the attack together, but the moment came anyway. He got forced into keeping his vision locked on the move. To break through metal armor, he can't just rely on vision anymore. He has to pour more magic into the attack. Turned out to be exactly what he needed. Physical enhancement. No surprise. The knights were monsters on the battlefield, but now he could handle their power by distributing, pouring out his magical power after a while, and MC pushed through every single knight until exhaustion finally broke him utterly. Literally drained to the bone, he staggered in the middle, desperate to. He sucked in air to steady himself, but dreadfully heavy like lead sat in his head and body, and it was way too soon for him to fall apart. Not yet, no way. Right then, Raymond leaned in and told him, "You fought like a champ," and that sealed his conviction. The knights kept coming, but the last of his strength finally vanished. Then Raymond, and he dove into battle with ours and basically snarled, "Just surrender already, this is pointless." MC grinned, shook his head, and told them straight up that the only one who should surrender was him. Just like that, a savage rumble tore through the air, and every single soul on the field heard it. He blurted, "What is that?" Then the earth started shaking, and MC grinned, happily answering. Claimed they'd been caught in his trap all at once. Kale leaned in and demanded, "So tell me, starting right now, you understand everything, or what? Now, stick to the river's edge and keep moving straight ahead." They had to move now because this was a brilliant play. Ours believed a surprise strike alone might not cut it, so he had to find the one card he could slam down without splitting their forces. Forces was stuck right there after that. Raymond snapped that he wasn't joking. Those service beasts are tearing in from the side. MC barked orders at his pet, demanding it do exactly that. And right after that, the service beast snapped and started tearing into everyone. To smash the soldiers with earth magic, a man in the crowd shouted for the attack right then, right there. How on earth is that even possible? These service beasts blast magic like it's second nature. They're casting the very same spells straight from the people of Barca. Raymond went pale with disbelief, then snapped that his army was the craziest, most absurd sight he'd ever laid eyes on. Ars was convinced he'd finally crushed this battle, then Raymond spun around and turned on the lights. On MC, the instant he lunged and attacked him Ars figured that to pull this off he'd need to He had one last mission to pull off, MC told him. He told him, "That's checkmate, say goodbye right here." Then Raymond fell to the ground, and Ars thought it was the end, like a mind finally unshackled. A conditional victory had already been sealed in front of everyone, and then he yanked his sword up and roared a command, "Raymond, you're the one." Dan. The Fontana family's manager had been cut. Rope by rope, they're dragged along his command now. The Fontana warriors have to fall back. Barca is free now. They need to celebrate like their lives depend on it. Then everyone erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory like it was the greatest moment of their lives. The MC stared at it and tried to drag in one last breath. As he was wiped out, after that, Valkyr. Alkari strode up to him, and Ars just slumped against it. And he said he was fine, then he shot off a quick burst of gratitude. Gratitude flooded him, and he believed this was exactly how Barca pulled off her victory. Then the camp north of the river came into view, and Kale's mind snapped with it, like he was suddenly too close to the truth. Just remembering it sent shivers straight down his spine. He told them it was terrifying, so terrifying that even he couldn't put his finger on what scared him the most while he rode the Valkyrie, right under the MC couldn't feel his pulse slowing as he realized the real commander of the service beasts wasn't just some random authority. Valkyrie was his very first partner, and somehow his chest felt lighter as he handed her everything. In Barca village, nobody except him and his brother knew how to ride a Valkyrie, and when Hours told him he'd busted his ass all this time, and this was the best moment of his life, Kale lit up with a positive grin and said, "We did great too, because this wasn't the last thing the Fontana families were forcing on people. So yeah, he's got the power, but what's his next move?" MC straight up says he thinks the military gap between them is still huge. Then they go and collect the weapon. Fontana's peasant soldiers bolted after getting crushed, leaving their weapons behind in the dust-proof of their defeat, turned into a victory people still whisper about. Triumph swept through the villagers of Barcalinda, and around 200 of them chose to join in right away, pushing their odds up just enough, and, more than anything, they'd already stacked a massive pile of war spoils. Right then, Vargas burst into the. Afterward, MC headed to Ars and fired off. "So did you get them to talk?" Vargas nodded and said, "Yeah." He explained that they were commoners, people who'd fought shoulder to shoulder in other battles before Ars realized he'd captured 6 knights. And they were already worth a ton as POWs. The intel those prisoners spilled could decide the whole fight. But Vargas added the grim part. All of them were seriously wounded, so they were being treated though they were still tied down just to be safe. MC then thought, in peacetime, because the Fountain's regular troops were only about 1,000, with a peak strength of 7,000 to 8,000. And if a feudal lord couldn't crush a rebellion in a single small village inside his own domain, he definitely couldn't handle the rest. Crushed his reputation, and that alone told the other nobles to stay out, because if they stepped in, they'd risk everything while he handled the problem, now. It looked like they were heading into a long standoff. The MC snapped that even if they didn't want to fight, they still needed to show off their strength. Wait, Hours thought he meant a terrifying kind of power that shatters the enemy's courage, grips their resolve, and leaves them thinking about nothing but negotiations. He clenched his fist and swore that here they'd raise a real castle power made flesh, and a solid wall of defense too, and in this world, those walled fortresses were the norm. In this world, guns and cannons are basically ghosts too rare to even find, because everything here runs on magic, not tech, and Ars just stared at the half-built walls, thinking, since a river was right there, they figured, let's wrap our defenses with a moat. And Ars insisted they'd also need a real road one to haul supplies from Barca and Linda strong enough to bear the crushing weight of loaded carts, with routes stretching toward Barca and Linda, and another road pushing straight toward the river to the north, and they've already started building it. They hauled it up to the watchtower and shoved a Valkyrie inside to keep eyes on every move around them, and they even threw up a barracks, so now he's thinking, why not fortify the village with defensive walls too, starting in the village of. Before they can get to Linda, they've got to split all the men into teams based on what kind of magic they can wield, and yeah, they're staring down a mountain of work. Some folks swear they can't use wall building or road building, but Grant blurted out, shaking from head to toe, and honestly, he never dreamed he'd live to see the day he finally got to help build. A real castle. Can you believe it? And the way he kept smashing the usual rules, even harder than anyone ever talked about, ours leaned in and asked him what he meant. The outer wall thickened and guarded by a moat along with the defensive ramparts, the Linda Watchtower, and the road that leads straight to Bark Village and then Linda. MC said, because we don't have exact intel on the terrain, we'll just hop tower to tower. They kicked things off with the zones around the castle, Grant asked. He got questioned about whether he came to them just to chase his dream in construction, and when the MC spoke up, he swore he planned to build something truly jaw-dropping for the cast. A legendary castle rose up so jaw-dropping it stunned even aristocrats, backed by a towering wall and a sharp watchtower, all upgraded to a brutal 30 meters high. Bites told MC the crew had grown again. More people were begging to join them. MC blinked, thinking the workforce must have exploded since the roads from their villages to the camp could now be reached in a single day. Then he said, a guy from Barca wants to send a message. Ours asked. They asked who it was from, and Bites said, Pastor Paul wants to see you. The MC froze, terrified like he was being pulled into a meeting he definitely didn't want to attend. Somehow, it disarmed him, and later that same day, it happened in the village of Barca. Paul told us they hadn't crossed paths in ages, and honestly, you can tell he's been busy, because now that he's back, it feels like he never really left. MC feigned ignorance and shot. What else? Paul snapped that he was about to lose his temper, then everything went downhill. After that, our guy totally panicked and blurted, Wait, he must mean the naming, right? Paul shot back, Yeah, that's it. He was basically bragging that he'd handed out family names to a ton of people, stuffing them with magic, without the church's okay, and since he'd already pushed this far, he now had to learn what these spells were really capable of and what powers they unlocked. They agreed, and he couldn't shake his logic. Magic wasn't just real in this world, it was in everyone, just in different amounts, and people who could turn that into strength like him, or like his brother and Vargas, were as rare as lightning. These folks could wield magical powers, basically diving straight into witchcraft, and that's why they were called sorcerers. Sorcerers, some of them, after years of brutal training, could ignite their power with just one word, and soon that freaky phenomenon became something even bigger. Became the stuff of legends magic. Anyone who trained in it was called a sorcerer, and society bowed to them with total respect, because Paul said that anyone who could carry out the naming ceremony, the people who taught ordinary folks how to cast spells, were called sorcerer mentors, and they swore this power was gifted straight from God himself. Himself, like the full story of the Church of the Holy Light he belongs to, and even the details behind the naming. They also pushed the teachings of the Church of the Holy Light, making sure life magic was used for nothing but peaceful good. But the mage mentors want different things, because the naming isn't just a word, it's a bond like parent and child, and once this ritual clicks into place, a power-linked magical hierarchy snaps into existence. The child learns the parent's magic, and the parent gets something back, too. He turns the shared power into himself, soaking up a chunk the moment it's passed, so when the MC's magical strength kept spiking, it hit him like a shockwave was that the reason Paul then snapped, saying he basically dragged out a secret sacred art of the Holy Church without permission. It could only be used by priests and anyone higher in rank. And we all agreed he'd been a fool because if this turned into a showdown, he'd be butting heads with the local nobility and the Holy Church's own representatives, the kind of trouble that pops up all the time. He'd have no place to disappear, no hiding spot anywhere. Paul said he was sure he could read how the church truly saw things. MC stared at the moment like it was the end of his whole life, then jerked upright and screamed. He snapped at him to wait a minute, and then Archie couldn't shake the thought. Noble families used names as part of the night summoning ritual too, didn't they? So he wasn't the only one leaning on this special right. That had to be reason enough, right? Ars wondered if it was. Paul stayed cool and said that Noble's naming was handled with help from the church. Yet MC couldn't shake the feeling that this answer still didn't feel like it was enough. Paul swore that church priests are just middlemen, because the real magical power is born from noble bloodlines, and if someone twists it the wrong way. This power is dangerous, so why exactly can't the nobles just grab knights at random if they know it boosts their strength? What's stopping them from recruiting whoever they want? The church will only greenlight this ritual if the nobility trade in reciprocal donations, keeping tensions down while locking power into a careful, balanced order. When MC snapped and demanded, "By donations, do you mean they're paying us?" Paul fired back, "No divine grace is enough. Ours just thought it was wordplay until it hit that it was really all about gold." Paul said straight up that both sides followed these rules. Then MC's mind went racing, wondering if that meant he was sneaking the church's secret art without a single permission, and still raking their business over the coals. Then the real trouble hits once the connection. It gets passed down from parent to child, and then boom, he ends up facing the exact same trap they did. So Hours asked, "Wait, so does that mean part of his power is getting rerouted straight into him?" Paul shot back, "Yeah, that's right," and then he said it using his family name. His powers started surging way past where they should have been, and he told himself it was because his own power was just that strong. But MC realized he hadn't explained everything because Valkyrie only got named, not fully introduced. He named it once, and every Valkyrie born after him got magic powers too. So, yeah, this was the most important thing in the whole game. It felt painfully likely he'd been tied to them all the same way, because the magical power of the Valkyries doesn't just stay put, it gets passed from him straight to Pastor Paul. Hours blinked like, this is the same trick as one mouse multiplying privileges stacked only for the ones at the top. Paul fired the question, "What about mice?" And Hours just stared, totally lost. Because his magical power surged, they promoted him to bishop, and now he's in charge, coordinating not just the church itself, but the surrounding areas too. Paul pointed out that the bishops were wildly outnumbered by ordinary priests and clerics. That was a massive win, and after the MC dropped back into his seat, he leaned in and demanded, "So who made that call?" Paul shot back that nobody had. Then, one day, he uncovered something that changed everything. He stumbled onto a brand new kind of magic, finally cracked how to wield it, and then bam, his rank shot up, because now he could. Arce stared at the restoration spells and couldn't shake the fear. What if, once they started fixing everything, their people would lose the road-building skills that made them strong? And if your potential wasn't strong enough, you couldn't even get these spells off the ground. Then their magical power kicks in. When their power finally hit the exact level, it all clicked suddenly. They could feel that connection between them. Is this the same sensation? Paul asked how to receive divine grace, then urged them straight to the point, and the MC was left reeling in pure shock. As Paul pressed him about the rise, he demanded, "Why won't you hand your future to me?" Hours hesitated, then said he'd better sum up what's happening right now. The whole situation is this. Paul claims that by hurting someone, killing a tax collector, and whipping up a peasant uprising, it all went down exactly like that. Peasants, then chaos erupted, a strike hit a nearby village. Full-on clashes broke out with the Fontana family's military. Their chief ruler was murdered, and 6 Fontana knights were dragged into captivity in MC-occupied territory. R said it might have sounded like he was the villain, but it wasn't his fault that everything spiraled into this mess. Paul warned that someone stole and abused the church's secret naming magic, and that reckless misuse had unleashed offensive spells everywhere MC thought he had to stop. Stop smashing him like that. Sure, fighting Fontana had plenty of reasons, but for the naming ritual, there was zero excuse. Arce told him the church might be his way out, and Paul snapped that if anyone caught him using aggressive magic, they'd excommunicate him on the spot immediately. Once word got out, the church could trace every connection, and MC figured that meant he'd never even be allowed to step outside, so he grilled Paul about what he meant, and Paul snapped back that he had to log it all. So the real nightmare on his hands was the church showdown, because it was him who first stamped the villagers of Barca with their family name. And Hours knew that obvious fact, too, which is why he started watching the situation like a hawk. Paul then said he basically put everyone's fate in his own hands, and that was enough to calm them. The MC burst out excitedly, saying he totally understood why he'd chosen to protect him. Paul shot back, "Come on, didn't I already tell you I've got a damn good reason for this?" His magical rank had shot up because of his power, and without it, he'd be done for. Yeah, sure, lose it. But the bigger problem was this: he'd turned his own subordinate loose, and that guy had abused the naming ritual to jack himself up with terrifying power. Ars figured that this little choice could spark a massive scandal, didn't he? Paul said. He insisted it was totally reasonable. Of course, he had a reason to keep things friendly with him, right? After all, nothing beats a partnership forged on mutual interests. The MC nodded back and admitted how messy and complicated everything had become. Paul shrugged and said, "Come on, sometimes reports to the higher-ups aren't perfect, you know." Then Hours leaned in and started talking about this church. That organization and this guy himself sent chills down his spine, and Paul said they weren't backing down without a fight, because the way he'd played it so provocatively had put everything on edge, so yeah, they'd have to slip into position and make room for his contribution hitched up as a donation. MC Thor thought, here we go again, them arguing about money whenever a noble wants a naming right. They're forced to drop a charitable donation into the church, so even though Bishop Paul swore he approved the rituals, he had to know material proof, and it would have looked shady as hell. Ars felt it too. In that moment, it was like Paul had no real choices left. Then Paul snatched himself up from his chair and slammed the decision down. He'd do it, but how much he demanded, I'll pay. Paul said the amount was just right, and MC nearly choked because that sounded insanely expensive. He shot back, asking if Paul was basically saying he'd have to dump all his money at once just to cover the fine. Paul asked, "Isn't that wild?" And in the end, it's not like it's some payment he can't handle, right? Normally, he'd never have to cough up that much at once, but with everything the way it is right now, it was fair enough. R slumped in defeat, fully aware of his savings, like he'd already run the numbers and stared them down. So burning his entire fortune just to buy silence from the church was pointless. MC snapped that he wouldn't risk his future, or the lives of everyone who'd trusted him, in anyone else's hands. If the Fontana family mess wasn't settled, Paul would be right, but the truth was, more trouble still lingered, and he couldn't ignore it when he looked at everything from the Fontana's side. So what started all this chaos? We asked if we could take them out next time, or something like that, you know? Paul shrugged and said he was either a genius or an idiot, and somehow he totally missed the whole point of the fight that had exploded. Right, MC remembered Madlock had once told him the exact same thing before. Then Paul pressed him. "So you're saying the magic was used by Bar?" Yeah. Barks's forces clashed out of nowhere because real magic users are rare, and those farmers who can even use magic can't stop there either. Passing it around is a total myth, so the Fontana family thinks the nobles are the ones stirring the villagers, pumping them full of magic just to spark a rebellion. That's why he decides to go straight to negotiate. He'll make it crystal clear that no other nobles are behind this, and that the people are rising only because they're terrified of losing their lands. He'll even say he awakened his magic and then funneled it through him to the others. Hours asks if it's really safe for him to stay on Paul's side, and Paul fires back that his story will land because he personally named Paul himself. On top of that, with his bumped-up rank, he's now in charge of the churches and fountains territory, including Barca Village, giving them a real edge in the talks. But of course, they'd have to lay the groundwork first, and without his generous donation, this whole thing would have gotten brutal. MC stared at it like, "So I'm gonna have to prepare like crazy. What the hell is this situation?" Then he tossed his trust to Barca. He shoved his fate into his own hands then. After a bit, Paul went in to negotiate, asking if Paul had really become their new bishop. He shot back a yes, saying that even though he'd started out as the priest, running the Barca village chapel like it was his whole life, he was the priest who held the keys. Carlos just didn't see this coming. Expect to be taken under the bishop's wing of the Holy Church. So does that mean we can even influence something as big as that? even such an important department. Then later, at a soldiers' gathering, Paul grabbed the mic as the MC and claimed that the Fountains administration had already given them there. They agreed to jump into the negotiations, and the MC shot him a look like, "Wait, what?" The guy didn't even blink, Paul said. He said this was exactly what you'd expect, because both sides had something to win. He figured he should head to the planned location. Ours assumed they'd already agreed to meet up first for a casual, informal chat to lock in where the upcoming meeting would be held. And one of the roadside towers they'd installed had been picked for this very church. The MC started sprinting up the tower, burst through the door, and dove into the room. The room where Carlos was sitting. Carlos out. Asked, "So, yeah, that means he's officially ours. So he's basically just a kid from Barca, right?" And this kid is their negotiator. The MC couldn't believe it. Even with all their power, only a handful of people stayed posted by the tower. Was he showing pure disdain? Ours pressed him. Who was he, really? What was his deal? And he finally answered that Carlos from Fontana was real. MC froze, convinced he hadn't made that whole Fontana thing up. Tana was escorted by a kid who couldn't be much older, and he swore he was the head of his family, yet ours was sure Bishop Paul hadn't said a single word about it. Not knowing a noble family's head by sight was bad enough. Then Carlos finally spoke, so Bishop Paul had already laid out the... Before they even start talking, Carlos slams the truth down. Stop these petty games. Lay down your swords, because saying yes isn't that simple, and it all depends on what's happening in the moment. Carlos stared him down and said he didn't even need to kneel before a nope. The nobleman pushed for terms, and he sat right at the center of the entire story. MC leaned in and demanded, "All right, Carlos Hahn, what are your terms?" She shoved the documents into his hands and told him to read them right away. The document basically said, stop the fighting, then break up the... First, they had to unleash the combat groups. Then second, they had to haul the prisoners of war back. Third, they were ordered to return the Ice Spirit Sword. And fourth, they had to tend and cultivate the lands of Bark Fifth. The whole mission came down to his guardianship. He told them, drop your swords, and I'll hand over Spark's lands to you. Ours stared at that offer and immediately knew those weren't just words. They were the price for joining the Fontana family. And his status would shoot up tonight too, a deal so rich it could change everything for him. Then MC leaned in and demanded to know if there was even one solid guarantee that he was telling the truth. The truth. Carlos shot back that they'd nail down the details later, but once it was official, he wasn't backing out. If he pulled a stunt like that, his people would disown him. Then Ours confronted him, and he straight up murdered the Fontana family's head. So tell me, does he remember? Remember that. How wild is it? He actually bent the knee to him, and Carlos fired back, saying that this was exactly what he wanted to thank him. Turns out, he was the right kind of man to handle Raymond. He knew exactly what he was doing. He understood exactly what it feels like when a kid has to grind day after day just to keep their whole crew from falling apart. When he was 3, his father died, and in the same breath, he was thrust into the spotlight as the new head of the Fontana family. The earlier crew, the Winter Warlords, held massive sway over the nearby noble lands, and that power paid off. The nobles around him rose up, attacked, and killed him. When his successors died out, only he remained standing alive. Then the young head of the family was replaced by Raymond, the ruler of House Barbros, one of the mighty knightly clans. Carlos admitted, to his credit, that he'd grown up loving this place, but Raymond buried the Grahams, one of Knightley's top families, and then the Knightleys snatched the vizier role for themselves where it all began before. It bounced between the Knightley family members as he declared, I'm of age now, I still run this whole territory, and you're my puppet. MC thought that once he went. When he finally stepped up to hand over the Valkyrie, Raymond was the one calling the shots, and it hit him hard, because the design screamed, the Fontana family crest stamped right onto the suit. Certificates straight up used without permission turned into the real problem when our side asked, and that's when giving him permission to own the land became Raymond's biggest failure. Carlos. Phyllis snapped back that he was right. One tiny goal could be the shove that shatters his strength. He never pictured they'd want him dead after he kicked off his suppression campaign, but the truth was sharper. He'd grabbed control over the Fontana family, and it wasn't that clean. He still had to face how brutal it would be for him. To regroup the forces across Fontana after Raymond died, and the MC couldn't stop thinking, what if that? That's why the Fontana family froze up after the battle, and when it was all over, Carlos stepped in, gave the plan a green light, and he said Raymond's relatives and subordinates loved his chivalry, sure. They could be smiling at him right now, but the backlash was coming no matter what. And then he pointed right at us, claiming he'd make the most important weapon in his hands out of ours. He might have kept his whole house standing, but his supplies were running thin, so he hit one smart play. He pulled in Barca like a new threat to send them packing, bowing to his higher rank and power, while still treating him like he was truly an equal. Because that kind of thing wasn't meant for a peasant anymore, MC couldn't stop asking whether Carlos was hinting at what he wanted to save. Carlos snapped that he knew MC wouldn't lift a finger once he understood the gap between power and position, so he'd spell out the cost he demanded. Arce stared into the lives of the villagers, their bark of people, all the wealth they'd clawed together. Carlos then cut in about all his freedom was his to command. The head of the Fontana family promised it so. All he asked in return was one thing: he'd draw his sword and fight. MC thought, wow, I'm actually lucky, because even with his fragile situation, he believed he wasn't the one who'd end up guaranteeing the head of the family. Then he figured if he quit this business, it would smash his relationship with Paul. He couldn't stand the church staring at him anymore, so he made his move because R said he had one. There was one more demand he insisted on. And the MC and Carlos kept their secret meeting going until the night stretched on and on right up to late. At night, Paul said the treaty to end the war would finally be signed if the two sides stopped fighting over their differences. Ars and Carlos both snapped back with a confident yes at the exact same moment. Paul said they'd head over to MC next, and MC's eyes lit up as he nodded yes. Then Paul leaned in and asked him, so tell me, if he now vows to serve Carlos de Fontana and stand by him. The MC shot back yeah, and confirmed it. Then Paul leaned in and hit him with, okay, but what about Carlos? Carlos nodded yes, and Paul swung around to us and demanded, did he swear to team up and fight? He stood shoulder to shoulder with them, ready to shield his people, and the MC shot back, yeah, I'm all in. After that, Paul snapped, all right, now it's oath time. After his words, we dropped to our knees before Carlos, then Carlos. He leaned in and told the MC, you're getting knighted, I'll give you a name, and declared, from this day on, you're Ars von Barker. Now he could finally fix his eyes on the future, every big achievement waiting for him as his knight. Night fell, and Ars grinned at Carlos's naming of him like it was proof that he'd become the most powerful magical being in all this territory, and that thought hit hard. This could have been a lifesaver. Pushing back Raymond's brutal onslaught, MC knew that advantage, and he grabbed it fast. The magic pass had flipped suddenly. It shoved him straight into the bark of power, and the way Ars struck back was with icy spears. Skill, he realized this was his moment to tap into the Fontana family's ice magic, the kind only in an extraterrestrial system he couldn't use no matter how hard he tried, while the public formalities were finally starting to heat up. He pulled him back from the brink of death, then Gran leaned in and asked, so tell me, MC, did you become? MC stared at him, confused, and then got the keys to the territory, didn't plan to lift a finger from that point on. Grant bragged that he was so unstoppable he'd already crushed Barca and Linda's villages, so when this place showed up, he grabbed control of it too. He also mentioned the northern castle, and the MC stumbled out, yeah, kind of, because he believed Carlos was only sick to keep Barca village under control. He refused to let Vargas slip away, and he swore Kawakita Castle would stay unscathed. Arce felt like there was a whole list of things he had to do, even if he didn't want to, and Carlos broke down under his relentless push. Gran practically burst with excitement, saying she'd heard that only a handful get knighted and become a territory owner. He couldn't believe he'd just agreed, but money had to come in, and fast, so the MC apologized to his grandmother in his head and cut the conversation short, saying he didn't have time to talk about it. Now his life was basically tangled in the Fontana family's demands. He had to pay their taxes, and if they called him up, he'd have to raise an army and sprint to join them, but even then, he didn't have the money to feed the troops right now. They get to rule themselves, collecting taxes and running trials inside their land, but they also have to answer to what comes next. If he didn't prove loyalty, the empire would strip him of the land he'd just conquered, locking in a system where allegiance was everything and betrayal cost you your territory. They needed to generate money without him right now and build an organization that could govern itself from the inside. Governance. Right then, deep inside the castle, a maid hurried over and asked if Lilina needed anything at all, and Lilina shot back that she didn't. She wanted no help. She asked if she could grab a book next time her mind wandered back to it. About the other days, she learned Carlos just didn't have the practical instincts. Had to fight back against the powerful knights tied to the Raymond faction. Action. It looked like Carlos had finally seized control of the estate, and he'd been closing in for the win. Even as a kid, he was a total genius, and Raymond, the one managing him and running the entire estate, was a genius too. She'd been there, and she'd heard the wild rumor that he died in a peasant revolt. Carlos was so damn good that he still held on, willing to use her, their only blood relative, for political games, and she couldn't stop thinking, was it finally time for her to choose? Ars blasted the Barca Knights with a bombshell. New personnel were coming, starting with Kale, the merchant. He'd run internal affairs, could read and write with ease, and honestly no one here could touch his accounting skills. Him, his brother Bites, and Vargas ran the whole division, keeping a standing army with. It was insanely expensive, so they forced the farmers to train, and his father would take command of the guards because they'd always need people tough enough to keep public order. Lately, people are blasting offensive magic during domestic fights left and right, and those freaks need to be stopped, fast. The MC figured it wouldn't be easy, but he still trusted in himself. Ars told him that Madlock and the village chief, Rinda, would team up as judges with him when the two sides can't settle a fight on their own. This world still needs judges, and it needs someone in power who will actually listen and call the shots, but there's no law yet. Making choices can fry your brain, so they built a whole set of laws, and the MC jumped in there. Would be a group trial with 3 judges, him included, so they'd have to. Gran would still stay locked in as the production boss, and if anyone needed a hand, they could hit him up right away. Gran even promised, "You can count on me," and MC realized he didn't exactly look like the kind of person who could handle it, so he needed someone by his side right away. After that, Ars called out to the people he'd summoned, told them they hadn't been given work yet, and said he had a favor to ask. MC thought he'd finally rounded up every person who'd helped him plan the roads, the castle, and all the rest. So yeah, they couldn't read or write. But don't get it twisted, they were sharp, and he made sure folks who mattered to the Barca region got put in full-time work. And if they wanted, he'd push them even harder so his rule of the territory kicked off. And that's how the Barca was born. A region then, after a while, Kayla, Hella, eyes wide with horror, blurted that it was unforgivable. Then the first thing he did was shake people down for money from. Ars went ahead and said, "It's not that bad," like he couldn't help himself. Then he muttered that he had to keep paying off a church, and if that wasn't a reason to complain, he didn't know what was. Debt was closing in, so the first move he made was marching straight to Hale and begging for money, then dressing it up as financing, and he managed to pull an easy start. What Bishop Paul wanted, and Kale would still get his cut too. MC said he had. Kale had already carved out a great plot for him, so he told him to weigh that as the payment. Kale said it, like always. He'd show zero mercy, call it his gift, his donations, his contribution. Fine, then, even if he'd already laid the foundation for the organization, was it really going as planned? After all, he was just a simple peasant born, and now he'd clawed his way up to become a landowner. Yeah, that's gotta hit him hard, right? Hours said it's kind of like that, and he started to think, even with. Carlos's connections ran deep, but his subordinates and the other aristocrats probably looked down on anyone tied to him. Carlos got shoved into the middle of brutal fighting, tossed around like a piece in someone else's deal, and you'd hear people telling him to hold his ground if he couldn't handle the pressure, only for him to hit the point where he just couldn't. He ruled that territory half-heartedly, like he couldn't decide if he wanted to win or quit, so he demanded it become bigger than ever. First up, kick barter to the curb and slam in a real monetary system. "We need a market," the MC declared with total confidence. Kale froze in horror, shook his head, and snapped. Who in their right mind would haul goods to some remote wasteland just to trade? That won't work. He clearly knows nothing about economics. Almost all. These days, nobles are at each other's throats, and even moving caravans and traders feels impossible every time someone rides out. They're forced to fork over cash. Every time they roll in, they get hit again, and nearly every territory is packed with checkpoints that demand fees. You've got to deal with the entry and exit rules, and it only gets worse. Guilds pop up everywhere, claiming a cut for each territory and each commodity, and that's where the real trouble starts for the merchant. Kale snapped that he couldn't ignore the guilds because if Frustrated ever made it into Territory B, they'd make him pay again, and the fear of that moment was all over Kale's face. Mars snapped that all these fees are blasting commodity prices through the roof, while merchants rush in. Goods are already set to be 20 times pricier, so he demanded, why not ditch the crackdown and build a free market where everyone can actually pay their bills? Everyone in their territory could buy and sell anything they wanted, so they thought the guild wouldn't be needed at all, but Kale didn't buy it. He said it'd get messy fast, and you'd still have to pay just to pass checkpoint gates in other territories. But if that was the goal, MC could figure it out because he was dead sure Kale understood trade better than he did, and he was spot on. So why not build a system for the whole city, where merchants could come together and share? The plan hit with pure motivation. That's it. So he decided to kick things off by setting up a transport route from Fountain, and when MC tapped the map, he pointed straight at the spot where they'd raise a bridge and keep it guarded, because construction was starting right then. They said the road was part of the peace deal, build it, and you settle everything at once. Bites asked, then everything moved into inspection. He asked if the road being built was really a condition for peace. How insane was that? Then the MC answered with a grin, saying that this route would be perfect for Fontana to march troops through. If they pulled anything shady, they could simply wipe them out right on this route. Said that, no matter how you twist it, it looks way too suspicious, so should they sprint to build the road, or lock in and prep defenses first? Even when Carlo agreed to keep things peaceful and insisted the soldier count should drop, he still worried that the road plans meant they'd need more men. Carlos's help, MC, leaned in and asked Carlos how long it would take to build all those castles, but R scoffed, because that didn't feel like the answer at all. MC said, He didn't want to blow things up with Carlos, because they'd use Carlos's castle as the checkpoint between Fontana and their village. Others recruited anyone who could cast spells and owned their own farm plots, then ordered them to toughen up the soil so tomorrow's crops could thrive. If they didn't own land, they threw themselves into roadwork, and somehow, through sheer grit, they carved out a real road. The new road let them cut straight through and reach Fontana, and then Barca way faster. Seriously, they'd caught a break. They bragged about how fast they'd built those roads, and the MC lit up as he thanked everyone for their hard work. Their job was finished, road done and dusted. Then one guy in the crowd shouted, "What happens if you run out of money?" And someone else backed him up. He backed him up and snapped, "I don't even own a single piece of land. I've got 3 sons at home, and I've got to feed them somehow, and I still don't even know where I'm going to live." Ars was convinced it was his sworn duty as Lord let the landless eat, so he and his family could live too. If everyone had a place to live and work, then the crime rate would drop, and nobody could ever let that slip out of memory. This was, keeping the peace isn't optional. MC said it plain, and the village of Barca listened. Said he'd welcome anyone who wanted to call this place home, and he swore the 4 kilometers of cleared land, the land sealed inside 4 towering walls, was home to permanent residents, and it basically boiled down to 2 kinds of work you could do. Ars didn't just tell them to wrap it up here, he promised them real work so they could earn their living, starting with the creation of Special bricks and those giant tusks, plus Valkyrie horns. They're rare as hell anywhere else in the world, almost impossible to find. In this world, that means something special gets made here alone, like a product you can't find anywhere else, and then there's the cultivation. And when you're growing magic mushrooms, the one thing that matters more than anything is getting the process right. It's all about feeding them your magic. Do it right, and you'll pull in massive harvests, but ignore them, and they won't thrive. MC figured that if he left those mushroom stumps alone, they'd keep paying off for years. Then he realized they'd built a monopoly on mushroom farming because it paid like crazy until everyone else started jumping in too. His personal income would take a huge hit, but down the road the profits would soar higher one day. It all comes crashing into view. War could ignite any day, so by then they'll need to cram in enough medicine to stay ahead of it, with zero chances to panic. If he pulled this off and kept them moving, they'd skyrocket their chances of living long enough to make it through. They set up a full military camp and drilled their strike force day after day, so Bark's territory became a specialized war zone. Rinsing his hard-earned cash down the drain, then he had to go toe-to-toe with the owners of the agricultural land. They said it was time to analyze those land fights, then asked MC what he meant. MC insisted they measure their land to estimate the next. They talked about the kind of harvest they might pull off, and Bites immediately balked if he wanted to burn all that effort. Fine, let him chase it and get back to training the farmer. Farmers were sweating it, because Ours was sure he couldn't survive this alone, so he fired off land leveling and soil improvement spells, boosting the harvest, which meant the taxes would shoot up. If they had planned ahead, those farmers would have been ready for exactly how much of their harvest was about to get ripped away for. Taxes. The moment the talk turned to taxes, every farmer's face soured at the idea of him grabbing a huge cut. But then the real question hit, would measuring their fields really be enough? Enough already. How was he supposed to get it right? The MC asked. Should we just measure based on how much land leveling was done? And then our guy thought that land leveling and soil improvement can actually affect a plot roughly 10 by 20 meters. Then the MC blurted, yes, and said that means if it's done right, then anyone can do the analysis, even if they've never touched surveying, and like Kyle proves. Arse was sharp as a blade nice, but now it was time to measure the land in Bark's territory, and Ars couldn't stop thinking about. Kyle was sobbing during the fight with Raymond, yelling that it was all his fault. Then it hit the MC, because Kyle had said the same thing right after Valkyrie attacked. He remembered what he and his mother always told Kyle. It wasn't his blame. Now he gets why Kyle keeps trying to save everyone, and Ours cut in, echoing the same heartbreak, Kyle crying, begging how he could fix it all. R said, don't stress, you've got nothing to worry about. Then he told Kyle, first, we decide the length. Kyle blinked. Length, R explained. Split the land level into 10 parts, and each one equals 1 meter. So they cut it up again into 100 parts. They'll break it down part by part, and suddenly you've got a 1 centimeter unit. Then the same idea unlocks volume, weight, and even the boiling point of water, which hits 100 degrees Celsius. And let's be real, most people have no clue how any of that works. Units. So Kyle steps in with a request. Can he also teach the others? And then Kyle blurts, wait, are you talking about him? The MC shot back with a quick yes and asked, so you got what I was saying, right? Then he leaned in, and you should help him. Kyle nodded immediately, and Ars realized this was exactly how the soil analysis kicked off in Bark territory. He muttered to himself then, as they started taking soil measurements using the chosen criteria. He snapped that they didn't have any paper, and Ashira's mind raced. Ars was talking about hair, and MC basically told him, with parents like that, you're not going bald, stop panicking. And then he added, MC said, he swore he wasn't talking about losing his hair at all. No, it wasn't hair. It was paper. And he figured the people in this world. The world relied on parchment, but it was so bulky they ditched it, and now they were gearing up for a soil survey of 2 villages, Barca and Linda, but they were stuck with one big problem. They didn't. He had no paper to jot the data down because the backs of those sheets were tiny, and the prices were straight up criminal. They'd never fork over that much because out in that forest, There are trees they can't use for charcoal or as a base for magic mushrooms, so he should try turning them into paper. After another try, Kale snapped, asking if it was yet another failure. Then he told Ars it was impossible to make paper, and Ars's hopes sank as he muttered that those setbacks wouldn't scare him off for a second. He still had to find out who'd come out on top. Then MC sharpened his focus and muttered that he needed to bring it to a boil, so should he drop the temperature or toss something into the water. He had everything right there: water, something that could turn into glue because his desk was stocked with the ingredients for paper, wild tree bark, mana-restoring medicines, and even mountain potatoes to make the glue. First, you crush the bark in a mortar until it's softened, then you heat it hard until the water evaporates. MC said you could make paper by doing that too. By cooking off this mana-restoring potion, they can yank the fiber out with ease. Other liquids barely bite, so the fibers won't split cleanly. Step 1/3, he needs to. R said he had to mix in glue with the extracted fibers and boil it up. He swore he used mountain potatoes grown deep in the forest as the adhesive. Sure, they're poisonous and totally unsafe to eat, but heat them until they boil, and they turn sticky and basically turn into that same inconsistency as glue. Step 2, pour the solution over the wood, then slap on a full coat of that rough fabric. Now spread the solution evenly, then slide the blank right between two fabric pieces and slam it flat under something heavy, with the paper sitting on the fabric. Then they stack one more layer of fabric, slap a heavy weight on top, and boom, the gorgeous paper is finally ready. After a bunch of tries, the MC only lands it when they finally get it right. He said writing on it felt crazy comfortable, like it was made for him, perfect in every way, and that he had to quit his habit of writing everything in hiragana because that one change would finally let him record. The MC cranked the paper out, and Kale immediately demanded he sell it. Then MC fired back. Who told you that this paper can't be done? Kale begged that he was wrong, like who could have guessed he'd end up making paper this insanely good. MC sat there, glaring at him like it drove him mad, and Kale finally snapped. So what are you really selling it? Sell it, or will he keep it for himself because it's paper thin and it barely takes up space at all? There's almost no space left, so with it, he'll finally nail down every item bought and sold, piece by piece, and he's never seen paper like this in his life. Like this before, so thin, so smooth, it felt effortless to write on, and he was convinced there'd be a ton of buyers out there for the city afterwards. Our guy paused, then muttered that if he kept praising it like that, it wouldn't. It pained him to break away and form a separate group just to churn out their new, specialized products, and afterward, he couldn't shake how deeply it bothered him that the families of the fallen would only receive money as compensation when he finally met those people in the village. He realized they wouldn't even meet anyone's eyes, and suddenly it all clicked. Maybe for widows, making paper was easier than risking their lives out in the fields. So, 2 villages kicked off their own paper boom, and MC threw his weight behind it by building a full paper workshop, and that's where their production crew starts taking shape. It's mostly widows, and he swore that paper was it was cheap because you had to keep chugging mana restoring potions, but people still wanted it so badly that demand wouldn't quit. They ran around the city for it, but the second they hit the house, they still fought to keep it under control. Refusing to meet his gaze, she thanked us, and he figured, that he was thrilled he could help just a little to every family who'd been left crushed by the loss of their breadwinner then, after that. Meanwhile, the MC looked completely drained and blurted out, "What did I do?" He had no time to breathe. Everything was stacked up on him, so he looked at the Valkyrie and blurted that he had to build it a saddle, right now. At that exact moment, Gran swooped in and asked him for a saddle for the Valkyrie, then hit him with, "Can you make some armor for it too?" MC told him they'd need a saddle and stirrups first, then showed off the rough sketch he'd already drawn. Grant practically bounced with excitement, begging to see it. Then he asked, "But isn't he already great at handling the Valkyrie?" Ours nodded, completely confident, and said, but after the brawl with Raymond, it hit him. How crucial it was, one hit from his blow, and it shoved him off the Valkyrie, and if he'd had a saddle, he might have stayed on. To hang on just a bit longer, If only he had a steadier base, he'd knock it off for good. Then right after that, MC snapped, "I want to make it." And just like that, everything took a wild turn. So they could mount up in horses and armor, just like he did, and then hit the battlefield grand enthusiastic. He snapped that he understood, then made it clear he wanted to build a full cavalry. Cavalry unit R's heard them say it, like a warning speed is the only thing that matters most. In a fight, the cavalry holds the upper hand. He said the horned Valkyrie was the kind of force that can turn the whole battle. Even without riders, Valkyries are insanely strong, but there are way more of the hornless ones, so he's going to zero in on them. So he pushes for a plan that'll make life easier for both the Valkyries and the people. Gran leaned in, grinning, and swore he had it all figured out, no doubt. You could count on him, but MC felt like there was still one last twist hanging in the air. The missing piece that could get them riding Valkyries' horseshoes, because those Valkyries are going to have to carry people and goods, and it all starts there. Speeding like this means their hooves get worn down way faster, so it's a problem. That's why they swear by horseshoes, because after this, Ours grabbed one of them. He grabbed one of the Valkyries by the leg and demanded she let him take a look. Next, the MC checked the Valkyrie's leg and nodded positive. He swore that the very first time he started raising them, his looked bigger until he realized the Valkyries were built different too. The ones he hatched came out bigger at first, but now every horned creature is basically the same size. And that's the key. If he tracks down the perfect-sized horseshoe, he can start churning them out in bulk from here on out. They'll build that future with a spell just like bricks, so they started cranking out multiple sizes at once and then kept rolling. Ars leaned in, asking, "Maybe this one's for the Valkyries," but she shook her head hard no. Then the MC shot back, "So this one," and got another hard no, like they were obsessed with refusing everything. "Seriously, why so picky?" he muttered, and after that, they finally managed to track down the... They forged gear sized perfectly for the Valkyries, nothing that would trap their bodies or cramp their moves. Then they hammered out boots and armor too, and right after that, MC, barely holding himself upright, finally blurted that he still had a mountain of work left in the territory, and our past showed it canned goods and pickles were everywhere, so he could survive on seasoned fruit whenever he needed to. All year long, better soil gives them bumper crops, but if they don't save some of it, it'll rot before you know it. And in this world, nearly nobody bothers to preserve a thing. Even in Barca Village, the harvest is just stuffed in a warehouse until it turns to waste. Nothing changes, at least, not anymore, because the MC said they'd finally be able to extend. Their new warehouse is beefing up the product's shelf life. Bites asked about it, and then he leaned in. "Is this really that extraordinary? That boring building, it'll just rot, right?" They turned to him and said, "Nope, nothing like that happens." And then the warehouse walls. The house is a whopping 3 times thicker than normal massive, sealed tighter than a vault. Then the MC yanks the door open and blurts. He swore that not even light or wind could slip in here, and then he unleashed the ice spear skill so fast it cut him off mid-sentence. Bites kept grilling him, asking if he even knew what he was doing, and Gran stood there, staring him down. He couldn't even explain why he wouldn't take a break. He just wasn't sure, and Ours insisted they needed a mountain of ice, because those walls were built like they could take a hit. So he figured that nothing would happen, so they should help him and spread sawdust over the ice to make it melt slower, because if the freezer was... Gran was already on edge then. Bite's hands started to tremble as he blurted that it was freezing in here, and Gran fired back with a burst of excitement. So yeah, it was mind-blowing, because this glacier could actually keep their food safe, and Ours grinned and said, "I told you so," like he'd been right all along. He figured it out before electricity ever existed. People literally stashed ice inside wooden boxes. He could build a tiny version of that refrigerator for home use instead. They could sell it to folks who couldn't conjure ice with magic, because it was small and perfect for keeping food fresh, so they weren't just saving veggies, they could stash meat too. Gran didn't just help him, he made it so the whole village could finally eat better, because food was the fuel of his magic. And then Gran pressed him with a sharp question, "Why didn't you build a castle here?" "Castle right here." Gran claimed they had Kawakita Castle, but he hadn't left Barca village in ages, so what was this lore even supposed to be? Without a castle, what's the point, right? Ars said it was simpler for him to work from here, and then, after agreeing with Carlos, they could only park a tiny number of soldiers at Kawakita Castle because the place had turned into nothing more than a rough pass between the villages. Gran told him, then forget this, build a whole new castle right here, because putting it up would be the loudest way to prove he could back up his power. The MC felt Gran was pointing at his castle, and he warned, sure, my fight with Raymond has cooled off, but if I start flexing my authority right now, people would swear he was overstepping. Then Graham snapped back that the truth was the exact opposite. He needed a castle to keep his reign peaceful, and everyone who'd fought beside him on the battlefield under. Ars finally got the full picture of his power, but everyone else was clueless. Some people treated him like just a regular kid, and they wouldn't hand over a single coin. Ars paused for a beat, then said, so you... He needed a power symbol that would make people pay their taxes without bitterness. And Grant basically told him, by the way, this castle is the symbol, so stop spacing out and pay attention to the design and the size. The MC thought Grant just wanted to build a castle because once the other work was done, they had the time to build it. And Grant said, Kawakita Castle is Lord Barca's place, even though Barca himself is barely ever there. That castle basically sells the idea that all of Barca's greatest knights live within these walls, because he's afraid that, despite everything, even with free trade, Tabarca can't lure enough merchants. What's the use of better farming if you don't know when they'll yank you off to war? They've got to start by doing to make themselves harder to kill, they needed to beef up their military, and that meant grabbing recruits from the outside, because Ars said a run-of-the-mill castle just wouldn't cut it. Barca Knights needed a domain carved out around the castle, and he figured every builder was basically claiming space like stamping territory, so nobody else could live there. So MC said, then we'll raise a fortress. In the fortress city, ringed by brutal walls, he imagined all this place would grow into a real city, full of homes that pulled in people everywhere, until merchants from every corner of the world crowded the streets and turned the castle into a thriving hub. And now that he's a lord, he can finally cash in on the huge perks of this stronghold, plus he'll have more bodies to defend his lands. The Barca Knight. Barca Knight rules over Barca Village, Linda Village, and the Kawakita Castle stretch, while the MC calls Barca Village home. The Barca Knight's territory, Linda Village, Fontana Town, the river, and Kalki stretches to the castle, and if ours got bigger, we'd ring it with outer walls, then inner walls, plus a strong center, a southern district, a northeastern district, a northwestern district, and a western district. MC stared at it all and decided the real goal was building the inner. First came the inner walls, then the outer ones strong and sealed like a warning. The castle would sit right in the middle, and in the southern district, where Gran and Bites live, a free market would buzz non-stop, letting anyone open a shop if they got permission, a full-on free trade zone. Southern district, refrigerator center, and western district. Ours figured there was still plenty of room left, and the territories in the southern and western districts were about to get sliced into plots and handed out to anyone ready to stake their claim. MC snapped that it'd be instant, just get the doors and windows ready, and he figured the northeast district would have been a paradise for lumberjacks and charcoal miners, plus magic mushrooms for cultivation, paper making, and all that charcoal work, and he was already mapping out the paper. And the magic mushroom makers would show up too, because they needed wood for their own craft, so the northwest district would be turned into. Valkyrie's pasture stretched across the land, but not every inch stayed for horses. Some of it had bigger plans. One day, he decided this place would become a soldier's quarters. He told them, I don't have enough permanent soldiers to guard an entire district right now, and he and his father were locked in on peacekeeping, while Bites and Vargas talked training. Then Ars said he'd even want to build a prison for convicts, and maybe he could build a courthouse too. So yeah, trust them to handle the little stuff and make the calls. MC thought, I can't. He also had to make sure every building inside the walls was built from hardened brick, because that extra defense would slow the enemy down, so they threw their focus into developing the southern district. Kale saw it and blurted, "That's incredible," because he'd never laid eyes on a city like this before. R stood behind him, fully satisfied, and MC shrugged like, "I only used a little persistence." Kale warned him not to shrink it. "This thing is way more grand than that fountain." He pointed out that the main street slices right through the southern and western districts. "Oh, wow, check out this arched design. It's already seriously impressive." It's already wild, but he didn't stop there. He even started thinking about slipping window glass into the mix, too. The tempered brick gleams like pure magic under the sun, and the whole design feels one of a kind. R said it was. It all happened because those memories of the house mixed with his own mind kept driving him, and Kale swore it'd be bought worldwide, so the MC grilled him. "Then our city can blow outsiders away." And Kale said he wanted to meet someone who wouldn't freak out, then asked, "Can you help me?" Right after, he dropped to his knees, trembling, because he was way too scared to be this high up. Ars figured the next step was the outer walls, but come on, you can't climb this one. It's sky high and slick as glass. It might fend off wild boars, but an army would tear right through. Then he'd swing to the idea of replacing everything with tempered brick. But magic can't spit out that kind of power, so it's basically useless, way too much for this guy to handle, so he decided to play. He set watchtowers all around the edge of the perimeter, and for a castle the size of Kawakita, he planted 4 towers right at the corners. It might have been enough, but their outer walls towered so high that he circled the whole perimeter with watchtowers. The perimeter stretches out with a space of 200 meters between each point, thick greenery everywhere, so Mana won't come back fast. Vargas and I are taking charge of defense, same deal as Kawakita Castle they use. MC figured he'd ask Grand for a few upgrades to the defenses, so when the tempered bricks came back better than ever, he knew he was right, like always. Even Kawakita needed some repairs, and with an attack hitting at this very moment, they'd be ready to hold the line. They hit the enemy by dropping tempered bricks on them, and it's smarter to stock up early than to get stuck later with low mana, because this strategy works way better. Those bricks don't just hurt him, they also shield him. Incoming blows from below, someday they'll finally get a real defense with bows and gadgets, but right now, they've just got bricks to throw, and ours took the potion, and told him to move on, and then demanded a ditch 10 meters deep, wider too, because unlike Kawakide, out here, there's literally nowhere to go in the water. Yeah, a proper water channel would have helped, but there's nothing we can do about it, and they still have to draw bridges. East, west, north, and south, big enough for horse-drawn carriages made possible by the woodcutter's unmatched skill. Madlock pointed it out right away. Now they've got amazing new bridges, and they can instantly slam the route into the city shut. MC swore their defenses would be way too strong, but then he pointed at the bridge and told everyone to rally the men, aim ice spears, and hit the enemy hard. And when trouble hits, they can always slam the bridge up. Our leader swore Barca would turn into a legendary meeting ground for magnificent knights. That's how Barcania was born, a fortress city built to stand tall. After a while, Kale leaned in and told MC straight up they didn't have enough glass. They said, "More." Our guy begged again, crushed by disappointment. Was it really over already? And deep down, he dared to think he could finally rest. Kale ordered everyone to rest, then snapped that the castle windows needed proper glazing, and the merchants sometimes carried it off with the bricks. When the MC pressed the merchant, they wondered why this clever idea never caught on before. Kale said it all came down to his city, like they spotted the building and immediately thought, yeah, this is it. Because once you see something that good, you'd want to buy it too. MC thought their city houses had turned into the perfect model, then blurted, "I swear, I wish it sold this good." From the From the start, he could have made way more money that way. Kale snapped, "Hurry," because this glass wasn't for now. It was for the husband waiting in his future. Your home promised me this. From this point on, the craving for glass won't just rise, it'll explode. Ours figured Kale had been in the game for years, so when he said they'd have to ramp up mass production soon, it wasn't a suggestion, it was a warning that landed like a punch. MC practically shouted, "Then I'd better whip up a spell that can make glass in exactly the quantities we need." And right when those words hit just then, Gran slipped into their room, brow heavy, and asked, "Another spell?" Ours stared at him, then beckoned him over. The man bragged that he was a creator and scoffed at soulless mass production. Then the MC shot back, "Wait, is that so?" "Yeah, but tell me, this wasn't it weird with tempered bricks." Gran kept insisting bricks and glass were totally different. Bricks were a material made for mass production bricks. Bricks could forge something brand new, made from rare ingredients no one could easily get. Then he snapped that glass wasn't. It wasn't only for windows. This stuff could be shaped into cups, plates, and even all kinds of accessories. The only limit was their imagination. Then production shoved the creative spark aside, because once it's mass-produced, that glass stops being unique ours. They figured that once someone mastered spellwork for glassmaking, nobody else would dare to experiment because all you need is sand and lime, and those are way too easy to grab. And it'd be way too dull if fresh stuff just stopped showing up. Then the MC leaned in and asked, "Wait, should crank up something new from glass?" Grant practically bounced over, asking if he already had an idea, and ours shot back. It was a lens, just like a glass lens. Could he actually pull it off? Grant swore he wouldn't let him down, and MC couldn't stop thinking about the idea. The thought hit him out of nowhere, and Grant practically jumped at the new job. Then he cracked a grin and said he hadn't had tea with any real rush in ages. Hector leaned in and asked if he'd help build the castle inside the walls next, and ours shot back with a full-on yes. He nodded and said it should turn into a symbol of power, but he stopped short and didn't go through with it. Hector didn't even know how to do it, and when the question hit, he just went silent. No answer. After that, MC caught a voice from the streets whispering that So yeah, it was useless again. How many times was he going to say the same thing over and over? He realized those voices felt way too familiar. Then he bolted outside and demanded to know what was happening. Bites cut through the chaos, telling him he had to listen because he and Vargas were already on the move. When the next attack reared its head, he kept saying the same thing over and over about what to do. They needed to defend, but this wasn't how they'd win, and Vargas made it crystal clear any general would tell him it was too dangerous. He kept getting hit so non-stop you could spot it even during training, and when the MC listened, he finally figured it out. Stood there, hammering out battle plans. Then he snapped, "Both of you, calm down. We'll talk it out peacefully after." Ours shot Hector an apology and said Hector had to pour the tea himself, and Hector waved it off with, "It's fine." Bites snapped that if they didn't strike first, they'd lose attack was the only answer, and Vargas fought back by denying. They snapped back, insisting that building a fortress that strong wasn't just for show, they had to squeeze every last bit of its defense, and when he stressed defense, the MC figured, yeah, we're finally getting it. And then, well, he gets why Bites is so dead set on attacking because they've already marched through the same hell together, fighting side by side against the Fountain's army after that battle where lives were at stake, and honestly he was practically vibrating with excitement back then. He felt the scream clawing up his throat, so he burst straight into the fight. He's convinced the same rule holds for Bites too. He watched them stomp a superior enemy and it's all thanks to their storm. This tactic lets them crush any opponent they face. He can't forget that jaw-dropping victory. Bites hits hard, sure, but he's still just a kid, green as they come, and that win isn't the kind of experience you'd call a real victory. Back then, their only shot at winning was a total ambush, and he refuses to gamble everything on that surprise strike tactic. They clash once more with an enemy who's outnumbering them, but Vargas won't budge. He's demanding defense, swearing they should lock in and beef up the castle's fortifications, and he drilled his men in defense. But in their situation, just hold the line was a death trap because the vassals at the fountain despise him, the peasant's son who clawed his way to power, and they want the people of Raymond crushed too. No matter how strong their defenses look, he treats them like nothing, just an insect, and don't expect reinforcements, because no one's coming, not with any certainty. The moment Carlos's grip slips, they're ready to cut him down on the spot because one bite is all it takes. No matter how you cut it, there's no winning here. Vargas's choices are all wrong, and Ars warns that the transfer could happen any moment. So yeah, no backup, no safety net. They've got to survive on their own, and out on the battlefield, they've got to adapt or get crushed. They have to adapt to any wild curveball, and in his mind, they need to forge leadership units for the Barkanites. Bites, still a little unsure, stepped up carrying the weight of strength and intelligence on his shoulders. He said it might make them stronger, but Vargas wasn't done. He jumped back in again. Could it really make it stronger? The MC shot back. Nothing's impossible. Then swore he'd do everything he could and left our thoughts hanging. He got what the Barkanites needed, but he had no clue how to make it happen. Economics and urban planning were beyond his reach. And now the military dumped even more responsibility on his shoulders. Hector turned to MC and asked, "So what are you going to do? If you didn't want to chase a legendary feat and carve your name into history, then Ars spun around and snapped back with a terrified, "No!" He wasn't about to battle for land or resources. After what happened the last time he tangled with the aristocracy, Hector was done playing. So it's really like that, huh? His mind still buzzed with memories of his old life, a world where wars didn't exist, so he broke into a smile and told him not to listen, because he refused to let any more wars happen. He looked at all that war and refused to let people keep dying. He stood for world peace, wanted to live his life, and get back to work. He could work in the fields anytime, then tuck into something delicious. Hector grinned and said yes. Ars figured he'd stay neutral for now because this world is different. In a world where the aristocracy is one bad breath away from tearing each other's throats, that peace won't last. Then our MC thrusts his hand forward and unleashes the ice spear skill. He figured they'd just launched fresh training for the soldiers to crank up their combat survivability. And for starters, a Valkyrie was hauling the ride, no horns on any of them, and they handed each kid one, then started drilling them on how to mount up and control it. Together, muscle training and horseback riding slam your whole body with exhaustion, so meditation puts the soldiers back through hellish drills, because after that train ride, they were wiped out. Training, one guy groaned that his whole body ached, while the other swore he couldn't feel his own. His legs then Ars stared, convinced they finally figured out what he was getting at. Was brutal. He knew this inside out, and only those who had finished horse riding. Then the main character surged into the next stage, and right after, he unleashed his shot skill, and the thoughts in his head started racing. They swore it was magic at work when they wrote, then reality hit hard, because balancing on a horse and swinging a weapon at the same time was brutally difficult. They had to take a moment to adjust and lock in their balance, then nail those first shots with a crazy high hit rate, and only then. He trained with the ice spear, and with so many Valkyries backing him, he picked the single best choice he could make. Figuring out the right game plan, he started learning how to bark exact orders to the wizard soldiers while riding on horseback, and after that, Ars used He unleashed the ice spear skill, then grinned as he had the Valkyries sprint in fast and keep their distance, striking from safety so they could finally. Ars set out to fell that massive boar, certain that no matter how tough it was, a storm of ice spears would still tear it apart. These huge boar trainings paid off big time. His Valkyrie commands the whole herd, so even the riders who are nowhere near skilled can still pull it off. They handled it like pros. Then the soldiers turned and thanked their Valkyries, and the MC just smiled, saying they worked together perfectly. They looked like one giant beast. And Ars swore this was the start of the Bark magical cavalry right then, when everything was about to kick off. In that exact moment, Grant leaned in and told MC the job was finally over, then shoved the binocs into his hands. He handed over the binoculars and told him to take a look, and then Ars leaned in and asked, "So is it ready?" Still not ready yet. He had to have been awake all night because now he's even sporting a beard. Grant said it was fine, and for a second everything looked okay. Meditation supercharges his body's recovery while he sleeps. So, yeah, in theory, it should make zero difference. even if the person just wouldn't fall asleep, and the MC thought his meditation skills were perfect, so he strutted in feeling amazing until Ars said it looked like he could pull it off even without sleep, or maybe it only worked with Gran, because he was the one who finally got the chance. He had to scramble to the top of the tower because binoculars, with two curved lenses that bend light, let you zoom in on distant objects from way out there. He only had a blurry memory of how it all worked, so the magic still wouldn't recreate it. MC froze in shock, blurting out that he could actually see his mom drying laundry back there. Gave him a jaw-dropping view, and Grant grinned, insisting he never would have brought him an unfinished sample. Ars was convinced he'd finally pulled off a perfect remake of the binoculars straight from that cricket sketch. Kyle told us, Grant's seriously talented turning her loose with Barca. Yeah, he's damn glad she joined. I am. Told the MC that it snowed, and R leaned in to say it had been chilly all day. Would he take something warm? Kyle nodded, no hesitation at all. Then MC poured a cup of tea for both of them, and in the back of his mind, he started to think. Carlos never thought he'd get to sit in peace and quiet for this long this year. He hadn't even shown his face again and again. They were summoned to back it up, but not a single soul ever dared to challenge. Barca's army, because as they marched to crush the rebels, they laid down a killer road the whole way, and they set up camp in a spot that screamed, "Watch me," right in enemy territory. Then they had the perfect road to strike fast. The enemy camp went huge land, hours, and they thought they'd built 3 fortresses overnight. Then most of the troops collapsed and surrendered. They kept watching their army swell day after day, and their camp ballooned bigger with every single day. They were the exception. Carlos handled them like a pro, and every time they got called back, the flow of goods only kept climbing. They pushed past the old limits and carved out a brand new road. Though the calls rubbed him the wrong way, he still told Carlos to exempt them. MC told him to spare the rebels' hideout from tolls, but the moment he asked, MC snapped back that every road led straight through Fun Time, Montana. If he flashed that toll, the floodgates would open, and mountains of merchants would pour into the city, and with them, money. Carlos figured he was still pushing to convince him, but Hours realized Fontana had gotten even busier than before. He stared at it suspiciously, because the truth was, these goods were arriving at the park grounds too, and that was bad news, since not many caravans come through here. Snow blankets everything in winter, so they cram up on food and hunker down inside their houses. No surprise at all. MC shivered like crazy and blurted, "Man, this cold is killing me. I need a warm bath and I'd die for hot springs." Kyle heard that and just thought, bath, hot springs, springs. Then Kyle fired off a question. What was that supposed to mean? R said he just wanted to jump in and soak in the hot water to warm up, and Kyle's thoughts immediately started. MC said, "Yeah, it'll be warmer that way," then stopped, frowned, and muttered, "But that sounds weird. Wait, doesn't it? They take hygiene, like it's basic common sense here, so what's weird about that? But sometimes he's so wiped out that even the thought of going to the bathroom hits like a wall in his mind. Territory management wipes you out, and before you can even breathe, Valkyrie raps hard on the window. Ours spun around and called its name, then MC yanked on the winter coat. "Grandmaid!" He burst outside and demanded, "What happened?" Valkyrie dropped into a crouch at MC's level, and ours shot back. "What? Yeah. Huh, should he really climb up there?" Then Valkyrie dragged MC straight to the water, and ours blurted in shock, "Wait, is this a hot..." Yeah. In the hot spring, they'd already crossed that river right before the firefight erupted. The Fountain's army and the MC got hit right in the chest, completely moved by that brave action. He told everyone he'd heard him talking about the springs, and then the moment he said it, something followed him and dragged him right here. Here, yeah, right there. He would slam on the brakes, right there, no doubt, and we all mentally cheered for Valkyr. Mercury he barely slid his feet in, but it felt so damn good, and he said that if he climbed all the way up, he'd get hit with a full-on freeze, so he stopped halfway just enough to warm up. His feet. He shot back. Then Dempsey pulled out his phone and called Vargas, told him. He leaned in and told him he was going to cash in on that free land in Linda Village. Vargas leaned in and demanded, "So what have you been plotting since this morning?" Sure, he had land, but what on earth had he cooked up? Ars figured he could brew up a hot spring, so he told Vargas that the river in Linda's village had hot springs flowing right through it. They could slap an inn there and let those hot baths pull in crowds of guests. And Vargas couldn't stop thinking about it, so he asked, "An inn, right?" And knew he had to run straight to the village chief. MC told him he could count on him. Then he figured it out: the closer the water got to the heat source, the more its temperature shifted. A village would always stay warm. Ours was no exception. Ours kept grinding on his research. Then he installed a cylinder first. A towering cylinder of hardened bricks rose where the hot spring used to be. They slipped in a kind of plug to stop the boiling water from blasting out, and then they fitted a mesh over it. He dug under the plug to scrape out every bit of dirt. Then bam, he made a fresh hole. Near Linda Village, he spotted a horseshoe, then started laying brick pipes and buried them deep. They told everyone to keep the heat locked in, then hot water roared into Linda Village, fueling the hot springs. They were ready, but the MC glanced at it and snapped. "That's a pool, so it's not hot springs." Ars figured the crops could wait, so he told the villagers to take over the work for a while. Taking care of those baths was a huge blunder, and now it's ruined. Maybe he'll slap up a hotel around the pool to save face, but at this point, there's nothing he can do about it. He'll raise it in a Western style, but he shouldn't have handed this job to someone who's never soaked in the springs. No way to control the temperature, but somehow it's still flawless. While the MC soaked in the bath, he muttered that it only needed to get even bigger. Then he even set up a drainage ditch to haul away the dirty water for hygiene purposes. He even stretched the drainage clear to the bark and snagged an outer moat. Then boom, they'd get a real irrigation canal. Kyle shot up and asked, "So tell me, if they need hot water, why not haul cold water from the well and heat it up themselves?" He just can't wrap his head around why they drag hot water all the way from the river, and the more he thinks, the less it makes sense. Ars shook his head hard and said, "No, there's a reason. Because hot springs don't just chill you out, they melt away every last bit of fatigue." And Kyle blurted out in shock. Kyle said in surprise, "Wait, so that's the play?" MC realized he could use meditation to stay calm and sharp, and then Kyle would imagine him as the weird older brother who jumped through hoops for a plain hot bath. He had to come up with a rock-solid reason to build hot springs, and that just set our guy off, because his big brother's pride had spiraled way too far, and ours. He bit down on his doubts, because he had to be a cool brother to Kyle then. After a while, MC finally headed to bed. But sleep wouldn't come. His mind kept racing on how to wow everyone with the magic of hot springs, and he desperately needed an idea worthy of the lore. Kyle had to call it a great idea, so Lord could brag about using the hot springs, and after a bit, our side finally threw up the building. Vargas rapped on the window and demanded to know if the walls were hardened brick with a glass roof, then leaned in like he had secrets and asked what he was really planning to build in Linda Village. MC. He grinned and eagerly said it would be something truly amazing, then announced hot springs would rise here, built from one of his old plans. He cooked up the plan the night before. He'd been thinking about this for ages, but it never came together, so Vargas clocked it right away and started to wonder why he was acting so damn weird. Honestly, we thought that building was basically a giant glass greenhouse, and I couldn't stop wondering whether you could really grow fresh vegetables even when winter hits. Winter's here. Glass lets heat slip through and keeps things nice during the day, yet nobody's plant makes it through those brutal cold nights, because tapping into the hot spring steam, they solved it in seconds. MC blasted the air into the building, and Vargas immediately felt it warmth flooding in like it all clicked. Ars burst with excitement and told Linda that they could now grow vegetables in this greenhouse even through winter. Linda Village's winter food supply got a huge boost. Now they've got hot springs and a glass greenhouse too, and the hot springs were... He slapped a building down right next to the inn, and when the MC told Valkyrie it meant he'd never feel bored during the winter, Ours just stared at Valkyrie. You could feel the admiration hit instantly because it was downright mind-blowing, and you could haul an adult around all day long without breaking a sweat. It cleverly mixes magic, too. Its mana tank dwarfs any farmer's, and it shrugs off all temperatures, so he should add the discovery of hot springs to his plans. It landed on Valkyrie's wall of winds, glowing like it belonged there. Then it slid right beside the heat source and, the moment it stepped out into, that cold air bit hard, but it didn't flinch. This thing shrugged off the temperature like it had a built-in shield, because its life force keeps it going in any conditions. MC clung to the Valkyrie and demanded to know what else it could do right as Kale showed up and moved in. He pointed at him and said, "I can see you're stuck here, staring at nothing like you've forgotten how to think. In winter, people get shut down, and their lives get limited in there." Ars realized that pushing the limits like this turns capability into opportunity, because for her, the whole point is simple: keep doing something weird every single time. Golden rule of business. Then he leaned in and laid it out. These are the exact beets that grew in their greenhouse, and they're going to ride. Snag that sleigh, ride straight to Fontana, and sell every single thing you've got. Kale and were absolutely fired up, plotting business and money like it could change everything, while Ars swore the flavor was even better than the original, only for it to still be disgustingly gross. And beets were basically cattle feed, so they usually couldn't sell much until people suddenly started snapping them up. The woman apologized and begged them to give her as much as her money could stretch, and the man, when he heard her say that, the man blurted that he needed some too. Kale laughed and called fresh vegetables in winter pure salvation, and suddenly MC realized that in this world, winters hit like a death sentence out in the rural villages. Hunger can so brutal that even whole homes collapse. For lack of food, young kids get tossed out onto the streets, then they swarm into the city hunting for work only for most of them to die there. In the dead of winter, food is worth its weight in gold, so the villager demanded he at least hand over a piece, and they apologized and admitted this was all they had. Then Ars shot back, "Everything's fine," and promised they'd be back tomorrow. So the villagers came running with trembling voices. Is this really true, and do they still have the beets? The MC grinned and said they're growing them in huge quantities in Barca. Our stout in winter, those beets get sold only for the road in MC's. His imagination took off. His sales shattered every expectation, and he raked in money while genuinely helping people, basically Santa Claus, just without the slave part. Yup, Santa Claus, yanked along by reindeer, totally crushed his sales and sold every last thing right through the end of this year and into the start of the next. A fresh start is right around the corner. R said it, and the new year is packed with so much they're about to step into. New Year in the city of Fontana turns into a playground for Carlos's castle. MC realized the one thing that mattered most in the job was the Lord of the Bark Knights is still up all night at the start of the new year, watching the tradition unfold. Every knight has to ride into Fontana to greet the local lord. Then they file up to the head of the house and take turns bowing and speaking to him, with him starting as the newcomer got stuck waiting forever. Then boom, the banquet hall lit up and the party finally kicked off, and ours was right there at the banquet. The crowd started whispering, "Wait, is that the peasant knight from the rumors?" Then they snapped their eyes. "He's just a kid. No way, I can't believe." Leave Raymond lost to him then. Winter hit and he sold fresh vegetables. And honestly, some nights carried far bigger weight. Big achievements. But why would the head hand the reins to some tiny nobody to run all those lands? To become a knight, you had to carve your name into the battlefield. Your status didn't matter at all. At least, that's what people said. But the truth was messier. It's usually the kids of knights born into armor, not the starving farm boys who can barely scrape by. So yeah, every single person here was way too high and mighty to even compare to some regular farmer, and they stayed just far enough away to make that crystal clear. Ours stood in the middle, everyone kept their distance, and the crowd whispered like crazy. MC even thought Carlos himself had made him. He sent him a knight, and then he couldn't shake the feeling that someone familiar was missing after all. Everyone here was a knight, and someone swore they'd seen MC use magic totally different from They used whatever tech they pulled from the fountain house, and once they got summoned, they built a camp in the blink of an eye. Then the man asked, "What he's got to be tied to?" Raymond, our suspicion just got real. Mars couldn't bring himself to meet his gaze. Something about it felt downright creepy, so he slumped there, bored out of his mind, and figured he'd just watch instead. Watch them for now. Once he studied everything, MC decided it looked totally clear to him. The more someone battles, the higher that gets every single fight, pushing it up. He sensed how strong their mana was and swore they were quietly honing it without even realizing it. Their mana in battle, but the ones Raymond took under his wing. It barely had any mana at all, and what it did have was so weak it couldn't impress even a little. He'd have to spill the word about bites and kick off some serious magic training. Right after that, Ours suddenly clocked someone nearby and just stood there like, "Wait, who is that? Who is he? I've never seen this man on the battlefield before." The mana was top-tier pure quality, and most importantly, MC sprinted toward the direction where he'd first spotted the mana, convinced it was a knight and the mana even, wrapping around their whole bodies like a suffocating wave. But then Arce strode up to the girl and called out. She perked right up and answered, "Yeah, what is it?" He could finally ask, then the MC stared at her and realized her mana was locked down tight, all concentrated in her head, like that was the most standard thing in the world. Is she doing this on instinct, or has she been trained for it? Ours blurts out, buzzing with excitement, asking her name and where she lives while Lelina just stares, utterly confused. Refused and just froze, not knowing what to say. The MC blurted out that he really wanted to ask her, and Belina snapped that he was putting her in an awkward position. And then Ars blurted out that he didn't mean any harm, like he was genuinely curious. And yeah, he seemed like a good guy. The MC's eyes instantly widened. Lelina hesitated for half a second, then finally nodded just as Carlos showed up right beside him, and he shot him a grin and said he was amazed again, then hit him with the question. "So did you finally decide to chase a girlfriend in the new year?" The knights didn't impress him, so he went straight back and approached him. He approached the maid, acting like some big hero, and Ours, totally thrown off, said, "No, it's not like that." He shot back, that he didn't speak up because she was a woman, she simply caught his interest. Carlos swore Lelina knew exactly how to grab attention. Then he called her over and ordered her to take MC into a private room so they could talk, only for Lelina to pause and say, "I'm right here." Carlos said she always just read books. This was the perfect chance to step up, be kind to the guest, and make Ars. He obviously wanted to talk to her, so why did his whole body feel so weird right now? He pressed Lelina, asking what kind of connection she had with Carlos, because it looked like he actually cared about her, and he wanted to know for real. Lelina nodded and said yes. They said they were his blood relatives, just like that. Done. Ours blurted out in shock, "Wait, is he her brother?" "You can't even guess it from how he acts," Lelina snapped back, that Carlos is the previous lord's son, and his legal wife was nothing more than a simple maid, and so was her mother. MC instantly guessed they were half-brother and half-sister because they looked so painfully similar. Same hair color, sure, but unlike Carlos, he didn't have that aura of ambition. Lelina sits around him, quiet as a whisper, modest in every breath. Carlos might be good-looking, but Lelina, she's on a whole other level of gorgeous, so tell me, can she even stand next to? He stared at her like, "So, you're the artist." Then he pressed, "Why was she stuck at the banquet as a servant? Was that really her place?" Lena just shrugged and said it was normal women born. When you're born into an aristocratic or even just a knightly family, you're forced to wow the guests, usually with the kids pitching in to help the maids drill etiquette lessons the right way. But she didn't do a thing all day except bury herself in books in her room, and she'd never once dealt with servants before Carlos showed up. She'd had enough, and she swore that this year she'd be the one entertaining the guests at the New Year's banquet. And just like that, 16 years have already flown by, so she finally got embarrassed and told them, "Stop talking about me." He still wanted to ask something, though our eyes locked on her. He figured she was perfectly calm, like she'd just sit there, staring at her from across the room, and then he admitted it. He wasn't daydreaming at all. He was watching the mana of the people at the banquet, and no. Then he spotted it. Her mana was packed around her head. Who taught her that? Lelina insisted she hadn't learned a thing, like she didn't even care. MC realized her mana was all bunched up in one spot, and he instantly figured out why concentrating it like that makes it hit way harder. Mana surged through his whole body, blasting him into a far stronger form, while Vargas funneled every drop right onto his skin, forming a hard, protective shield, and by piling it on his head, he sharpened his memory and made his thoughts race faster than ever. Lelina sinks into pure focus, and suddenly everything sticks in her mind like it's been sealed in place. She unconsciously channels her mana, and its quality blows away the nights from the... At the banquet hall, it felt like the heavens finally smiled on her. This talent, no doubt, was forged from endless books, like he used to do on the earth. Then Ours jumped up and demanded, "So what kind of books are there?" "Iachi, yeah." Lelina shot back, "Those aren't cheap books. Each one's packed with complex history, and just trying to read a single one eats up hours." MC explained that parchment costs a fortune, so books are already a luxury. Then he laughed that Kale always moaned about wasting paper and time writing letters to the aristocrats, because in his mind, you'd get nothing back, just a few. He soaked up praise like it was oxygen he could read and write, but if anyone dared shove him into those classic books without a dictionary, he'd snap straight into madness. Then Ars leaned in and asked, "Can you let her tell you what that book's about?" Lelina looked at him and demanded, "So it's MC." Macy said, "So you're telling me there are history books here, right?" Then he admitted it. He still had huge holes in that knowledge, like why the royal family fell after the United. Melina blurted, "So the family's kingdom started slipping, right? And she wasn't sure she could ever make it right." She'd ignore her curiosity at first, but she'd still try across the north's endless forests, up the east's towering mountains that stabbed the sky, and out toward the west and south, where the valleys stretched for miles along. Along the way, like a spider web of cracks, a whole chain of lakes and swamps spread out. Then the peace. The peaceful lands they live in have never once been invaded by outsiders, and the ruler of this calm, quiet kingdom. The place was home to the founding king, the very first ruler, and a wizard no one had ever seen before, and he was the first to unleash the gift of... He chose a name that lured the deadliest mages to his side, and with that, he finally stepped into parenthood. To crush them, he leaned on his children's magic seizing control until he crowned himself the absolute king. But many generations later, a tyrant clawed his way to power, and the aristocrats suddenly turned their backs on him. Rage boiled in King Nero as he crushed the disobedient aristocrats. Then his bloodline rose to form the royal family, while the wizards who stayed loyal were promoted into the aristocracy, and he purged every dissenting voice with the same magic his predecessor left behind. And his tyranny would have kept crawling forward forever until King Nero. But Nero wasn't some perfect mage. His power rode on the aristocrat's strength, and after the purge, his grip snapped and his position spiraled fast, Ars said, and still shocked that the aristocrats could drain his own powers, he did it anyway. He committed murders. Lelina said only some of the aristocrats had been purged, but even that hit him hard, dropping his kingly rank, and because of that, that legendary royal magic only the royal family could ever touch vanished. And the MC blurted out, "Wait, the great magic that only royals can wield." Ars finally thought he got it. Then Lelina hit him with the truth. With the right practice, this kind of magic could erase a whole city in the blink of an eye. MC feared their constant magic spam had finally turned into their enemy. Then Bishop Paul chimed in that his mana was swelling too, giving him the power to cast the healing map. Magic, and if his rank ever dropped, his mana would crash with it, and he'd lose the power he fought to keep. So yeah, he couldn't heal anymore, and from that point on, he could only cast the spells his mana could handle. So yeah, this shot and ice spear. They're offensive magic. You can pass down from parents to the kid who's chosen to bear it. They're named so the king unleashed a spell with a brutal mana cost, just to keep himself seated as the dominant parent of, among his children, great magic, the rarest and most powerful kind, the only magic that the royal family's chosen members can use. Family. Knowing he could wipe out an entire city with a snap of his fingers, nobody dared lift a hand against him. Willina said that after Nero got blindsided by the loss of great magic, he finally understood how crucial the aristocrats were, and he scrambled to rebuild those connections. Even then, only a handful were ready to bow to a tyrant who'd already squandered his great magic, while the nobles flat out refused to swear the royal family was superior, and that refusal set the stage for... And that's how their power finally collapsed, crushing the royal family's tyranny and kicking off endless aristocrat on aristocrat power wars, and ours just stared in disbelief, saying he never imagined he'd learn this much. Dennis claimed that another book said attack-type magic was shut down for a while, just to stop anyone from forming a brand new royal family. MC peered at the notes and blurted, "Wait, so what's in there?" He leaned in and read what was scribbled in the book, Nero the Idiot. Melina said that if something like that were written in a scientific historical treatise, she'd be absolutely thrilled, no question about it. She was wildly shocked. She genuinely thought fairy tales would be easier for him to read, because they're way simpler. Language, she didn't have a ton, but she still had some. MC stared at her and said that Lena really loved her books. Then a knock hit her door. She swung it open, and Leon blurted out aloud, "Yeah, I'm here." He said he was coming in, closed the distance to her fast, and Melina asked what happened, and he snapped back that Carlos sent him, and that he also wanted to check on her. Then Melina apologized for not introducing. Then she introduced him, Leon, her younger brother, and right after that, she told her. He gritted out to his older brother that the guy ahead of them was Lord Barca. R's main character just stared at the ceiling like, "Wait, who's Leon really?" Then Leon dropped, "Yeah, I heard the rumors too," and R's head immediately spun into what the hell is Leon? Is Carlos really the lone heir of the Fontana house? And then, right after, he turned to Lelina and demanded to know if her younger brother was somehow connected to Carlos, because what if they're related? Blood bonded, Lelina shook her head and told him this after she was born. Her mother tracked down her current father and with him gave Leon his start. So yeah, Carlos isn't connected to them at all, but MC can't shake the feeling that something dangerous is lurking in their family, right? Wait, yeah, based on what he'd just been told. But then Leon leaned in and said this was the first time he'd ever seen his sister smile and act so happy around a guy. Lelina's face flared red, and she blurted that he shouldn't. He better not spout that kind of nonsense, because the second he said it, her whole face flared red, and then Lelina blurted out, all excited, "You?" He was a total idiot. Ours stared at them and felt like they were weirdly close. Then Leon went, "After all that, my sister was, He was painfully shy, so he feared Lelina would drag trouble straight into his life, but it turned out his worry was totally pointless, and MC told them that Lelina even explained the history. Materials were incredibly interesting. Then Leon snapped his gaze to him and bowed, asking him to look after his sister, and ours, thinking he'd be about 13 or 14, realized he wasn't much older than Bites, but the way he acted. He leveled up full-on mature, and yeah, he was dangerous. Then came the real shock. His mana quality was even better than Lena's, while he was locked onto him. The mana flared and condensed in his eyes. Was he really judging him, or just itching to talk to him again? Afterward, Lelina shot MC a nervous, bashful look and called out to him. R squinted at her question, then pressed her for an answer, and asked, "What's wrong?" Then Lelina quickly found. She had nothing to say, so she shut him down and admitted she didn't want to talk at all, and MC showed up to Carlos, and Carlos practically lit up. "Good you're here." Then he dropped the bomb he'd already decided on his marriage, and our group froze in shock as Carlos went on, "I decided." He finally chose to marry, and they locked in their ceremony for spring. Once the spring sun melts the snow, everything finally clicks into place, and it's pure paradise. MC froze, stunned, and blurted out that there was absolutely nothing. Carlos practically beamed and told everyone, "I already knew I was into Lelina, or somehow I just knew." Ars thought they'd just betrothed him to Lelina. Then Carlos cut in and said that Leon told him, and he practically burst with joy. He agreed right away to take care of their sister. MC froze. Wait, what? He handed him something that important, so after that, Lelina tracked me down, tugged on her courage, and sheepishly blurted, I didn't mean to say that. Wait, so this is what it all meant. MC finally got it. So tell me, was I the only one who was clueless back then? Did anyone even warn him about how every formality had already been handled? Because it was ours who finally asked him. He's finally coming in, but this year, Carlos will only be 10 years old. MC heard him say, I'm an aristocrat, I'm old enough to marry. And suddenly MC was like, yeah, right, there's no way you'll ever truly get the world of a noble of the highest rank. Carlos practically teetered on the edge, and Lelina leaned in, saying her blood was tied to his fate. Marry her and defending his claim would be a whole lot easier, because for him, marriage was nothing but profit, and now ours finally gets it. This wouldn't be love at all. It would be a marriage of convenience. Carlos made it work this way. He could get tied to him, and both of them could cash in on the union, but then, after that, MC told him, let me know your parents. Did Lelina jump on board with that plan? Carlos snapped back that her parents were dead, and honestly, he didn't care what anyone else thought. Melina had grown up in an aristocratic world and knew every rule of the game she truly believed she'd never. Lelina had never really been free one day. Someone would turn her into a tool, and Carlos warned her that she'd already been proposed to again and again. She'd better be ruthless about who she lets become her husband, or she'll miss her only shot to even reach the books, like what happens to people born into an. Because of that aristocratic blood, Leon trusted him instantly, and the moment he made his request, he agreed just as fast. Mars figured Carlos was being abrupt, but the truth hit harder. His fear for Lelina having to leave home someday was plain as day. MC couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was rushing everything way too fast. Lena figured our hours soaked up new knowledge like a sponge, absorbing it all. She said she was a couple years older than him, and when she finally could, to read and understand what this book is really saying, and it somehow rubbed her the wrong way. Like what? What a tangled mess of feelings, and the MC shot back that she was just a truly... Lelina couldn't take it anymore. She flushed with embarrassment and blurted out that was the first time she'd ever talked about a book with someone, and she couldn't believe how much fun she was having. So Hours headed back and said, so how's he going to tell the others about this, without losing them? Man, after a while, the fight snapped into a this. He flipped into full anger mode and demanded, so what wedding are you getting? Getting married before him, and not just any girl, but an aristocratic noble beauty at that dude was insanely lucky. MC even asked if he wanted to become a hero who saves a stunning princess. Bites fired back with a grin and said this was his kind of male romance. R said Lelina's maid would tag along too, and maybe they could find some common ground. Then Bites blew up, firing back at him like, did you even listen to me? From this day on, he swore he'd grind non-stop, stack titles like trophies, and marry a breathtaking woman because he would never, ever let himself lose to. To him then, they'd finally see MC figured they weren't truly competing, but he still told him good luck. After that, everyone else was grinning for him. Ashira even said that after all the heavy, serious business they'd faced, marrying a noble girl was on a whole other level. Kyle laughed with joy and shouted his congratulations, and MC's mom, her smile trembled with a little sadness, but she still. Hector just couldn't stop smiling and told us he was sure he'd never cared about marriage because somehow he'd been alone from childhood, and when Hours let out that awkward laugh, it hit us. He was only 10. So yeah, of course he wasn't interested because Barca would only win from this marriage, but somehow Lelina still felt like a genuinely good person to him. Right then, Bites stared at him like something was off. MC just shrugged and called him a little irritating, and honestly, this marriage was nothing but wins, like a blessing wrapped in steel, especially with the castle in Barca what he and Gran had been talking about. Yeah, it would only make things explode faster. Bites pressed him for answers, and Kawakita Castle was built straight up without permission. Right, Are they really going to push back the construction deadline for the castles in Barca? Ars nailed it. He's right. But this time, they set out to raise the most luxurious castle in Barca, purely to flex their power and prove they're in control. If they raised some insanely luxurious castle, the boss of the Fontana house would spot it for sure, and that's exactly where the wedding would save the day, right? He nodded thoughtfully. Yeah. Then he started explaining that since Lilina was the daughter of Fountain House was about to step into their family, so they had no choice. They had to set up the absolute best place to live for her. They figured no one would dare object, even if Barca Castle went way overboard, so they kicked off the official construction at last, building it to lock in their power for good. The simplest move was height, no shortcut needed. He was so cool he could throw up a building that tall, but that was only going to be. Hassle cleaning was the beating heart of building upkeep. No one else would even set foot here except him and his closest crew. He couldn't shake the feeling that the size was a bad fit. And then he realized, we needed a new plan, so he leaned back in his chair and went, authority, right? And suddenly, it had to be something unreal, inspiring, divine, the whole package. He couldn't help but remember in the past life, the gods, including Buddha, were always ringed by a blazing eagle, and that glowing image just lit up the whole scene, somehow turning their presence into pure divinity and raising their status instantly. That's it. Right after that, Grant suddenly showed up and closed in on MC. He smirked and said, glass, huh? MC couldn't help but light up, but they had. They kept raking in fresh orders from merchants who'd spotted their window panes, and they promised to raise a one-of-a-kind glass castle. No one else could match that kind of reputation, would rocket them straight to the top. He paused, nodding like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but glass is only for windows, right? And he couldn't shake the thought that a castle packed with them probably wouldn't impress a soul. Ars nodded like, yep, but this wasn't any regular glass. This was stained glass, the kind that hits different. Grand started to. He got all fired up and blurted, what is it? And the MC shot him a look like, you haven't made these yet, have you? When they finally reached Barca, the moment the doors opened, crowds rushed into the throne room. In the brand new castle, he'd be waiting for them, right there. And right behind him, a lavish stained glass window blazed with color. The stained glass would scatter glowing light like a blazing halo hovering in midair. Seeing that dazzling light show for the first time, people would remember it forever, and it would make everything that came next feel way more believable. MC tried to sketch the castle, and as soon as he asked, so this is the castle, right? It hit him. It didn't look like one at all. Cathedral. The word slammed into his mind. Then he went, wait, what if we add some blue to match the mana color? Graham told them he'd sketched exactly the way he was instructed. Now they had to chase the perfect lighting by studying where the castle sat and how the interior was built, and that's when Cale hit them with a jaw-dropper. He said that was a whole different game. The sketches laid it all out in razor-sharp detail, and Grant swore that the more glass they used, the less they'd have to defend. R said he'd weighed keeping defenses on both the outer and inner walls, but then he wondered why not add a secret escape passage for emergencies. Grant beamed and swore it was the perfect move. He'd handle everything himself, from the living quarters and staff rooms to a meeting space for him and his entourage. A throne room with stained glass windows loomed over them. Since winter dragged everything to a crawl, they begged Celion to help forge hardened bricks for the next round of construction while Grant took the heavy lifting, building most of it, and even carving the stained glass himself. But before he even tried to craft a full-size stained glass window, he swore he'd spotted the stained glass itself as too fragile to work. It was way too big, so he snapped and built a tiny miniature version instead. This version fell too short, and that one did too, just both way too low. Light, then the MC kept trying again and again until R finally burst out. It's just great, because he'd managed it, or at least that's how far it went. Kyle popped in right then and blurted, "It's Sibley. Man, it's seriously amazing. So tiny, yet it looks just like the real deal." The MC even said he might be able to put it on the market as It was a children's toy on paper, but aristocrats would have snatched it up fast, like it was high-end art. Then Kyle leaned in and asked if he'd be upgrading it into a bigger version next. Mars said he was about to hand the build to Gran and pass him this model as a sample, so Kyle leaned in and asked him. No way he thought magic would let him slap up stained glass walls like it was nothing, and didn't it work? Then, out of nowhere, the MC clocked something big, and he realized, oh no, he hadn't forgotten at all that magic could build him a whole building. The first try wasn't really a building yet, just 4 straight walls after. Then he thanked Kyle and told him, maybe we can wrap up construction way faster. After that, he promised he'd talk it over with Graham. Raced off, and then ours scattered too. Kyle stared after him, thinking how his brother could be so careless, always getting himself hurt after a while. MC dragged Leon over to show what he built, and Leon admitted he never pictured. Imagine if the Knights of Bark had a castle like that. Ours went bright with pride and said, yep, it's true. Yeah, seriously, they just built it. Like, recently Leon stared, thinking. He couldn't believe he'd finally shown up before the wedding, so he was buzzing with relief. And when MC welcomed them to Bark Castle, he couldn't even finish his sentence. Barka Are. It started as 2 tiny night-filled villages, but everything changed when a princess was set to move in with them. In the future, they decided to raise a castle worthy of her, something worthy of legends. After that, ours leaned in and demanded, so what would you say to all of this? Yep. Leon said it was so insane it almost broke the rules. MC just thought, wait, what? As soon as the construction wrapped up, right there in front of everything, Leon and Gran just couldn't stop celebrating, like the whole thing felt way too unbelievable. Unbelievable, his sister and Carlos might have the same blood in their veins, but that blood belongs. She's tied to House Graham, the one that serves House Fountain, and calling her a princess would be a total joke. He knows her real story. She's the daughter of the last head and a servant, yet somehow she belongs to a completely different house, so our side thought. He paused, then said he figured Carlos must have told him something about it after all. House Graham had already been wiped out by Raymond. Lion gave a straight-up yes and even told them they once held the territory of the Graham Knights. The Grahams used to run a knightly house by the fountain, but after their father Raymond, who'd nursed a grudge for ages, died out of nowhere, he left them nothing. He took all their land. Then MC ripped open the truth he swore he had a hand in his father's death, and ours couldn't even process it, because when MC finished, he sounded dead certain they were meant to clash as enemies. And he had to hunt Carlos down for help, then drag everyone back to the land his father left behind ages ago, only to find their land split up and taken. Carlos had just been handed the title of Lord, and now he had to split his life among a handful of knightly families, all while pushing through the fact that he couldn't help them there. He was grateful for the way he'd looked after them, but he had to stop clinging to a past that was already impossible to fix. He decided to pour every last ounce of his effort into creating. MC stared at him like, that's what a real adult looks like, so bright, so powerful, and thought he was nothing like Bites. Or maybe he straight up dropped that, and that's when you realized he needed a favor from you. He demanded an answer. Could he really serve him? And with everything in his chest, he vowed to bring House Grant back to life. And the only way he could prove himself was to light up the battlefield, but somehow they'd never once sent him into the fight. The battlefield hours demanded. Then why didn't you turn to Carlos? Make him explain he's got to send him straight into battle. See. Or he admitted he was ashamed to say it because right then, with what was left of House Graham, there was no way he could possibly. They finally could fight until recently. They were still one of the finest knightly houses, packed with the most powerful magic his father had drilled him in combat skills since he was a kid. And he'd mastered a whole arsenal of tactics, so now he's convinced his knowledge will come in clutch for On the battlefield, the MC leaned in and asked him straight up, so they could craft the perfect strategy, and if it came down to it, the MC could step back and he'd take command. Leon shot back a clear yes. Ours figured that when Carlos threw him back into the fight, Leon's tactics might finally crack the problem faster. Even without any soldiers at his side, he could still be a game changer, and that power would finally let him chase his lifelong dream, rebuilding House Graham. After that, MC nodded and said, "Yes, I am hired," because training since childhood meant he could read without a doubt. "So, count. Right. Leon nodded hard. Then Ars said, "In the." So yeah, if that's the situation, he didn't just want him at their side in the heat of battle, he wanted his help when things were calm too. Can he reach the old contacts from House Graham before the collapse swallowed everything, because every single one of them has vanished, scattered to the winds? But brotherhood means you've got to back each other up, because when it comes to bites, they always pull their weight. Leon steps in to help, then flashes a promise he's calling everyone right away and offering them jobs in Barca. Then they took off, and right then, boom, they heard someone announce that it was tasteless for such a magnificent castle, and he was starting to lose his mind. To doubt his sanity, how dare he trash his own creation then? After that, MC couldn't stop thinking, was it Gran, and did he ever tell him that a nameless autodidact had finally pulled it off now? Now everything finally clicked into place. Ars was like, "Wait, who is that?" Then it hit again. Was it after that? He told him, "Let me introduce you." MC wondered how anyone could even dare to mess with Gran. Then Leon flat out said it was obvious. Clarice bowed low and told them to accept her because, with sincere apologies, she introduced herself Clarice, and that's when Lillian's name finally hit the room. Lilina's personal servant showed up here just to track Leon down because she had come to ask him something big, as they tore through all the frantic chaos leading up to Lilina's wedding. Now their paths kept colliding, and Ars couldn't stop smiling. He was genuinely happy to meet her, but it looked like she and Gran were still in the middle of an argument. Clarice clashed with him, then shot back yes, saying that if he gave her the chance, She hits him with some blunt advice: ditch every overly ornate piece of furniture and start over. Ars said Gran was the one who built the furniture, and honestly, he thinks Gran absolutely nailed it. A job then. Gran nodded along, grinning as he said every single thing in here is a masterpiece, crafted by his own hands. Clarisse admitted, "Yeah, it's gorgeous," but warned that if the castle is packed with all those flashy tricks, then MC could come off like a total show-off. Ars only had one thought after that. On the top floor of a high-rise, he lounges with a pedigree cat sprawled on his lap, sipping expensive wine like he owns the sky. "Yeah, that's the gist," Ars said, "and honestly, it fits way better." "So you're really talking about spoiled rich folk," Gran told him. "Go ahead, let them swing insults at me, but don't you ever insult the MC." Then Ar chimed in, "Yeah, she's right. Gran and he are pure action types, and sure their taste can be a little behind the times." Old then Clarice snapped that it was exactly the way she said, and that's the whole reason she's here. Wait, could he really trust her to pick the right furniture when everything was weighing on them so hard? Clarice shot back that she'd handle it, and then she paused, like she was about to say the rest. She'd do anything she could to make sure he and Lilena had a safe, comfortable home to live in. MC thought, so that's how it goes, and Clarissa started inspecting every piece of furniture he'd ever made, judging it for what fit. This was the very first job he handed to Leon and the Graham family. After that, Ours asked if he should bring in a carpenter, and Clarice snapped back, yes, saying, and if that castle was truly as grand as everyone said, they should have hired a legendary carpenter, someone like Armari or Barbara. MC said he'd have to pick the perfect setting to make the turn hit harder, but the wedding was rushing closer, so they might not even get the chance to do it. Make it in time, Grant snapped, and when he agreed, he made it clear if anyone had a complaint about his work, he'd fix it immediately, Clarice said. She told him to stay out of it, and Ours pushed for a compromise, just go buy the ready-made ones instead. Clarisse told them the castle was built in a way nobody ever would have guessed, so they'd have to redesign everything the artisans made. MC wanted to personally vet every piece of merchandise they could offer, then pushed for a big event in Barca to bring all the merchants together and get them the exact things they needed. He figured Kale would jump at the chance to help, for instance, they could even run a quality assessment contest that pulls every merchant together in one showdown. Merchants. They slap those merchant ratings together, and House Graham, they're the knightly family with a spotless reputation everyone trusts. Reputation and their approval would practically pull in a flood of merchants looking to boost their ratings. Clarisse liked the plan immediately, but then she just couldn't finish the thought. A castle like this was practically unheard of, so how were merchants, who'd never even peeked inside one, supposed to know what they ought to bring? Ars figured that once they opened free trade here, the floodgates would swing wide and merchants from everywhere would rush into Barca. Most of the time, they were just low-level merchants with zero contacts, and no, they wouldn't be handing over the whole deal to them. And the merchants probably won't risk hauling expensive goods when there's a real chance they'll never sell a single thing. And yeah, robbery was a real threat. Then the MC snapped to it, blurted out, and said he had something perfect to smash this problem. Then Ars bolted off and came back hauling a model of the building. MC said it right before they even started building the castle. He whipped up a tiny prototype so the merchants could see it. Right when Clarisse laid eyes on it, her face lit up with emotion. Our guy said you could crack it open and see what's inside. Clarisse. Maurice stared in disbelief at how detailed and gorgeous it looked. Did he really make this with his own hands? MC then shot back that with this, finding the right furniture would be way easier. Right. Clarisse nodded hard, then asked, "So, about the castle's model, would it be okay if I borrow yours later?" She wanted to show it to Lilina, and Ars shot back a clear yes. Leon called MC right after and asked, "Isn't it risky to show strangers the castle's inner layout?" MC shook it off and said it was fine because only the outside and the throne room had been recreated in detail. Leon said, "Skip the rest, just in case they ask for a receipt before they hand anyone a model, and anyone who missed that deadline and didn't send it back got dealt with. No excuses." MC assumed he could trust the word, and he told them he'd whip up a couple more models and hand the whole presentation off to Kale. And once the furniture finally rolled in, Clarisse would start picking out the best ones right when Ars turned to Gran and asked, "What did you?" Grant told him he'd better jump into the furniture evaluation too, because they needed to make sure everything was actually practical, not just pretty. Turns out they picked them purely for looks, so Clarisse just laughed and said he had nothing to worry about. MC shot them a look and thought, these guys are going to be a nightmare, hoping they could finally reach an agreement. And then the day of the quality evaluation finally rolled around. Arce stared at the crowd and realized there were way more people here than he'd ever guessed. Dale said even merchants who don't usually operate within the fountain's territory were here. Then MC shot back, "Wait, what?" Kale blurted that it was all about the castle model, an absolute masterpiece, with stained glass that took your breath away. Seeing that window and throne room was a rare treat. Most people would never get the chance, and only a truly outstanding knight could have crafted a model that gorgeous. That meeting was worth every single coin. Every merchant agreed on it, and once House Graham signed off, the whole event turned into a jackpot for them all, so he decided to join in. He was asked, did it really happen? MC figured it was just a toy for him, but for Clarisse and Kailu, it meant something real. That masterpiece hit like a thunderclap, while Grant and Clarisse picked out furniture right then and there. Grant couldn't stop himself. He declared it was magnificent tech, and he clutched a doll in his hand. Grant fired back, asking Clarisse what she meant because she insisted, with no doubt at all, that his offer was definitely rejected. Clarisse snapped that if she meant to stash this castle full of broken junk, then at least make it right, because if he fixed it, it'd be way better. The merchants are lined up, waiting their turn right there in the grand living room, where that rich mansion used to feel like a dream. And that's when Ars started believing Clarisse had pushed Barker Castle right toward the finish line. Then, just like that, the MC asked in the living room right after, "Delightedly, honestly, it feels better to finally live in peace, doesn't it?" But then again, the money he'd been squirreling away was about to. We were running low again, and after that, the others snapped, thinking Clarisse was draining it non-stop, and then the wedding happened. He's probably right back to hunting for money again after what just got him killed. Kale called MC and cheered that the merchant review finally wrapped up. Ars shot back a quick, heartfelt thanks. Kale thanked him for all his hard work and told MC he'd even made separate documents and lists too, and MC only got to move forward because Madlock helped him nail the rating check. They managed to wipe out the troublesome merchants, and Madlock shot back, "Yeah, it's fine." But he made it clear it was a brutal amount of work. Ours started to think that a merchant's rating is It all comes down to three things: how good the goods are, how they look, and whether anyone has ever pulled fraud before. If they nail all three, then they're considered. They're pegged as 3-star merchants, and they twist Madlock's arm a judge to dig up intel on the fraud called out in point 3, because these scammers have already pulled the same hustle in other territories: peddle cheap junk, sell it like it's gold. They got thrown straight into prison, and ever since the ratings dropped, the free market's quality skyrocketed, so the MC said if they want it to stay top tier, they've got to keep checking it all the time. He paused to check the ratings, convinced that guilds that once faltered in remote volcanoes could still pull off the advantage locking in merchant quality for real. Guilds weren't always evil. He learned that the hard way, because the people and supplies going in and out of Bark's territory could be solid, even good. Had crumbled, and just like that, after everything fell apart, words our Sol Alina, dressed to steal the spotlight. She stormed up to Valkyrie and wrapped her in a tight embrace. MC. He shot his arm out and hauled her up, helping her climb onto her feet. Then they climbed on and tore off down the road, riding hard. The road that led straight to the church. Thought that on the day the warm spring wind breathed life into everything, the MC and Lelina finally stood at the altar, and their wedding ceremony kicked off in full swing. They locked lips and the guests started to cheer, but the moment cut off mid-shout. To scream out in cheers and clap as hard as you can, and with bright smiles and pure joy, they spun around to face the guest. Guests beamed with pure joy. He was dazzled by the magnificent glow spilling through stained glass, lighting up everything like it had a soul. Glassy windows shimmered in the warm glow, and the happy hours felt like pure sunshine. The wedding celebration dragged on for 3 wild days and 3 non-stop nights. When it was all over, the two of us collapsed onto the sofa, wiped out, and asked if the wedding was really that unavoidable. Luina just shrugged and said the whole celebration could stretch for a full day or even 2. But he had an entire web of powerful connections, and after what happened, he knew she was right. Outside the castle, the wedding guests stacked up in a non-stop line just to congratulate them. Some of them didn't even have a clue about what they were celebrating. Know who they were. He was a knight from a peasant family, so everyone who heard about him from the people below had to wonder. All kinds of people showed up for the ceremony, every single one of them, here to cook, and this time, the Graham family sent in their cooks, because around here it's tradition for nobles and commoners alike to serve food to everyone showing up for the ceremony. They stormed the castle hunting for rare, mouth-watering food that peasants and commoners could never taste. Bishop Paul burst into their room and demanded, "So you can't eat what's going on? Is this really a good thing?" He beamed with joy, thrilled to be the priest at their wedding, and then he stood up. He jerked himself up from the sofa, looked at them with real emotion, and said he was grateful for every second he'd spent with them. Then he kept going. That he'd been roaming through Fontana lately, and it all came down to the roads he'd built. Getting around inside the castle had suddenly become way easier, and those stained glass windows were straight up breathtaking. He'd never, ever seen a wedding this sacred until now, however. But there was one thing that always threw him off. Volcania had not a single church anywhere. He couldn't wrap his head around it, and panic sparked in the protagonist's chest like he'd totally forgotten the whole thing. He stared at the church and asked, totally baffled, "Wait, there's still a church in Burkania, right?" Then he leaned in fast, like he couldn't believe it. She stared him down with a grim face and demanded, "So you're saying the city doesn't need a church?" He shot that idea down and insisted they had land to build a church, and Paul was like, "This has to be God's will. Only a man like this could make it happen." He nodded and promised that in the southeast they'd rise up and build a church there fast as they possibly could. He strode up to the door and begged them to forgive him right now. He'd go no questions asked. He just wanted them both to find a happy future together. Then he shut the door. But before he could get away, she cut in and snapped his name, telling him that in big cities, churches often have shelters right there. He needs to make sure every church in the city has a shelter too. He couldn't stop thinking about how the bishop chose to build a church with an orphanage tucked inside it. In Barcania's castle town, they'd already built it, and he proudly pointed out exactly where the church would rise. On the map, and the church minister swore she was overjoyed that a brand new church would finally rise right here. She'd only just been crowned a bishop when this all kicked off. Paul promised that the new church in Barconia would be handed to the sister who, alongside him, kept the village church running. MC said, "If you want to run the church yourselves, I'll cut the strings and wire it up my way or connect it to the an orphanage with a covered corridor." He said it would change everything for them, and that it wouldn't take long at all. Because the castle still had leftover building materials, he grinned like everything was under control and said he was counting on them. Then, she turned the focus back on him after that. They walked off together, and Lalina went, "That bishop is the sweetest, best guy ever." He froze in shock at what he heard, spun around fast, and demanded she repeat exactly what she just said. He flopped onto the sofa, sounding a little lost, and insisted no, he was definitely not bad, and while he said it, she rushed off to make tea and said, she said it was priceless to have someone who'd call out what he was missing. No hesitation, no excuses. He was terrified that, with his weakness, he could strike at him any time, yet somehow nothing was actually wrong. There's nothing wrong with building a church. He even left him money to raise it, a perfect coincidence. Like the universe had his bank account on a leash, he caught the clue and instantly started thinking about. So he shrugged it off and said he'd build an orphanage anyway. He figured a vocational school must be there too, convinced they'd hired Graham family members, but somehow they still didn't have enough people. People lined up for administrative work right then, and besides the Bark clan, merchants. Rich people grab the land, hide behind their walls, and call it safety while the folks with nothing left are trapped outside, out of luck. Come here, those things are starving, and they need food. And he said there's this urban legend that claims that if they head for Volcania, magic will finally open up for them, yet he refuses to hand the Bark name to anyone else, convinced this was the end of the road for him. He reached an amicable deal with the Fontaine family, yet he still owed the church for taking godfatherhood without their okay, so if they dare leave people with no place to go and try to shove them outside Volcania's walls, he said it would all turn to ruin fast, unless the people who busted their backs to rebuild the walls and raise this castle were allowed to live right inside its gates. But their daytime jobs are downright unsafe, and they have to find something better. He even keeps pushing the idea of building a vocational. Before anything else, they needed basic education, so he started worrying. And then realized he'd gotten stuck in his own head again, so he quickly apologized for dragging up managing the territory at the wedding. The wedding had barely wrapped up when Lalina leaned in and told him, straight up, that she was blown away by the fact that he'd been an amazing lord all along, always thinking about the territory. As Bishop Paul said, she was shocked too, especially by the road from Fountain City. Then Kawakita Castle came into view, and it was so jaw-dropping she couldn't even picture anything like it. And the best part, the warm, happy faces of the city's residents. Residents who welcome them. She knows this is a place where they can finally piece together what's missing. They've burned through their days completely, and in a world where hunger gnaws at everyone, that sacrifice becomes priceless. Eternal strife is the only inheritance she ever got, born to an aristocratic family with a fate that didn't wait. And she never truly had freedom until the day comes when they'll use her like a pawn, and she'll realize she lived her whole life in someone else's grip. Realizing her wishes would never matter, she decides to hold on to the happiness they share, then steps forward and pleads for one thing: let her support him from now on. After a while, he couldn't stop replaying that wedding in his head again and again, over and over. He thought he was still too young for all this, but then he realized he actually loved it, because it's genuinely good. And the best part is, he's relieved it was her who stepped in and backed him up. Kyle sprinted up to him and tore into an apology. His brother was being blamed for the delay, then Hours snapped back, saying the construction was already done. A school, an orphanage, a church, 3 places that shaped his life. And a vocational school was built here, and he said with a shaky, uncertain voice, A joyful grin lit up his face. It sat just off the center, but there was still plenty of room here. He wheeled on him, called him over, and told him he wanted him to be a teacher at the school right away. Distrust sparked in him. And when he heard it, he blurted out, "Will I be a teacher?" Then he snapped, wondering what they had to do to make sure the Barcania territory ran the way it was supposed to. They had to hit the ground running first, raise the territory's literacy rate before anything else could even work. At night in Barcania, right between the villages of Bark and Linda, back when they were just rough farming towns, things were already starting to get dangerous, and there were almost nobody could read or write, so he tried to make a work manual, only to remember that before this, they'd always gone straight to the work site for training. He'll deliver reports out loud, but that method just bungles everything. Mistakes slip in way too easily, so he's decided to back them up with memory storage, making sure everyone can recall the letters. Memorizing a mountain of words never helped him write a single clear sentence, so just because they can count doesn't mean they can't do math. Decoding eats up way too much time. This is exactly where the schools step in to save him. Merchants trade lessons like a relay. One teaches writing, the next takes over with arithmetic. The village elder and the other wise elders would pull the kids aside and tell them what life in the village was really like, and the region's history too, and he promised that once class ended, they'd get a mouth-watering lunch. Kyle said, "If we put out lunch, we'll pull in a ton of people," and then they all split off in different directions. He looked at the people, grinned, and told them he wanted to learn two specifically, how to master magical manipulation of the head. He thought, if they pack magical power into my head and upgrade my head, everything will change. With that rotation, he'd finally speed up his writing and counting, no kidding, because he's already picked up a ton of magical stuff through it. Trained in manipulation since he was a kid, he's terrifyingly smart, and most of the ranking documents are basically all for him. The old man basically said he couldn't run the office without him shocking, and that hit him so hard he felt embarrassed, so he just blurted out, "So yeah, he wasn't all that great. He just wanted to be useful, and in his mind it was his fault they were forced to take on the nobles he can't. He can't fight like everyone else, and he can't repay them all, so with grit in his eyes, he declares that he's chosen a new path, becoming a teacher, and he promises the protagonist, 'I'll explain everything.'" Kyle gave him everything he needed to control magic, then promised to train him in writing and calculations, but when Kyle tried to speak, the man only started stroking his head and he said, "I figured I'd ask you to take on another school assignment." Then he insisted they all grab lunch together right after class. Checking the food is a big deal, and he agreed right on the spot, thanking the guy like it mattered. Then MC marched down the street thinking, "Don't go overboard, and you'll be okay." Only 7 years old yet, the responsibility already sat heavy on his shoulders. He was hard-working and genuinely kind, and if he ever became a teacher, he'd learn to control magic in no time. He stared out the window, brows knotted with panic, and believed the problem was the worst kind of trouble. Then everything shifted because he spotted the head instructor at the Vocational Training Institute. Institute Grant flashed a cheerful grin and told them they could study all day for 10 straight days, and if they suddenly, he nodded off. Yeah, that wouldn't last because once he woke up, he'd rattle them awake instantly, so they could stop stressing, and then he looked. He stared at it with guarded eyes, secretly praying he'd actually manage to teach. Teach him the right way. He wanted that guy to pass down every craft all over again. Stained glass is blowing up in popularity, and he's fired up to get more glassmakers trained. This is a lens master special. Specialty could also be considered, because first thing is this, he just wants Grand to do it, and the truth is, he's a man with absolutely outstanding. He could crush design skills, but when it came to production, he was totally clueless. Ars couldn't forget just moments ago he'd come up to him and said he needed a few more binoculars. He turned to him and snapped that repeating the same boring, painful thing was unbearable, then added that he didn't like that request, but he'd do it anyway. That memory lit a fire of rage in him. He figured this guy could be useful, until he proved totally useless at the same time, they're pushing to boost the ranks so enough people can do at least that much. Then he spots the awful copies of his work, and now he's determined to find a way for them to learn his craft from him without ditching their studies so they can finally plant their feet in this city. As artisans, after some time, he leapt onto a Valkyrie, flew straight to a wheat field, and saw. He spotted an amazing view and declared the wheat harvest was about to start. Then his jaw dropped when he noticed Vargas, who was sitting right beside him on this field, nodded along with the general and said the harvest was kicking off. Then he tore through those wheat fields every day, cutting across them on his way to training and back. This year's harvest was enormous, and he stared at it like he couldn't believe his eyes as he asked, clearly confused. "Look at what happens when the harvest is actually good," he said. "I don't even like the word threshing in the first place." First, he stuffed the wheat into sacks and slammed it hard until the grains finally ripped free from the ears. Next, he blows the chaff away the moment it's dry, clearing the light stuff in one swift motion. Gets dropped from a massive height, and the only thing that matters next is the wheat's weight. It doesn't survive the blast at all. It drops down into the container below. It's wild to imagine how long he'll be stuck in these pathetic fields. The protagonist slapped a hand on his shoulder and thought, "Man, you're way too soft." I couldn't stand it anymore, so I finally begged him to stop calling me general. Thanks to the clearing and soil improvement spells, their crops started coming in bigger, better, and way more bountiful than ever. Significantly, though, the farming tech here barely moved forward, mostly because the men were often got yanked away for long military operations. Then they finally came back to the city together, and he said he had a mountain of threshing work waiting for him, and as a kid he even built his own threshing machine with 1,000 parts. The teeth were carved from wood, and the durability just wasn't cutting it, so Vargas slid in beside him and asked, "What if we make it up?" He wrestled the mess into shape with bricks, then declared he'd build something even better. An engine-powered, foot-driven threshing machine that could crush and thresh way more at once. Once something like a thing that had to spin, he stared at it, and then told them he'd be even more grateful if he had something like that. MC said, "It's done," and that was that. He'd give Gran a quick lay of the land, then crank out a prototype. He realized he couldn't count on him for mass production, so he took the job into his own hands, scribbling notes with a student by his side. Students at the vocational training center then, after they finally built the motorized threshing machine, Vargas beamed and proudly told them it was "Wow, at this pace, that prayer is going to be finished in no time," he said, grinning like he'd just struck gold, then promised he'd build a whole batch of these machines and push them straight into production right up to the moment they'd started a thresh. Thresher ready for another shove, he stared him down, then blurted out in shock like, "So you've got other tricks up your sleeve, huh?" Ars told him that what he'd seen left no doubt this was a setup built to make him win, and he jabbed at the device beside him as he said that. So when he built something this useful, of course his curiosity went wild. He wanted to know what would happen next, and he said, this time it was just a wild idea. He had no clue if it would even work, so he couldn't let his hopes run wild. But Vargas leaned in and swore he was going to pull off something strange. Strange, right? As always, he couldn't help but count down to it. Later, he carved a message on a Valkyrie, and he couldn't shake the feeling that everyone saw him as the guy who always does weird stuff. Strange things, and when people like him bring it up, something in him just clicks and he feels, this all felt way too weird, so he stormed back to the castle, convinced he actually had friends who believed in him, trusted him, followed him, and let him run wild because he gave them the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Even if he was totally strange, he still had a family, and he was determined to build a safe haven where they could finally breathe easy every single day, and he swore he'd do everything in his power to make it happen. He could become a respected lord by tomorrow, while Carlos strode through the castle like he owned the place. He told his servants to keep him posted and report back the second anything changed. They've got to fire off letters to every noble across the provinces, then storm back to Enrad Hill and finally crush that long-standing threat once and for all. The struggle didn't let up. Then the protagonist realized the foot pedal thresher first boosted the efficiency of hard threshing. He wanted to wipe out the suffering of threshing what farmers grind through by hand with a heavy millstone. So what was he supposed to do? Then he dropped onto the floor and blurted out that he had no clue what to come up with. Grant laid out the basic structure, but the real fight was the wing's direction. Then Kyle barged into the room, found him sprawled on the floor, and demanded what he was doing, but instead of answering, he snapped back and asked how the teaching was. Teaching was going great, he said. Everyone picked it up fast, and he couldn't shake the feeling he was absolutely nailing it, so he grabbed the drawing and started showing more. He yanked the drawing off the floor and asked if he'd make something new. Then he nodded and said it was a creature with powerful wings. A windmill's wings catch the gust. Then the spinning wings shove the gears into motion, driving the millstones turn, too. He practically gushed about how the wind power worked, and the MC fired back that Kawakita Castle could build a watermill only Volcania had no rivers. He paused, mulling over whether he'd already figured out how windmills were built. Then the real worry hit: the mill wouldn't spin unless the blades faced the way the wind was blowing. Sure, the blades could be turned, but he had no clue how to do it. He had no clue, like, would he even pull it off without failing? And getting Vargas absolutely crushed with disappointment, Kyle blurted out, "Do we really need a mechanism like that?" He looked shook, then shouted, "Wait, what kind of questions are—" He basically said, "I don't need to stay stuck at the mill all year, so if all it takes is turning the wings with the wind, why not build 4 windmills, set them east, west, north, and south?" He couldn't believe what he was hearing, so he blurted out, "Wait, are you seriously proposing a windmill for each of the 4 directions?" He nodded and asked, "If one of those wind turbines is working, we can grind flour, right?" And that question hit him like a spark. And then it hit him. His mind could bend and adapt, so he didn't need to remake every single useful tech again. From his old life in this world, he was sure this was it, and his idea was everything they needed right now. Started praising him, convinced they'd put the windmills in the northwest, right where the wheat fields. The fields stretched out to the east, west, north, and southeast, so even with the magically boosted harvest, they could finally thresh and mill non-stop, without a single interruption. Later, Vargas grinned and told them, "Because of me, you'll get to enjoy those wheat fields next year, no doubt. Everything will turn out just like I'm sure it will." A servant sprinted up, blurted out his name, and couldn't believe he'd find him here while Clarice stepped in, lending him a hand. To teach him proper etiquette, Master Kyle had been waiting in that room since the crack of dawn, and the big thing he was about to make clear was, turns out she was quietly fuming at him, so he better speed up because today his brother didn't bother waiting, he went on his own. She was 100% certain he'd follow, so when the servant started dragging him off, he called Vargas, telling him exactly that Bite galloped up to them the moment he told him to take care of it, shouting at the top of his lungs, insisting that a messenger from the city of Fountain had finally arrived, and it looked like they might have dodged the whole problem at least for a while before it could hit them again. On their turf again, just like before, until the protagonist finally realized the truth. Until now, whenever they called him, he could only head straight into the Fountain territory, and that was all he'd ever have. He'd only been gone for about a month, but now he was already dispatching people east to the Anrod Hills. If it pointed east, he sent them. Then yeah, that's probably why this trip drags on for about a month, and if he starts fighting when he gets there, winter could slam into him by the time it's done. The moment he came back, he had a solid crew of guards, so he could take control of everything. And later he called Kyle to ask. If he'd be okay, he said Leon already left a bunch of Graham family behind, but Tryon left even more. He called him again and ordered him to take care of Bark because the army would be almost wiped out by then, but he can't just dump it all on them. He needs him to watch over Bark. He started to pet him, and in that moment it hit. He'd always had to lean on his brother before, but not anymore. He finally had this. He clenched his courage, told himself he'd be fine, and then, this time, he promised he'd pay him back, then urged him not to grind himself to the bone. "Too much then," he snapped, and MC nodded, already racing ahead, thinking it all the way to the very end. They head east, cutting away from Bark toward Ainrad Hill, and first they'll reach the city of Fountain and link up with the group there. With soldiers from other territories, Carlos will give them the playbook. Then, as he marched out with the army down the road, Ashira snapped that Einrod Hill meant one thing: battle against the House of Uruk. Again, he called his father and demanded, "So this happened before?" His father nodded and said that when he was little, a brutal battle tore through the House of Fountain and the House of Uruk. Right when he started making sandals and talking about money, him still just a little boy with no name yet, and his mother both froze in shock at how he suddenly started talking about money and everything else. He remembered the past and realized that once he saw he was headed for war, he couldn't just stand there, he needed a weapon in his hands. His father told him, back then, he was just a plain soldier, so he never got the chance to swing swords against knights himself. But even from far away, the Uruk magic was pure fire, strong enough to make your jaw drop. It's the complete opposite of the Fountain family's ice magic, which is just, it's effing ridiculous. Normal magic, pure and simple, and with a blazing excited grin, ours shouted at the top of his lungs, "So tell me, does the Uruk family have fire?" Yeah. Leon blurts out, "Yeah, the Uruk family's magic can summon fire," and then he cuts himself off like there's more to say, but the real essence of their magic was corruption through and through. Noble houses hunted beasts with it, but theirs warped everything into foxes, and the knights of their house who practice this. He wields professional fire magic, but the real nightmare is oxidation. It surges and ramps up the physical toll. He thought the only magic out there was the earth kind like his, and the Fountain family's ice power. So, he really should have studied magic systems before assuming he'd seen everything. He dug deeper into the systems and still found himself clueless. He had no idea oxidation magic even existed. So, Bite finally called Leon and asked about the beast form. It looked like a fox strolling on two legs. Then he denied it fast and insisted he wasn't turning into a fox, like it wasn't transforming into a new creature at all, just slipping into a human body to grab straight-up fox traits, starting with those sharp fox ears on the on the head and a tail on the hips. The protagonist was completely stunned by He couldn't believe what he heard, so he whipped around and yelled, "What?" before he could even finish. He's bragging about cute ears. Wait, is that actually true? So this whole story's real. He nodded with a confused face, blurting out why he was acting so thrilled about it, and then embarrassment hit him, because he never thought it would turn into one of those. In this world, magic didn't just exist, it thrived, and it's still packed with the cutest little wonders you can't help but smile at. Things he doesn't even know about yet. He's itching to find a stunning girl like Lilina, fox ears and all, and then Bite snapped at him loudly, voice sharp with pure displeasure, and he said, "A huge battle is coming for them, real soon." Does he even get what he's saying? He swears he understands, but he can't stop fixating on those ears, and Vargas just stared, gazed at him and flat out said he had zero clue what he was even talking about, because the general was acting weird again. He couldn't shake the weird hope that he was going to be okay, like the good roads would carry them safely into the city of. Before dawn, they stand at the fountain as the fortress built from those same bricks that once made them rich is finally complete, and everyone crowds in, because the troops they've gathered in Fountain territory are more than anyone has ever seen, and now they march into the city. He spun in place, scanned the city, and muttered that things felt way off as Shira called his name, and he just froze as she said, "He told me to go on, there was a whole garrison waiting. They'll handle the rest," he said, and then urged me to go greet you. Master Carlos thanked his father, then his thoughts snapped to Uruk in the east and the Fountain in the west. For years they'd been locked in a brutal feud along the border where their lands collided, and the worst fight was for Einrad Hill, because whoever seized that hill would basically steal the other side's territory. This territory was one of the hardest strongholds on the map, nearly impossible to crack once the enemies got their hands on it, but lately they've been pushing in fast and gaining ground. Taking control of the moment, Carlos stepped right in front of the soldiers in the hall and shouted loud enough to shake the room. The Uruk stormed in and stole their land, Einrod Hill, a key stepping stone for pushing south. They couldn't stand it anymore. Their Uruk enemy wanted to massacre the nearby territories they'd bled to defend, and the barbarity finally had to be stopped. With their lives, Justice is on their side. They've got to storm back and retake the hill. MC heard that, and man, it broke his heart. Tragic twist, Uruk didn't just grab the hill, he swallowed the surrounding territories too, and it all traces back to one brutal win he crushed Vizier Raymond, the man leading the Fountain terrorists. Territories. The chaos in the fountains felt like a golden opening for Uruk to grab even more land until, just a few days later, Carlos Jr. grabbed every ounce of power, crushed the man who'd beaten Raymond, and sealed his control with a brutal peace. The Lord of Baruk forced the marriage, handing him off to his daughter, Graham. Graham was Carlos's blood relative and Raymond's ruthless political rival, so could these rebellions be his way of flexing power? Power grabs erupted straight from his side, so the House of Uruk snapped to attention and kept a close eye on the Fountain territory. With his sharp leadership at the wheel, a massive invasion never broke out, but parts around the hills still. They got captured, and as for him, he doesn't want to jump into fights. He just wants to help build a calm, peaceful, everyday life. Once time passes, rage surged through Bite as he snapped in a grumpy tone. Of course, it's the same old road building again. He perched on the watchtower, stared at us as we built roads, and then shouted that after coming all this way, they were here to fight. He was just white-knuckling his way through the job building roads, and when he finally turned to him, he made it clear, keeping supply routes safe is a make-or-break move in any military operation. He was convinced Uruk had braced every defensive position on Hill Einrad, so right away, they moved in to set up. They rushed to seize new ground and retake the captured villages by holding the surrounding lands. They'd be set up perfectly to strike back. Perfect spot to unleash an attack on the hills. Then he snapped that he'd rather finish missions that didn't force him to. Bite raged at that idea, then shouted that he wanted more fighting, wanted to stay active, to prove himself right up to facing an impregnable fortress. He wanted to prove he could do it, but he brushed it off like he already knew everything, only to realize no one was going to move an inch for him. Alone, he couldn't have survived in a peaceful era. Society would have never had a place for someone like him. He raised the binoculars to his eyes, stared into the distance, and spotted something moving out there. Bite leaned in and asked if anything had gone down there, then shut it down fast, denying it. And he admitted something felt wrong in the air around that forest. For a split second, he swore he spotted a shaky blur in the corner of his eye, then he froze. He didn't, too. He shrugged it off completely and told them, flat out, there was no need for any of it. Need to worry about it. The protagonist refused, shouting at the top of his lungs. He blurted that it was magic, and right then, a massive load of magic was packed tightly in. Somewhere deep in the forest, the calm shattered an enemy attack hit that very spot. If they didn't intercept it, then everyone working would have been done for. If he tried to work, he'd be in serious trouble. Then he blared his name out loud and declared they couldn't pull it off, so he dropped out of the tower in a rush, already thinking. They swore it felt like lightning. Then a messenger beast slammed the speed into place. And judging by how huge their magical spot is, it's definitely not just 100, no way. It's anywhere close to 100. Or 200 of them. He felt like they were still in the middle of setting up that. He camped sure. The full-scale battle was still far off, but he was too green for what was coming. Then he went down, and he blared a loud call to the Valkyrie standing right there. Then he launched into a gallop he pushed on and figured, if they just waited for everyone. Everyone else was headed for a cutoff, and he had no choice. He'd have to gamble and push through before it was too late. At the exact same time, an enemy old-timer called Master Kim stormed up and said that observers swore the enemy ranks didn't shift at all, and that they hadn't either. He clocked their motion enemy soldiers had just marched in, and you could bet they were catching their breath, sitting pretty with every advantage. He didn't expect them to hit him with a surprise attack, so when it happened, he spun around, grinned at him, and teased him like an old man snapped that he was right, and said this quick strike would make their victory feel inevitable. More certain than ever then the plan hits, they'll hand the people a fountain and a spill of blood. A bloody battle raged on. Then he shouted for the master again, blasting the truth that the enemy ranks were suddenly moving. A tiny squad of troops finally spotted their movement and started closing in. To intercept, the old man grinned and said how, but that shouldn't be a problem. Those bigger forces that charged in, panicking and unprepared, would. Kim realized the old man, the one people once feared like a ferocious commander, had guided him as a mentor and effectively rerouted his path to strike right away, because that's how you catch the enemy off guard. Einard Hill was fortified. They dug in with sheer grit, but the odds still stacked against them, because next, they'd have to survive the strongest cavalry coming for them. A cavalry of fierce, unstoppable dragon warhorses, strong, resilient, and built to crush anything in their path. So one landed hit made everything seem certain. He boomed, insisting they had. MC galloped straight toward the enemy army, grinning like he meant to crush every last one, because even if they wiped out twice as many, if the enemies came, they'd be overwhelmed. These guys were chopping through trees like they were nothing, then charging straight at them. If they hesitated for even a second, they'd get trampled into the dirt, so he had to win. No excuses, no second chances. No matter what it cost him, he'd go through with it, and the enemy teammate finally pointed right at him. They shouted for the master, yelling that the enemy was right there, about 100 of them. And yeah, these weren't foot soldiers. This was cavalry. Kim spotted the enemy too. Then I spot these 4-legged white beasts, and I'm like, wait, what are they? Is this the monster rumor coming to life? Rumor says Raymond, standing on the fountain's edge, got killed during the uprising by an inexperienced boy. They say the reason he still got crushed, despite more battle experience and more fighters, was one dirty detail, AST. A squad of hound beasts tore into the city magic service animals so prized that even one loss, even one missing, can shatter their whole plan. So they've unleashed tons of these things in real battle, but this kind of stunt only hits once, because once the enemy adapts, they can't push through a sudden. Suddenly, they hit him with the truth. Yeah, they know about their secret beasts, so he snapped his hand up and barked for every troop to get ready to intercept, yelling that this white thing is using magic. Once they slip into the magic range, the assault starts right away, so they better have their shields ready. No excuses. The old man stared ahead and said it looked like someone was riding the lead monster. Could that be him? Kim stared at him and asked, "So, you're the Ars Eater." Then he heard you'd led the fight against Raymond. He grinned like he already knew what that meant. "So, you're the one." That same hot-headed, reckless brat, still convinced his weapon will somehow hit twice. A soldier in the army, sweating with urgency, called out to the master and blurted that they were They've got a magic range to work with, so line up, aim, and blast the front enemy cavalry first, then lock in a spear formation together. And now brace yourself. Obero's about to get launched right at that fox, ordered the flames to surge out, and fully believed they'd smash them to pieces. The moment the protagonist suggested they should, the smile vanished from his face like it had been yanked away. Should scatter and form a wall, and Kim's jaw drops at what he sees next. What he thought next hit hard, and then they split up, parting ways, but why was he even asking? He was just sizing them up, not trying to start a fight with them. That crushed his pride, so he snapped back that their war dragons were fast. But they snapped around and bolted, leaving everything behind. He refused to let it happen. Then the old man shouted his name. He shouted at him and blared a warning about the danger ahead. Then they crashed into massive walls, and he realized it wherever those white monsters had slipped through. The walls started popping up like they were alive. One after another, then the old man bellowed at him, loud as a siren, and told him that they were about to smash into that wall. Speed was building fast, and there was no stopping it. If they halted right now, the cavalry in the back would get wiped out one unit at a time. Kim roared at the top of his lungs. They can't. They had to spin back faster, dodge the wall, widen their moves, and just like that, what kind of formation is this supposed to be? The old man said. Their enemy wasn't just dangerous. He was famous for turning luck into fortunes with insane skill. It felt like this wall was being raised from the ground up to trap them inside, fortress after fortress. They had to bolt before the net closed in around them, right as he spotted something called. He called the master and demanded to know what that sound was. How in the world could this wall pop up out of nowhere? Kim spun around, stunned, wondered. Wait, Did the riders just slam into this wall? Then why is there not a single scratch on it, like it didn't even flinch? Some may be stronger, others. They're a bit weaker than the rest, but each one is still a heavy cavalry dragon. He'd never even heard of magic that could instantly erect such a strong wall. What even is that supposed to be? He whipped his gaze forward and he blared that a gap had opened now. They've got to scramble out of here. Before the walls fully slammed shut, he swore the barrier had clipped part of the... From the back rows, they can reform again and again, whenever they want. He practically froze in shock when MC blurted that he'd use an ice spear. Spear raised then a clearing. He spun around, snapped his hand through the air, and shouted, demanding they stop this attack right in its tracks. Oboro unleashed his fire, and right as the flames roared, ice struck his army from every side, turning the whole line into chaos. He gripped the spears, convinced the columns were sliding apart from the left, and then he snapped his back, stretching vertebrae like they were built to move. He fought on, while his army crumpled men dropping one after the other, straight down. Another his breathing caught, and his nerves started to spiral. I was freaking out, like this could go terribly wrong, and I just couldn't shake that thought. Was the absolute worst-case scenario. The old man grabbed the master's attention and snapped, "This is a disaster." Faster because it was totally on him for pitching a plan, using only the scraps of information he had. He'd gotten exactly what he needed, and still, there was no flipping the tide of this battle now, so they had to at least smash the commander-in-chief. He's got to shatter through that ice spear. No hesitation. Kim snapped his gaze around, and when he clocked what was happening, everything clicked, and demanded to know what happened to him. Ours answered by firing up the wall-building skill. Slaughter them and trap the enemy army inside these walls. Kim stared at it in pure horror. And he kept praying the old man would finally forgive him. But no matter what he did, he still couldn't shake the crushing disappointment. Right then, Bite came charging at him full speed, blared his name, and shouted that he was an idiot. Bite's voice roaring as the guy whipped around to respond. He showed up late and fury hit him like a truck. He slammed the question into the air, demanding to know why he'd run off by himself. He spoke in a calm voice, saying that if he hadn't rushed, everyone's life would hang by a thread, and all he could do was cling to hope that he somehow made it in time, and when the moment hit, he took down the enemy cavalry. It looked like there were still survivors trapped inside the walls, clinging to hope in there. Caught off guard, he spun around and blurted at the top of his lungs that they shoved soldiers inside the walls, then tore through them, smashing straight through brick to finish the job. They blasted right through that wall with ice spears. No one was getting out of there. Ashira burst up to the wall, shouted his name, and demanded how he'd cooked up that defense in such a short time. Then the protagonist finally said he had. He'd wrestled with that idea for ages, because the Bark Cavalry's power is all in their strategy. They slice in with blistering speed, hitting first with high-speed maneuvers, and that's why. They weren't decked out in heavy armor, because if a whole swarm of archers suddenly showed up, they'd start hammering the battlefield with volleys of arrows. This time, he could finally shield the horned ones with his wall-building skill, because they were outnumbered and unarmed. They had to gamble everything, and somehow, he was glad. Everything finally worked. Then, Bite called him and growled that they couldn't afford to show mercy to someone who was trying to kill them, and he didn't want to kill him. Raymond hauled his way back to the tax collectors because if he didn't, he'd die young, and then he'd lose his friend too. His friends are going to pay the price, and he isn't guessing. He knows exactly what he's saying. He even remembers a past life where he finally lived in peace. But he doesn't see any of this as terrible when he's out there crushing his enemies. No hesitation. He doesn't shrink from this world, or from life and death. And if there's a way to guard what he has to protect, he'll grab it, use it, and spill the truth. Truth, just like he'd already told his brother he wanted nothing more than a quiet life, messing with the land and leaving trouble behind. But his path. He has to burn through every scrap of knowledge and magic he left from his past life to survive in this world. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. And after a while, Carlos leaned in with a serious look and asked. So he showed up to take Einrod, then smash Kim and Miriam in a single day. At last, he blurts out, completely baffled. "So who are these people anyway?" And the shock on his face is instant when he says the first one is the direct son of the Lord of Ura. Uruk and his second, his assistant, were by Kim's side. Kim was just 21 years old, while Aram was a legendary general who'd survived and dominated countless battles. So many Fountain Knights had already been cut down by them in the battles for Einrad Hill until today, when he'd started doing too much good. No. He could have matched him in this fight, so he couldn't risk joining the rush to take the hill, because the battle for it was about to explode. With his new role locked in, he didn't have to swing a sword, and this battle was really a live test how well those former ravens were truly working for him. He warned them. He promised them this: do your job right, and your spot is locked in, but if you slip, your rank gets ripped away. He'd just have to stay back and watch, using that moment to light a fire in them. And the thing he'd carry as the ultimate reward for his valor, the nine-tailed sword. The magic sword Kim wielded was no ordinary blade. It was a rare treasure that drinks in magical power and awakens something wild. It blasts its flame into a razor-sharp sword shape like the ice inside becomes an icy spear. Then the MC snatches it up, utterly stunned. Carlos leaned in and said, "Sure, so you really think you can take all this?" That he'd take Miriam's sword. He'd trained hard, so he told him to stop and rest. He stormed out of his office, convinced he'd just been rewarded with a priceless magic sword for charging into battle alone. Initiative, in the future, he wouldn't have to stand on the front lines anymore because they could finally make it back home together, no casualties at all, but Brother Bite would be absolutely furious about it. He stormed into that hall. Everyone bragged about Enrad Hill's great luck place, because Master Carlo had heard they'd be the very first to step inside. Carlos is about to finally get it. Ours swore he'd done his part, so why are they still treating him like trash, people? People whispered that Kim and Miriam were nothing unworthy generals until he proved them wrong and crushed them himself. Clenched fists. He charged in on them, and the moment that followed was downright terrifying. He flashed them his brand new sword with a grin that said, "Yeah, it's finally here." His expression snapped into pure joy, and he declared that this was an excellent sword. He'd push himself to the limit just to win them over. He snapped quiet, then sucked in a deep breath like he was about to explode, and figured maybe he'd pushed it a little too far. That sword had to be an Uruk family heirloom, handed down generation after generation. For generations, he'd kept that family legacy standing, protecting it with everything he had. After a while, right at the bark true location, Leon called his master and said, "I know you're exhausted, but I've got one idea." A furious Bite snapped. "Why aren't you charging the front lines? This is a real battle. Sitting back here feels wrong." And even as it ranted, the protagonist, completely clueless, turned to him and asked what had gone down. He said that because he'd been racking up wins, the capture of Einrad Hill was suddenly moving faster than anyone predicted. First they had to retake the surrounding villages, then they'd smash the hill itself, and that would take at least one lunar cycle later, and if he wasn't going to join the assault on that hill after he'd finished fortifying his positions, then it all meant nothing. He mulled it over and declared that the Bark army would have to stall the Uruk reinforcements, yet they'd already dispatched a detachment for the job, and it was set on smashing into the northern city of Burma to pull the enemy's eyes off. Enemy. He nodded and swore. This was the exact strike plan to smash the city and choke off reinforcements, yet ever since he already gutted their commander, if that diversion was the plan, then it won't hit the same anymore because he's sure Uruk will pump reinforcements straight to the hill. He nods, saying he gets it, and that's exactly why they have to move first and end this fight fast before things snowball. They wouldn't let them reach the hill at all, because rolling up with only the Bark army against reinforcements was way too risky. Risky as it was, he pushed forward, and after some time he grinned and built multiple walls across the whole area before saying, and then Leon shouted that this was the way they'd finally cut off the Uruk reinforcements. With a stunned look, he said, "I only told them to stop the reinforcements from coming closer." But then he shifted plans. He decided to surround the entire hill with That wall just stared back at him like it dared him to fail, and somehow he still decided to go for it. MC said they'd fenced off every easy climb route, but there were Even with the rocks stacked up, there were still ugly gaps, so they jacked the defense's higher towers that rose past the walls, and set up surveillance with spyglasses. Fight would patrol the area, riding a Valkyrie like it was his shadow, staying within a day's march so he could slip back before. For sunset, he told himself it'd help him finally unwind. Still, he frowned in confusion, because that Valkyrie was insanely fast after a while. She could soar across a massive area in a single day. Arce thought so as Carlos stormed Ainrad Hill while he stayed locked in, quietly watching the security and running his own operation in the background. His land stood waiting for him. Then Kale sprinted up and said, "The money's from the dragon pack beast we captured in the pre." Next battle hit, he stared in shock at what he saw, then blurted that trading magical beasts was way more profitable than he ever. He signed on and said dragons are beasts of legend, powerful, tough as nails, rarely even scratched, the ultimate pack buddy. Plenty of merchants chase stuff like this just to snag a dragon for themselves for one day, and in military circles, it's a straight-up symbol of fear. So he mulled over, swallowed his pride, and said he wouldn't argue. But then, for an army, this ride is a terrible idea. There are too many kinds of dragons to deal with, and none of them play nice. They're not on the same page, and it wrecks the whole pace. Each one runs at a different speed, and that's a big problem. Marches got them slammed with a brutal disadvantage, like when the Uruk dragon cavalry got forced to reroute because of their formation got torn apart as the speeds didn't match. And he seized the opening. He struck them right in that split-second gap. That exact moment was the key, and that's why he won, no doubt about it. If he'd missed it, the whole battle could have flipped upside down. So, if you use, better to keep every cavalry mount the same type like their Valkyries, because dragons don't just breathe fire, they chow down on meat. He said that if they bred dragons the same way they bred Valkyries, they could force them to become standardized, and the protagonist was so shocked he blurted out that this was insanely high cost. Sure, but he didn't flinch. He agreed and snapped that once you factor in feeding, Valkyries rake in more profit than dragons. That's why the Uruk dragon cavalry exists at all their lands are so rich they can bankroll it. Up in the eastern mountains of their territory, wild goats scatter everywhere, so many of them that dragons have plenty to eat. So when I heard they were munching on goats, I nearly choked, and I demanded to know why he never told me that sooner. Well, goats don't just give you meat and milk, they also bless the world with cashmere. He's obsessed with getting goats. Kale even demanded to know if he understood what kind of creatures they are, goats. He was completely stunned by what he heard, and it all hit him so hard that he thought, So yeah, those weren't the goats he thought he'd found after all. After a while, he hauled in a bunch of goats, and MC snapped loud and shocked that it was just goats. His voice trembled with panic as he stared, tense as a wire, and blurted that he couldn't. He couldn't bring himself to leave that goat behind, because he knew right there in the middle of a battlefield tracking down a live one was brutally hard, and the price was unreal. And yeah, he'd always thought traders were pure schemers. Even in war, they'd still FGLT. They figured out how to make money, tell them what you need ahead of time, and they'd drop it off, charging military-level prices. As a trader, he got why they worked like that, but as a customer, seeing that bill stung. He hovered nearby, grinning, and said it was a relief the goats didn't carry any nasty magic. Kale nodded, insisting they weren't creepy, but admitting they had an annoying little spell for keeping them, and it cut off mid-sentence apparently. To survive, they unlocked super jump abilities. Then he let go of snapped their attention to the leash, watched the goat spring into the air, and they blurted out, stunned, that the agility was unreal, like a perfect mirror. The miracle of their jumping magic is wild, but yeah, there's no way they're clearing 10 meters, right? He should go check they're eating the hot. That's brutal stalks the Valkyries left behind, and if you cage them off, they slammed off a wall and could graze past it like the wild lands of Bart were right there for the taking. Those barks were dead on exactly what you needed to get the goats riled up and moving. A wild boar, tamed by a man, got transformed into a pig, and then his thoughts started spinning. He thought, back in a past life, he had already tried to tame a massive boar, so even if you raise piglets from the moment they're born, even if you break their tusks, they still go wild, charging straight at thin air like something's hunting them, at everything and devour everything in sight. And his very first try to tame a wild beast ended in total disaster, just a complete, "Looks like we hit a wall," he snapped, then insisted the goats might jump, but they're not the aggressive type, so they'll just have to send a few to Barcania. So he figured they should try breeding them first for milk if it works. The wool will be valuable too, and he's already imagining the day they end up on the dinner table. Then Vargas hauled him in and told him, "Bite and his squad just came back from reconnaissance." Our guy blurted, stunned, "Wait, so it's true." Then, "Pie." Even though he swore he'd be back before sunset, he always shows up right on time. No word, no report, and he grins, saying he's like a boar that just charges ahead. Without even hesitating, he pushes forward, and if things start getting recklessly out of control, he'll shut it down himself. After all, and honestly, they're already climbing higher and higher in life, so he doesn't have to chase some hollow military glory. He said it himself, just like his father. His father told him they'd crowned him Iron Wall for all those wins and that he even got promoted, going from knight to vassal. So now, things were about to change and he just had to deal with it. And now he's barking orders at the troops, but he won't step into battle himself. He even feels embarrassed. Yeah, even he. He refuses to fight because he'll do anything to keep his family and friends from getting hurt. And then Vargas called the commander snapped that this was the exact reason he'd come back to the battlefield. He refuses to lose another comrade, period. He glares at him, and in the back of his mind, he can't stop wondering what he's really trying to say. He meant it then. A thunderous crash exploded through the air, jolting every single one of them awake. Leon burst into the area, sprinting straight at him and shouting his master's name at the top of his lungs. He sped ahead, shouted his name, and demanded to know what happened. Then he admitted their troops had taken. Rod Hill's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, moved this fast, and he blurted out that they'd figured it would take at least a whole month. He even nodded and admitted it. After they wiped out the dragon cavalry once they boxed the hill in with a wall, the Uruks had no way left to do anything. Reinforcements got sent, and that single move tipped the whole battle. Each day, the enemy's nerve crumbled lower and lower, while the enemy's forces stood stronger, fired up. All thanks to him, so many knights scrambled to prove themselves and claw their way closer to the new lord until a siege turns the toughest soldiers into dust, surviving a non-stop storm of arrows and stones. With fallen comrades at their feet, they pushed forward day after day until the enemy fortress finally crumbled. Finally, he fell, yet somehow the army's fighting spirit stayed blazing, because he'd pulled off an insane feat and refused to let the enemy use the chaos to their advantage. He didn't allow the confusion surge through him, and one of his warriors detonated forward with insane energy. Otherwise, that battle would never have ended so. So quickly, the protagonist snapped, "We won the battle, so we should we should totally throw a tiny celebration, right?" He agreed on the spot and said it was worth carving out at least a little fun. He yanked the old man over and told him to bring them drinks because Bark was guarding the feast, and he needed to hand them out. Leon shouted at his men, promising that the first to reach their posts would score extra drinks. Then he pushed them to drown the fountain soldiers and everyday peasants in as much ale as they could get down. Someone called him out and told him he couldn't touch alcohol for the time being, and warned everyone else not to go overboard. With a grin lighting up his face, he thought, if we just throw a feast, we'll wipe out the discontent of those watching him would finally loosen their grip, just for a moment. Then the first big outside campaign hit a home run then. After some time, Carlos finally blurted out loudly, because they should tune in to every voice, because the next battle is coming, and it won't be that easy. Easy as this one. After they finished the feast and caught their breath, they'd move on to in the northern city of Burma, where the detachment was stationed. The main character stood there with a face twisted in pure shock. He shot his hand up and demanded, Wasn't capturing the city just a decoy for Einrad Hill? He said, as long as they haven't taken the hill, that's the truth. And now since the hill is finally theirs, you bet it makes sense to move on to Berm too, because it's just as crucial, and that's the report. The reports coming in from that detachment are disappointing, so they're rushing over to lend a hand. He's taken full control of Einrad, and for now, he's handing it over to him, with the deal set to last only until his comeback from Berm. He had to throw everything into fortifying that hill and hold it no matter what. Then he charged right up to him and shouted, "Hey!" He called him up and told him the Bark army was packed mostly with cavalry, small numbers, but they'd hit hard. No matter how many walls they stack up, there's still a hard limit. Then he calmly told them he would let him scoop up fresh recruits from the nearby villages, and then the rest would follow him to Stormberm. Whoever grabs that glory is going to get handsomely rewarded. Rewarded, his face snapped into shock as he realized Bark was insanely strong out there, so strong, even defending that hill. Hill needed multiple detachments to move in sync, but right now they were short on the one thing that mattered, men who could round up the troops and set them in order, and then a soldier stepped up to the Lord. Carlos asked him to stay and help defend the hill. Would he go along? He stared back, stunned, like, "Who are you?" Carlos gave him the okay, called him Peach, and said he and his squires would hold this place. When he spotted him, surprise hit hard. He instantly thought it was one of the knights they'd hauled in during the fight with Raymond. The guy was born a peasant, yet somehow he knew Vargas, later on, when the Lord rode out for a campaign, the protagonist lunged in and demanded, "So what are you planning? Like, come on, shouldn't he be going too? Tag along with him to chase glory." He flashed a grin and told him that even he knew one guy couldn't hold this hill with nothing but the Bark army still. He was sure glory could be carved out here too, as long as he stood shoulder to shoulder and helped defend it. He said, straight up, he hated guessing games, so he'd ask the real question. What was his play? Was he itching to avenge poor late Raymond? Picha paused, thinking hard, wondering if he truly understood how brutal it is for enemies to trust each other even once. No matter what I said, he wouldn't budge. He shut me down bluntly, like the words hit a wall. Every month, he got obsessed with his fighting style, two peasants side by side, and he couldn't stop thinking about Vargas, the fighter he'd battled before. They clashed shoulder to shoulder, and he made up his mind, right then he'd carve out his own name here, so he could stand beside him in every fight. He'd prove his worth with deeds, not speeches. Then he stared him down and wondered if he could really trust him, because strength alone wasn't the whole story. He was a battle-tested fighter who always snapped into cold, calculated mode, making sure he and his stayed alive. His comrades, if he brought his squires, they'd become commanders for the regular soldiers. This was a knight who completely turned gifted peasants into dependable squires because their help defending the hill was exactly what the plan needed. He let out a heavy sigh and said it was the Lord's call no matter what. Then he silently prayed his support would still be there. He figured they had to burn through every last thing they had and push every option to the limit. So for now, he was leaning on Leon and They launched into the Grand Watch, refusing to let their guard slip no matter what hit them. They had to hold that hill until the Lord came back. They had to keep that hill, no excuses, burning through every last bit of strength and pulling every string they could to hold it. He told them, first, we're rebuilding the walls. The assault wrecked, so everyone who knows the bill should hear this. They started setting up that brutal building magic, throwing up walls like they could buy time. Then he called Leon and demanded to know how long they'd have to hold the line. With a deep, thoughtful stare, he said it almost felt like Burma was getting besieged too, so there was no way anyone could call it safe. MC shot back that then they had to work out at least an approximate timeline for how long they'd last, and map out a plan for where everyone would be stationed at each post. That old man needs to stash provisions like gold and deliver enough food to carry everyone through the entire siege. Father and Medlock have to sprint back to Barcania and start recruiting again because Vargas needs to He had to hunt down fighters from the nearby villages and whip them into an organized fighting crew. These villages used to sit under Uruk's boot, so they're going to warn them because Uruk's laws now run here too. He needs Bite to back him up and build a defensive line, but Bite's totally lost, and he blurts out, "I don't get what you mean," said loudly that he needed to explain it the right way because this was getting ridiculous. He didn't understand a thing, and Ars cut in, that if the enemy breaks through, and that's the nightmare they've realized defense alone won't cut it, so they have to come up with a plan for launch a counterattack because the moment they spot the enemy, they fire off smoke signals and send the message. He hurried out like a man on a mission, catching those messengers before they could seal themselves inside the fortress. Then he kept patrolling day after day, mapping every place he could see. Uruk reinforcements could show up any second, right? So he's pushing him to help pick the best spots to build watchtowers. He figured it all out, then looked him in the eyes and said, "There's only one perfect place, and it's already been bought." Pestering him for ages, now he's finally ready to show him exactly what he's been hiding, the protagonist called. Grand promised he'd craft together with the master later, and the master's words made him light up. He agreed without hesitation. He spun around and snapped that everyone already knew what to do. Get moving, start working, and hold Irod Hill at all costs. Still, he wouldn't stop, not if it cost him everything, because he truly believed this was the way to beat the Bark Army's iron defense. Later, he blurted out in shock that he couldn't believe how many people had shown up. Vargas stood right beside him and said they were mostly the second and third sons of FG. They were just farmers staring at him, whispering, "Is it really him?" And then straight-faced, "Man, he's still a kid, isn't he? They say he was just a peasant once, and now boom, he's a knight with his own lands. And it was him who smashed the squad of dragon riders," he said with a... His smile lit things up, and because he was so popular, volunteer after volunteer lined up to help, so they grabbed people fast, and that was a win. But how's he even supposed to defend this? Usually they rain arrows from the top walls yet. Here it looks like almost nobody knows how to shoot, and training archers won't happen fast enough. He said that's exactly why he chose bricks. Then he paused, stared at the wall's height, and snapped. "From up there you can just hurl bricks at those climbers, keep it simple, but maybe don't hit them before the..." They slammed into the walls, and he grinned, agreeing right away. That's exactly why. That's why they built catapults, brutal machines that hurl bricks for miles, aiming to smash straight into its target. Even a reinforced one would snap under that hit. He stared at the problem, then demanded, "Do you really think you can finish building it in time?" He planted his hands on the ground, grinned like he'd just cracked the code, and said the thresh problem had been a nightmare, so many issues piled up. Threshing machine this time, he had every detail locked down, and he started building the catapult and told everyone he'd already thought through every part of what he'd proposed. Calm settled in his chest as the defense held, and the siege itself tightened its grip. He held onto the prototype his and Gron's bark-built creation locked away in his mind, because they were about to install several of it. He pictured a bunch of catapults packed inside Einrod's fortress, because anyone with the surname Barked can run them. They'd never run low on ammo. Then he imagined piles of bricks sitting right by each one, ready to plug every crack in the walls around the hill, sealing it tight right up until the plan hit the finish line. He sliced through the outer wall of Einrod's already built fortress, carving it open so the place could finally unleash precise, targeted fire bites experience. They'd raise a whole chain of watchtowers and fire up smoke signals so the alarm could scream across the distance, and it looked like Dad had only just slipped out to the barn to record. They went to recruit, but the ground here was weirdly different because, they still just dug a ditch behind the wall like always, but if you did it on that surrounding hill, it would end up looking like this, and Ashira said, "If you do this, then something If that wall gave out, everything would go up in flames so far. They've been hammering reinforcements into it, non-stop." He slammed a spell on the wall twice, and just like that, everything held, so he pointed to. "Flip it sideways, and start grilling the cult R's, then figure out what that terrifying noise was." With a bright grin, he told them it was a test blast, those catapults they used to launch reinforced bricks to check their strength. He tested the ranges and practiced the directions, and it freaked him out so badly, he yelled that he needed to quit. They yanked them inside at breakneck speed, then sprinted up the bridge and into the fortress. Fortress, huh? He couldn't help but gush. Everything here was unreal. Then he leaned in and demanded answers. Why stretch that entrance out with such a long drawbridge? It's heavy and wouldn't lifting or lowering it be a nightmare. This isn't a home at all. This is a fortress. With a worried look, he admitted he'd rather go defensive than take the easy route, because this is the only way to fix a mistake. When they dug up all that earth, he froze because it felt totally impossible. Yet somehow it wouldn't break, not even a little, and that just confused him more and more until he couldn't stop thinking about it. Einrad Hill had been turned into an unbreakable fortress. Then Ashura called him up and shouted that he was pulling off straight-up insane moves. He said, "Look, Barks couldn't have built this place any other way." Then grinned like he'd just cracked the code and added, "Maybe this is what she—" Uruk didn't even plan to show up. His dad had warned him. There was no point in fighting someone who could build castles like that, and he prayed the Uruk would turn away because that terrifying look felt like it had to scare them off. But reality never plays nice later. Later on, a knight himself raced him to his office, barked at him full volume, and said that a smoking signal blasted up from the eastern watchtower. He bolted out of the office, blared that he and Bite were heading to the vanguard, and then he called Leon and ordered him to round up a squadron of the best cavalry. Then he ships them straight to the northeastern watchtower right after that. He snapped the binoculars to his eyes, then grinned and said their side was already locked in watchtowers watching, and the Valkyries burning in at full speed. They can snap into action right away, because their ranks are spread thin, so it's basically impossible to count them. Probably around 3,000, maybe up to 5, because there are even tamed monsters roaming around. Bite said they're already fully combat ready, so what happens next? They push to strike first, but he snaps back. We've got Bark cavalry, around 200 horsemen, even if you tell. He counted the horned soldiers. Yeah, and the numbers just don't lie. Even inside the fortress, once he counted the recruits too, he only found under 1,000 men. If the enemy truly had around 3,000, they'd still stand a chance to hold the line, but it would be a brutal fight. If it's 5,000, it'll be a nightmare, he said, eyes narrowing. Because first they'd fire off a messenger to Carlos and the fortress then. If a siege hits, they'd beg for reinforcements ahead of time. Bite's rage flared, and he shouted whether he was really just going to let them pass. He said that even if the fortress was still miles away, staring at it wouldn't cut it, so they'd at least knock them off balance a little. He figured that an army of several thousand men, even back in 2000, setting up camp was a full-on mission, so they'd stop moving way before sunset just to get everything ready. And after a while, he started watching the enemy army from. He burst out from the bushes, convinced they'd been split into groups, but then he spotted it all. The supplies were piled in one huge tent right in the middle. MC blinked, but Bite snapped, sounding annoyed. Yeah, a night raid's okay, but torching the food like that is just boring, right? MC then asked, "Wait, what if you don't have anything to eat?" And so they couldn't just move on, right? He demanded to know if, even with the Valkyries sprinting, he could still reach the very heart of the camp, because he said that part was optional. And if that, forget the work, just torch the nearby tents, ride the chaos out, and if that 9-tailed sword could spit flames, escaping would be a whole lot easier. He snapped with fury and blurted that he already wielded a legendary tier sword, so they better quit acting insolent. Then he kept going, saying the 9-tailed sword is dangerous. Those flames can't be smothered or dodged, and they hit even harder than a water blade still. There's a brutal catch, a massive waste of mana. The hard-fang sword might not hit hard, but it's rock solid and won't quit an excellent blade, and that's when his rage flared again, snapping that he'd known it all along. Later, they came back with a full-on army, and he realized back then he had no clue how this would all blow up. He said they were hauling ass right out of there at full speed, straight for the enemy camp. They're heading into the camp with one mission torch, the food warehouses, by using those oil bottles they were handed. This bark is the punch that really hits, and the Valkyries weren't on. They didn't just move fast. They also had razor-sharp night vision, so they could be trusted to punch straight through to the camp's very heart. He thought, above all else, that they were his most trusted comrades in this world. He barked an order the moment it mattered, ordered them to charge ahead, then flicked his eyes to the side and thought, these are the real no way. They move as one like a single living creature. At this speed, they'll be crashing into the food warehouse and in one dash he froze in shock when someone from the camp showed up, jutted out a finger at them and blared, loud enough to shake the room, that their enemies were closing in, and they had to get ready to strike back fast, ours with us. He wore that shocked look, convinced torches were already blazing all over the camp so fast the rumors hit his head. Transfer, did they spot them even before the attack hit? Bite blurted out, "Iya there." She shouted at him and told him to look straight at those soldiers. He stared them down, jaw tight. Had the Uruk clan's magic just flipped them into animals? Man gets transformed into foxes right after the transformation. They sprout fox ears and a tail, unlock flame control, and then the story takes a darker turn as it reveals what kind of beasts they're becoming. Beast warriors could hear every single step before they even got close, so he asked the question, did their beast forms really make them that much stronger, or was it just talk? Their bodies tuned up, and suddenly their hearing sharpened like a blade. Then he shouted, "Bite!" and said that. So he should drop the food warehouse from his mind. He had no time to slow down. He had to torch as many tents as he could along the road. They bolted through the camp, only to spot a massive brute crawling out of one of the tents, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, shocked out of his mind by what he saw, louder than ever. He gave a sharp order, scatter now, split up and run. Since he was about to strike, he stared at this towering man, and the question hit him like lightning, wondering, was he swinging a log like it was nothing, like some giant just crawled into the camp out of nowhere? Before that, wait, where did he even come from, and who was this giant supposed to be? He barked for a retreat again at 5 meters away, and as the dust settled, he realized the bigger the army. The slower they rolled, the bigger their formations got, moving like a single force and hauling supplies without stopping. Working for what you want is brutal, and the Fountain and Rook clans get that, so they deliberately let the roads fall apart to slow the enemy down, yet the night raid hit a wall and went nowhere, but even so, they still walk away with something useful like this. The Uruk clan's warriors, in their bestial forms, possess. On top of all that crazy sensitivity and their combat skills, there's also a mysterious giant lurking among them. They bolted straight for the castle, and the protagonist blared that figuring all this out before the real fight even started was, a huge win. So what kind of giant was that? And could some noble family really be hiding gigantization magic? Leon told them to hold up, said he'd never heard anything like this, and warned, voice shaking with panic, that if that's true, then someone's claim is already stepping in and throwing interference into the mix. Pisha nodded and said, that clan issue is its own disaster because among the noble magics, there's no such thing as turning into some giant. So that interference theory from the other clans doesn't look likely. He said there's still a chance it's a representative from the giant race. If you'd stared through that spyglass while it was still standing among the ranks, you'd have seen it too, because even Bite said he'd been watching. And with a brute like that mixed in, there was no way to miss it. He gave it one big thought, then called the MC over and swore it looked just like that so-called warrior aura. Yeah, the same one. Stunned by what he heard, he couldn't believe it, because it ended up being that. Like with that Uruk beast form, he did it again straight up. He didn't even understand this world, so he snapped that if he knew more, he'd spill it. Leon told him to hold up and said he'd never once heard of a noble house called Atmos. These warriors weren't noble, and they definitely weren't from these lands either. They came from the east too, right past Uruk, where gigantic mountains rose so tall they looked like they could reach the sea. The sky above them so harsh and so unforgiving that the world on the other side of those mountains might as well be gone, beyond the reach of anyone's eyes. Beyond those mountains, whole countries clash non-stop like their noble houses were born to feud, and among them, Atmos has warriors who sell their blades as mercenaries. They look just like humans, but magic lets them bulk up to triple their size, turning them into unstoppable monsters giant. They can't form it, their bodies harden instead, turning into near impenetrable armor, and their home, the village of Atmos, clings to barren lands. So for them, war isn't just life, It's pride, too. Those are the warriors and he knows ours, said it was good that this. It wasn't those other nobles getting in his way, it was just that the giants didn't show a single clear crack. And he couldn't help but think maybe they weren't invincible after all because they were human, through and through, but he couldn't bring himself to admit it, and Leon just kept thinking it all over, and asked if they'd let a few Atmos warriors smash through those mountains and link up with the Urik's grand thought. He figured even a handful would be worthless, and when he shrugged, he admitted he couldn't promise it, but he was pretty sure that wasn't going to happen. Crossing those snowy mountains to the east was basically a death sentence, no roads, just danger waiting to swallow you, and most didn't make it past the avalanches or the biting cold, and the ones who finally clawed their way back often paid with frostbitten limbs. The mountain. Those mountains were pure brutality. He'd heard stories that nobody ever made it back once they dared to cross them. Even the warriors of Atmos couldn't pull it off without a brutal fight, so the protagonist told him to wait, then swore he'd already crossed those mountains. He pushed himself up to get here too, and yeah, he said he almost died right there as well, but now that he could finally work side by side with him, he swore it was all worth it. It was worth the gamble. He ended up with frostbite on his nose, his lungs almost stopped working, and he shattered bones after the fall, but sure, those were minor details. He stared at him with a bewildered grin, realizing he must have snapped back into his still a little crazy phase because if another noble family had stepped in, he would have finally asked. Carlos was the one they looked to for instructions, but when that didn't happen, everything got simple. They just had to bring down the giant before it crashed into the fortress, and hunting it became their number one priority, no matter what. To trade blows with him in a real fight. Then after last night's attack, the Uruks tightened their guard, and their march crawled even slower, giving them just enough time to set up, laying traps along their route, especially for... After a while, Bite blurted out, "So are we going to run another night raid or what?" The MC snapped around to face him and said, "Our enemies aren't just stronger, they're stacked on us. They outnumber us by a bunch." Yeah. He figured they'd finally pull the giant out of their ranks, then they'd strike for real. Attacked at dawn, he peered over the camp with binoculars and swore he saw. He spotted the Atmos warrior nearby and asked right away, yet now the guy looks totally ordinary, so how did he even recognize him? He cast magic onto his own eyes and declared it was impossible. So he can't afford to mess up because the amount and power of his magic are beyond anything anyone else can touch, even if he and his brother swung in for the attack, because if they don't, he won't be able to handle what's coming, and if he thinks growing bigger is the answer, then he's already doomed. They thundered toward the enemy camp, convinced they could strike from far away, so the Eastmen wouldn't even clock them. They'd ride the Valkyrie's speed and hit in the blink of an eye, speed. They closed in on the range, and the moment it felt within reach, his heart soared. Everything was exactly how he'd planned. More guards poured in, but they still moved like molasses. He spun to his comrades and roared, loud enough to shake the air. Said they needed to smash their supplies, every bit of it, because the plan was to hit provisions and prep incendiary bottles, and ours. Cars lunged ahead with tense intent, thinking, "We haven't boxed him in yet good. Now he's got to crack through this, or... Yeah. Straight to the giant. He had to reach them fast, or it would all be over. Your Amos had transformed, snapped into action, and then Bit noticed calling out to him and telling him everything. Told him he couldn't breathe easy. He'd been so swamped he never even realized it last time, but those giants were totally naked, right? And tell me, was that a bandage made out of some... What kind of fabric was it, he demanded, and when he transformed, he shot back. Are my clothes ripped? Then he pressed. If I've got no armor, do I still boost? He blasted his whole body with magic to jack up his defenses, and his brother, seething and unimpressed, boomed, loudly saying that he was the one who finally calmed down. He grabbed the log again, and the giant thought, no way he's going to use that as a weapon again, because his strength was absolutely insane. But clearly, he didn't have a single fancy tool on him, so he shouted the protagonist's name at the top of his lungs, and the hero answered, telling him they were ready to start. They knew it was a risky move, but they had to figure out once he hit that giant form what kind of defense he was really packing. They cracked out the ice spear spell and kept slamming it into the warrior over and over. They kept hammering the battlefield for what felt like forever, and the war kept raging on. The warrior snatched the log out of the way, then threw a hand over himself like he was trying to hide instantly. He threw his hands up to shield his head, and Bite stared the giant down. And he blared it to the skies, "Did you make it?" Then shouted. He called, "Iti." He shouted his concern at him, voice shaking as he said that this is usually the phrase that comes right after which. That's when the chaos finally ignites right then. He starts. He lunged to grab it, then froze, staring at it like he was about to say something he couldn't. He wore a confused stare and blurted out that he'd used way too much. Ice spears rained down in a storm, but not a single one even left a scratch on him. His brother whipped around, locked eyes with him, and shouted his name, and told him to ditch that and go try something else. He snatched his brand-new sword, nodded in agreement, and he read it and snapped. If this doesn't work either, then they march straight into the plan. He yanks his sword free from it with a sharp, ready snap. It tore its blade free from its sheath and galloped straight toward. He charged straight at the giant, then blasted it with scorching fire magic. Left a burn on the giant's hand and thought, damn it. The damage hit harder than ice, but it still wasn't enough only. Burns, the warrior yanked the log with raw strength like it might explode in his hands at any second. With insane speed, he surged forward and started attacking no stopping, even as he got closer and closer. Was terrified by it, but the Valkyrie still pulled it off and kept moving forward somehow. To dodge, Bite blasted Tim's name and demanded. He asked if I was okay, and the way my voice shook told him I'd just lived through something terrifying. He said he only nicked him a little, yet his shoulder screamed in real pain. Hurt tore through him as the Uruk warriors stared him down and shouted. Said they'd have to wait, because this blade is the one. 9 tails, no excuses, every single troop, no matter what happens, has to come back for this. The sword, his brother stared him down and said, the second we lay eyes on your blade. With the sword out, their fury ignited instantly. For these knights, that sword isn't just metal, it's pure pride. And he rode up right beside them, saying the giant is going to... They're closing in, so everyone has to fall back and lure them straight to that exact spot, just like they planned. Planned Bite snapped his head back, called him over, and told him there were still a lot of things left to do. Knights came pounding in pursuit of the giant completely not on the plan, and he snapped, there's no way we can pull that giant out of... Alone and outnumbered by the Uruk army, no comfort there, because they'd already split apart, so he had to keep going, convinced that in just a little while they'd finally be able to read. They pushed until they reached that brutal gorge, this razor-narrow canyon-like passage where the trap was waiting, just begging to snare the giant. And the knights all at once he feared they'd clock the trap hidden in the terrain, but thanks to, with the 9 tails blade at their backs, all they could see was him. He flicked his hand like a command, and they started thinking that everything else didn't even matter. Was left to Leon as the knights surged in from both sides, and with the help of... With magic-crafted walls rising up, they slammed the door shut behind them, blocking the way. Enemy army in this gorge, and ours just stared, stunned. Then he realized it wasn't just fine. Everything lined up perfectly in his favor, down to the last beat his timing. Perfect. He loomed overhead and shot his hand up. With a fierce grip, he shouted, the catapult! Should unleash gunfire right at that exact moment. Catapults erupted everywhere, and volleys smashed into the Uruk army. He stared at it and realized they'd slapped in dozens. Dozens of catapults lined the gorge slopes, blasting their way into speed just to make up for their slow advance right before it broke down. They reload fast, then slam those hardened bricks back in, ready for another hit. That barrage would have shattered anything. Then he saw a colossal hand reach for him. He clamped his hand onto the top of the wall and pulled himself up hard, like his life depended on it, and that's when everything got real. He was absolutely stunned. There was no way he thought this could be real. He managed to scale a massive 10-meter wall like it was nothing. The giant scrabbled up the wall and stared right at Leon. Standing close by, someone watched with wide, worried eyes, while the protagonist wore the same anxious look. Look saw it. He and the others were getting hit, and something clicked in his head. He had an idea. He thrust a blazing sword into the air and yelled at the top of his lungs loud enough to shake the room. Said he couldn't let it slip, so he roared off into the distance, galloping as fast as his legs could carry him. And he blasted out, telling him to grab it back if he even could. This sword didn't just cut it, cursed him, and now he knows the truth. He's the one who's burning. The giant sprang off the wall and barreled after him, while Bite galloped right behind, and the whole time he demanded, "Did I anger you?" He kept silent about it, sprinting on, refusing to answer because he was sure the first trap still hadn't managed to wipe out the jump. It was massive, and it wasn't just for show. It smashed everything, dealt brutal damage, and slowed the infantry's advance right behind it. We stuck to the original plan, and boom, we isolated the giant. Turns out it was only him. To move quicker, his massive frame somehow stayed in insane shape. His brother glanced back, fear written all over his face. He shouted to him that he was faster than the Valkyrie, and he laughed, saying maybe he hadn't pushed at full speed before because of the Uruk Knights. He couldn't believe it, honestly. The giant blew every expectation out of the water, and its traits went way past what Grandy had led him to think. Grand's story turns out the second plan was already locked and loaded, and then they spun around, scanning everything, thinking that once they reached the place, everyone should stampede in right behind them, no straying. Behind him, the road curved gently left, then he started. Racing wide to the right, the pursuer pushed hard, desperate to get close. He'd slam the gas to close the gap, always taking the shortest route, going straight along While the turn was closing in, the giant sprinted through it, and just like that dropped straight into the opening, into a ditch brimming with some foul, swirling liquid. The knight snapped around to face him, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. They told everyone to rush in and box him in with walls fast. They sprinted to the ditch and hammered up walls on every side. They sealed him in on every side, trapping him so he couldn't climb out, and then the giant surged in. The giant bucked and thrashed, but his hands kept slipping away. He was alive, and then panic hit, so he spun around and searched the room like something was coming. He suddenly realized the walls were closing in around him. He was completely surrounded. The walls held him back, and as panic hit, Bite realized he was drowning, staring down from above. He said it looked like he couldn't even get to his feet in the water without help, and the MC stood right there and snapped that it was a nightmare to move through all that algae and mud. This was the backup trap meant for the moment. He shoved past the first one, and it aimed to fling the giant straight into an existing. He channeled the pond and boxed him in with walls, then swore that even though he'd magically dropped a light stone to cover the water's surface, the trap would have snapped open on the spot. Not on a dark night like today, he stared, caught. He couldn't look away from what was unfolding. Then his brother grabbed his attention and called his name, saying, they said it loud, stop right now, and that they had to band together with Leon. He dug in his heels and swore, we stick to the plan, no one's leaving until dawn. As dawn broke, he thundered up to them, bellowed for the master and demanded, tell me, are they safe? They rolled up to us, and ours snapped that everything was fine. The giant was dead, taken out by the second trap just like the plan, and he issued the command. With great composure, heat rose in his cheeks for a second, but he shrugged it off and said he was only doing his best, nothing more. He didn't have to stay modest because with so few people who could actually lead troops, he threw himself into it and helped more than anyone. Whoever stumbled into that first trap got smashed by the stone rain, got wiped out completely. Then he stared at him like he had finally seen something. Leon clocked the embarrassment on his face like he thought, I'm just a rookie, and couldn't handle praise. Then Leon said they'd also. And the infantry unit that had been firing missiles at them, it hit them hard. Those guys got scattered, and they slipped away without a single loss. He even praised him for it. Then Bite showed up, saying they'd wiped out the Uruk Knights and the giant. So now, should they chase after them, said that the first trap didn't snag every single Uruk Knight, and that gap in numbers across the whole army was. Leon called out to him, saying the risk was too huge to ignore, and that he'd still take a look because checking what came next was worth it. Of the Uruk army, and with the knights taking brutal losses, the real question hits hard: would the main force still press on? Offensive, he paused, then shot back a question. Was this retreat really just an opening for a hunt? Bite loved that idea, clutched his courage, climbed onto a Valkyrie, and then he said he'd round up a squad of knights and head out for reconnaissance. Leon was shocked, called him out, and demanded he bring Leon along too. He could take the horned ones, but don't let them chase too far. After that, he decided to warn Vargas and the others. He told them how they'd crushed the giant, then admitted that every infantryman with him was already pulling back, retreating toward Fort Einrod. In the office, a stunned Pizza blurted, "Wait, did they really kill the giant MC?" And when MC said he hadn't surfaced until dawn, "Everything's fine, right?" He said, "It's how it always goes. If you don't finish the job for good, you'll face each other again on the battlefield, and even after getting slammed with serious wounds there, church healing magic kicks in fast, so when he heard that, he practically choked on the shock and blurted out, "Wait, does this mean my brother and Leon are in real danger?" He said only bishops and higher can cast healing magic. And yeah, it's hard to believe anyone that high-ranking will actually drag themselves to the battlefield to save the knight who's been left half dead. The Uruk army is going to pull back. He snaps out of it, settles his fury, and presses the question: if he's trying to force this, then what does that mean? Force the enemy to fall back because sparing even half is smarter than slaughtering them. He recoiled in horror and said, he's basically admitting, "You're saying all this horrible stuff so calmly," and telling Leon to finally get it why you have to wipe out the enemies, how healing magic fits in because he can only... Arce told him the truth using his combat experience would give him an edge, no doubt, but even if he dared to kill for sure, could he really take down a giant all by himself after that? With a sly little smile, Lord Carlos said it was totally impossible for one night because, as the head of the house, he could tap into higher magic they couldn't even reach. He doesn't even know if winning is possible, but in the fountain domain, only he can properly face that giant. He stands there with a grave, focused look, thinking that even a beast this strong is still nothing compared to the head of a noble house that rules the territory. No, wait, he means the Lord. He's as strong as a giant, and he didn't realize that until it was already too late still. The whole thing is pretty badass. He even chatted with the aristocrats in the most casual way possible, like he had nothing to fear, because he's got real guts, not like some royal family, great magic, meant to wipe out an entire city in an instant. In this city, the aristocratic house heads are so feared they can literally flip a battle's outcome. Until now they've just held their ground with walls. But the giants are here, and that trick won't last, so they're scrambling to invent a brand new way to survive. Vargas burst into the office, ripped out a loud shout for the commander, and announced that Bite and Leon were back. When he finally came back, they exploded with joy, and he grinned as he told them the Uruk army had vanished, leaving not a single casualty behind. Casualties in the pursuit. With a grin lighting up his face, the protagonist declared that it meant Fort Anrod had no attackers right now, and that was great, because they'd spotted the threat before it could strike. Right on time, he stopped way out from the fort, then Picha, grinning like crazy, blurted, "Hey, where's the battle?" He stared at him, dropped the words, and then realized he'd said it. "The Caristia Road," he said before shock hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe. Based on what he'd just heard, he snapped that Brother Bite had gone scouting on a Valkyrie and came back just seconds from the truth. Same day, right within reach, he finally steadied his breath, then said, "If I act with you, the rules will change." Looks like he'll be running back to advise Lord Leon again and again, because with every step, they're getting closer to finishing their job of defending Ainrad Hill. Relief hit him, but he still kept his eyes sharp on everything going on around them, and he told them, "Now we'll wait until the Lord storms in and seizes the northern city of Burma. Meanwhile, Carlos." With a shock on his face, he blurted out, "Wait, did he just say the Caristia Road?" That night, the kneeling soldier told him this our bark army, led by us, launched a full-on midnight strike against a Rook army of about 5,000, and they smashed back wave after wave of attacks from the enemy deployed on that road, so it's confirmed the Uruk army has already pulled back to the second city, and he couldn't hide his shock, because they just reported spotting the Uruk reinforcements hit like a thunderclap, and they actually shoved back a full 5,000-man army on the Karishia road. He couldn't wrap his head around it, because under normal circumstances, that just doesn't happen. This road sat even farther from Einrod Hill than the route from. He went from the hill straight to Berm. What was he even thinking? His standards were already ridiculous, and this time the joke was that the recon zone was way too huge. But if that massive Uruk army wasn't marching for the hill, then there was odds were stacked that they were marching straight for the city of Berm, unless he shoved them back. Their army would have taken the hit. Enormous losses hit hard, so he demanded they send a direct check to the Karishia road and pull intel from Peach, who stayed up on that hill, because word of the huge Uruk reinforcements backing away had to spread fast, and he knew the only way to crack the besieged was to drain their courage, so if the enemy reinforcements had already slipped back, then he'd strike at the moment fear hit hardest. And there was no better shot Ainrad Hill 1 Raymond couldn't even reclaim. If he slips up right here, everyone's going to doubt the leader's skill, and guys like him will suddenly get a chance to climb back up. Enrad Hill is a hard no, lives have to be risked, because the capture of Berm is breathing down their neck, and it's all thanks to him right up to the point where a detachment of Rook Dragon gets wiped out. Enemy General Kim had Dragon Riders on command, a massive wall and watchtower packed around the hill, cutting off the Uruk rescue party, so he didn't just hold the line, he smashed the enemy's reinforcements back. Who put all those orders on him? He charges in recklessly at everything, and honestly, there needs to be a reward that matches his effort, because what he's done is way too outstanding to ignore. So what's his move later at Bart Castle? Clarice slammed her knuckles on the office door, pushed into Lillian's room, and blurted out that the master's letter finally reached her,